for the camera, where do they need to be standing when I'm introducing them?
All righty, let's call it meeting to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Engler?
Here.
Councilmember Newman?
Here.
Councilmember Taylor?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Here.
And Mayor McNamee?
Here. Madam Clerk, it's my understanding we have no public comments, correct?
Correct.
Excellent. So I'd like to call up to the microphone Amy Cummings of the Commons, Vice President, Community and Employer and Government Relations at Los Robles Hospital. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor McNamee. Appreciate it. Members of the council, thank you so much for having us. I want to applaud your leadership and obviously the partnership that we've shared in the community for over 55 years now. I'm thrilled to bring to you today members of our trauma team as well as our emergency department. We're going to be educating you and the general community, thanks to your goodwill tonight, on the benefits of Narcan. Bill's going to talk a little bit about fentanyl and what we are seeing locally on a localized level. Then we'll be going on to educate CPR, hands-only CPR. American Heart Association a few years ago got rid of the icky mouth-to-mouth, so it's compression only, and we're going to have an opportunity for each of the council member to do hands-only CPR today. And then we'll show you how to use your AED. There are AEDs all over the community. You'll notice them in your churches, in grocery stores, in department stores, and what have you. Your peripheral vision will start to see an AED. Most important thing to do is to call 911. We'll talk about that today, and they're going to ask you, is there an AED? Go get an AED. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And then, unfortunately, we are going to continue to educate because we are seeing an increase on mass shootings. So we're going to talk a little bit about Stop the Bleed. So tonight, I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Bill Ashland. He's the director of our trauma department. With him is Lori Acevedo, and Lori is our trauma coordinator. And to her immediate right is Claire Gillette. Claire is also a trauma coordinator at Los Robles Hospital. And then the lovely Megan Shaner. She is the manager of our emergency department. And her colleague, Marcelo Rivera, is here. We also have 2 members of our student team in the emergency department, and I have 3 of our phenomenal Ventura County Medical Explorer Post 911 students that are going to be here to help tutor and educate you in CPR. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bill Ashland, Director of Trauma, Los Robles Hospital. Thank you.
Council members, thank you for having us here. As your regional referral medical center, we specialize in trauma, cardiac, stroke, and sepsis, and a full standing ER. What we're talking about are 4 interventions that the public can do that will save lives and improve outcomes. We have a wonderful EMS system in this community. Most of our patients are to that hospital when 911 calls is well within the 30-minute time frame. That includes extrication out of motor vehicles and so forth. So we have a strong EMS, but brain and tissue and heart is all saved by minutes of inflammation. So these interventions that we're going to talk about are directly related to those interventions. As Amy pointed out here, Narcan is a huge problem across the country. I think in 2022, there's over 100,000 deaths nationwide. We had nearly 221, I believe, in Ventura County. You guys know the stats. It's probably better than everybody. But what was published, so fentanyl is leading that opioid epidemic that's occurring, but that also includes patients that are on chronic pain meds. It also includes patients on methadone. And what Narcan does is Narcan is reverses the effects of that narcotic. So the biggest effect of that narcotic is apnea, which is people that stop breathing. So you can see here on the slide that patients that, and this is a classic picture, the patients are totally limp, arms are at their side, they're unable to hold their head up. They stop breathing, or they're slow breathing down, so slow that their metabolic rate and their oxygen consumption and oxygen delivery starts to slow. These people are cold to the touch because they're in shock. Their lips are oftentimes blue and their nail beds are blue. And their pupils are pinpoint. And that's really the highlight of an opioid overdose, is that pinpoint pupil. So what Narcan is available, it's now available over the counter. Surprisingly, they've got the cost down to about $45 a dose. The community can just, like I said, it's over-the-counter medication, just doesn't require a prescription. You can purchase this and keep this with you. One dose of Narcan is about 4 milligrams. It's squirted intranasally. Lori's got an example of one over there. She's just going to, you just hold that up to one nostril, and you inject it directly in the nostril, pointing it laterally up against the surface area of the nose, and it is very instantaneously. It reverses that narcotic, and these people wake up very quickly from there. They still have to go on to the hospital. This narcotic is distributed in fat tissue, so again, they can become resedated after that Narcan wears off. That Narcan is very short acting, but you can get 2 doses of that if you're in a remote area. And again, these patients and these people are very obviously incapacitated, and Narcan makes a difference while that 911 system is being activated. So, any questions, please ask if they're coming up.
Questions, council? We're good. Please
All right,
proceed.
thank you. Hands-only CPR. So we're going to demonstrate that for you. As Amy said, it's really improved outcomes. We know that oxygenated blood is still in the body, even though the heart may be stopped. And by circulating that oxygenated or partially oxygenated blood through the heart muscle, we're going to keep that heart muscle alive and get that heart muscle ready for a shock. Go ahead.
Thanks, Bill. So Bill kind of talked about why it's so important to do hands-on CPR, sidewalk CPR, bystanders. Why is it so important? In the hospital, we have lots of great stuff that'll help support the heart, but time is what will affect the patient's outcome and basically how functional and awake and alive they get to be after we fix their heart at the hospital. So it's really, really important that we teach the community in general sidewalk CPR, because that will make the biggest difference in their outcome after the hospital. It's also preparing the heart for the shock with the AED, which we'll get to later. And when do we do CPR? We do it if someone does not have a pulse, which means their heart stopped, it's not beating, or if they're not breathing. If they stop breathing, it'll only be a short amount of time before their heart stops as well. So like if someone's overdosed, they're not breathing, but there's no Narcan, you can start CPR because their heart will stop shortly after. All right, we'll go through a demonstration and then we'll have you guys come over here and try it yourselves. So you're gonna come up to your patient on the side of the patient with your knees scooted up close against their torso. Place the palm of your hand right on their sternum. It's the hard bone in your chest. It's central at the nipple line. So you'll place the palm of your hand there with your other hand on top of it. Your elbows are locked, not like on the movies. Your elbows are locked, and you bring your shoulders above your wrists, so you're leaning over the patient. And then you're gonna start pumping on their chest about 100 beats a minute, which will basically be hard and fast if this is an emergency. On the mannequins, you'll be able to hear a click that's about 2 inches deep in the patient's chest. And it's important to come all the way up off their chest so you allow the heart to refill with blood before you push it down again. I love you guys are all in sync. Some concerns people have brought up before is Good Samaritan laws. They're a little bit hesitant about that. In a sentence, you're protected. Doing something is better than nothing. There's also a concern about breaking ribs. That's okay, they're already dead. And it's actually cartilage. Those will heal. They'll be fine with the rib fractures. And like Amy mentioned earlier, we're no longer doing respirations. When you stop pumping to do respirations, it's affecting the brain tissue and your brain function too much. And when your heart stops, all the blood in your body is still full of oxygen. So you can just pump it and you'll still be getting enough oxygen to your brain that you'll have a good outcome. So it's more effective, better outcomes to just do compressions outside the hospital. Perfect, all right. let's have you guys come learn how to do hands-on CPR.
See if our council members can maintain a rhythm. This is good.
All right, and before we start CPR, don't forget to tell someone to call 911 and ask for an AED, and you're gonna get them onto a hard surface. So if somebody's sitting in a chair or they're on a bed, something soft, when you push, they're just gonna sink with you. So you wanna get them down onto a hard surface. All right, go ahead and kneel next to your patient with your knees scooched up against their torso. Bring the palm of your hand into the center of their chest with your other hand on top. Lock your elbows. Lean forward, perfect. And then go ahead, start pumping to about 100 beats a minute, or you can sing out louder in your head, Staying Alive. Perfect. Typically, we do it for about 2 minutes, and then you switch out if someone is available to help you. And you keep going until 911 arrives, and we'll show you. Excellent. We should have timed you for 2 minutes. It gets very tiring very quickly. And once you've started CPR, you're not going to stop. You can switch out with someone else, communicate with them if you're getting tired to switch out, but don't stop until 911 shows up. Hopefully someone is available to bring you an AED that's on site. Otherwise, the paramedics will bring an AED to you, to the patient. Perfect. All right. You guys are perfect. I feel like that's about 2 minutes. And then we'll show you what to do when someone brings you an AED. When someone brings an AED and starts to set it up, which we'll show you, don't stop. They'll be setting it up while you're doing CPR. You just don't want to stop getting that brain to the patient, the blood to the patient's brain. All right, thank you guys. You're welcome to take a seat again. Thank you. Great job.
So like Amy had mentioned, AEDs are available out in our community. Any public area is tending to have them. And so once you do start CPR, you want to ask somebody to go run and grab the AED if it's available. So as you're doing CPR, the person that grabbed the AED will be setting it up. And so we're going to walk you through what it looks like or what it sounds like. So the first thing you want to do is you want to turn on the AED. And it's going to walk you through the whole process.
Call for help now.
So it's going to remind you to call
Remove
911.
all clothing from patient's chest.
So again, you're going to expose the chest, make sure there's nothing on top of the patient. So when you're going to put the pads on, it's going to be directly onto the skin.
Pull red handle to open bag.
So as Lori's showing you, there's the bag, and you're going to rip it
Look
open.
at pictures on pads. Peel one pad off blue plastic. Apply pad to bare skin, exactly as shown in the picture. Press pad firmly. Peel other pad off blue plastic. Apply pad to bare skin, exactly as shown in the picture. Press pad firmly. Do not touch patient. Evaluating heart rhythm.
So at this
Stand
point,
by.
you're going to be stopping CPR.
Preparing to shock.
So it's going to direct you to shock.
Everyone clear. Press flashing button. Shock delivered. Provide chest compressions and rescue breaths.
So this AED is a little bit outdated. So we no longer provide the rescue breaths, but we are still continuing CPR. And so you're going to be continuing CPR throughout this whole time. And as the AED will be timing you, it'll direct you again to pause.
Continue care.
It'll direct you to pause, and then it'll examine the heart, determine if the heart needs a shock or not, and then if a shock is needed, it will deliver that shock, and then it'll advise you to continue CPR. If there's no shock needed, then the machine will detect that there's no shock needed, and it'll direct you just to continue CPR. So,
Question, will the machine direct us that we do have a heart rhythm and no need to do any more CPR?
yes, if you're successful in your CPR and the shock hopefully reset the heart, it will direct you to stop, and then you will just maintain there until on scene until the EMS arrives.
Thank you.
Oh, so you
Mr. Adam.
can use that multiple times?
So no, the machine will have to be switched out, with the pads will have to be switched out because the pads are one-time use,
I see, okay, so it's just once.
just once, yeah.
Any other questions by council? Thank you, proceed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So our goal for community standards is to have a stop the bleed box right next to your AEDs, like is in the picture. And then just like we were talking about Narcan, also tourniquets are saving lives. These have come back into practice, mostly from the Gulf Wars. We realize that bleeding, all death starts with bleeding, and all trauma death, preventable trauma death is bleeding related. So we know that if we can stop bleeding from wounds, that we can save lives and improve outcomes. So the American College of Surgeons has started a Stop the Bleed program, and this is across the nation. Law enforcement carries tourniquets now, EMS carries tourniquets, and our goal is to have about 10% of the population trained in how to apply a tourniquet and Stop the Bleed program. So our students are going to demonstrate. First thing is always, when we're dealing with any of these emergencies, is call 911. Find the bleed. So this seems like it's silly, but bleeding follows gravity. So if you're standing or you're laying down, it could be bleeding from another site and just gravity following. There's a pool of blood that's on the table there, if you guys want to hold that up. That's about 500 cc's of blood loss. Which is like, we call that first degree shock. That's like if you go donate some blood and you get a little lightheaded afterwards, you do really well with that much blood loss. But when you double or triple that blood loss, you get into class 3 shock or extensive shock, where your organs are going to become affected. And we want to stop the bleeding before we get 2 or 3 of those 500 cc blood losses. We have about 4.5 liters in our body, and if you lose about 25% of that to 40% of that, you're going to be a non-survivor. So our goal is to intervene quickly. Most bleeding stops with direct pressure. So just like in CPR, these guys are going to go ahead and find the wound, expose the wound, cut the clothing away. Once they find the wound, they're going to put direct pressure on that with gauze or a T-shirt or anything. Hopefully you have gloves available for you. In those Stop the Bleed kits, they have gloves available. If you're using direct pressure and it's not holding, it's not stopping, we also advocate wound packing. So what she's doing is she's packing gauze down into the wound. Arteries tend to run along deep fissures along bones and things like that. So she's pushing that gauze down directly against the blood vessel and deep into the wound and creating we call it a tamponade, which is a pressure against the blood vessels itself, and that'll help slow and stop bleeding totally. So first step, compression. Next step is packing, and you can see the arms are straight and they're using the direct pressure of their body weight to hold that bleeding. The third avenue is a tourniquet. And we place tourniquets when we have pulsatile blood flow. So when blood flow is squirting, as an arterial injury, we're going to put a tourniquet on. You can deploy a tourniquet on yourself in like about 25 seconds. So tourniquets are Velcro driven and they have a windlass. Windlass is the crank that's used. If you've taken Boy Scouts or first aid years ago, a windlass was a stick that they used to turn a belt and create a tourniquet this way. This is a much safer method of occluding blood. It's much quicker. Like I said, law enforcement can deploy this in just seconds on themselves or on their buddy. It's designed to be put on with one hand. As soon as the Velcro is closed and you start to turn the windlass, it's important that you completely occlude the artery. So you have to really turn that windlass, so it's going to be very, very uncomfortable, but it's safe. You can put that tourniquet on a patient for over 2 hours and have no nerve damage or arterial damage or extremity damage distal to that tourniquet. We like to put tourniquets on long bones, and we like to put tourniquets just 2 or 3 inches above the wound. Tourniquets work better when they're over a single bone, as in the bicep area or the forearm if need be. And if there's continued bleeding, sometimes we'll add a second tourniquet. But we leave these tourniquets on when EMS arrives, and then these tourniquets go off when they get to the trauma center and the surgeon removes the tourniquet. But like I said, it's very safe for over up to 2 hours. I've seen tourniquets on for 6 hours in remote country that do very well. Our whole goal is to stop bleeding. And the number one cause of preventable death in trauma is bleeding. Trauma is a surgical disease, so we want to stop the bleeding so we can get these people get them to the trauma center so they can be revived correctly and get to the OR where they can surgically repair that artery or ligate it. Any questions on tourniquets?
Absent a wonderful tourniquet that you can have in kits, if you don't have a tourniquet like the one demonstrated here, what are some of the improvising methods we could use on this?
You know, we talk about that a lot. We talk about T-shirts and belts and things like that, where you have to have a mechanical device that can twist it and turn it down appropriately. These are so much safer and easier to apply than those other devices. If you don't get the tourniquet down tight enough where it actually occludes the artery, you can actually make the bleeding worse. So the blood flows into the wound, but then it doesn't come back out. It leaks venously. So you can actually increase bleeding if that tourniquet's not applied correctly. So
Let me come back to the question a different way. You're out hiking up in the Santa Monica Mountains,
Yeah.
30, 40 minutes away. You don't have a tourniquet kit like this. What are my options?
yeah, you're gonna use what you have. A T-shirt, something sturdy enough. You're gonna roll it into a spiral and use a windlass. Get a stick where you can actually turn it and secure it, and then leave it on. We don't advocate loosening tourniquets anymore, and we leave them in place and get to help.
Any success in brachial or femoral compression?
Yep, correct. And you know, the tourniquet is small. I carry them on my mountain bike, on my motorcycle, pretty much everywhere I go for that reason.
Thank you. Council, any other questions?
One other-
Mr. Adam?
Sorry. I just wanted to ask a question about the CPR, if I may. You know, if you're in an unfortunate enough situation where someone collapses in front of you to the ground, and you're the one there that's got to do something, so there's this prostrate person, what's the first thing you should do?
You want to shake them. You want to activate 911 system. Okay, no matter what the issue is, they're not responsive. So you're going to shake, rattle, and roll. You're awake. If you don't get a response, you're going to check for a pulse. If you don't get a pulse and you see not breathing, you're going to start CPR immediately.
Where's the best place to check for a pulse?
Great question. So we advocate large blood vessels either on the neck or the arm is good, or the groin is a good method.
Okay.
But typically on the neck is probably most reliable.
So call 911, check for a pulse, and then breathing.
Yeah.
So do you have to get your face down to the...
No, we're advocating go straight to CPR, straight compression. So since we've been doing CPR for however many years we've been doing it, since we've been doing hands-only CPR, we've almost tripled the survival rate. So it used to be single digits, now it's in the 20 and 30 range, depending on how much of your community is trained in hands-free CPR.
What's the best way to see if they're breathing or not?
So as you do compressions, you're actually moving air in and out of the lungs by laminar flow. So it's a slow flow, but there's adequate oxygen. You have the ability to extract almost all of your oxygen from your blood, your red cells, as they carry oxygen. So you're able to extract that oxygen just with CPR alone. We're created that way. Go ahead.
Okay.
If you're worried about, you know, you approach the person and you're like, well, are they breathing? Are they not breathing? One good way to note that is the rise and fall of the chest, right? If their chest is rising and falling, they're breathing still. Then you can check for your pulse. If they're pulseless, then you know you need to get started on CPR. If there's no respirations, you need to get started on CPR.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like you have to do a very quick assessment because time is of the essence. So call 911, check for a pulse, check for breathing. If you get no pulse, you get no breathing, you got to get started right away. Okay. All right, that's good.
Councilman Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. back on the tourniquet, I'm thinking that our goal is to stop the bleeding. So if pressure works, great, the bleeding stops. If you have to use a tourniquet, bleeding stops, that's the goal. Is there a danger of going too tight? Is that something people should worry about?
We go tight till the bleeding stops. That's our goal. So you're watching the bleed. Somebody's putting direct pressure while you're putting the tourniquet on. You're just going to keep cranking until the bleeding stops. Yep. And you're correct. You're not going to be able to turn it tight enough to cause any kind of damage like that.
Great. That should be reassuring to folks to be able to take that action.
All of these interventions are Good Samaritan approved. These are safe. These are expected practices within your community.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on the Good Samaritan practice and what that actually means in reality?
It means that you're offering services in good faith to save a life.
So if something doesn't go quite right, is the person held liable?
No.
And I'd like to thank our resident paramedic expert, fireman, Mr. Engler. Thank you. We have another question from Councilmember Adam.
If I may, yeah, I just want to get the succession of events here. I was unfortunate enough in my office complex that someone did go down like this. And at any rate, so assess the situation, call 911, check for pulse, check for breathing, start the CPR, and then if there is an AED available, when does that come in? Just immediately, or?
So hopefully, like if you're in an office situation, one person stays with the patient, you do not leave the patient. And you tell someone else to go bring you the AED. You tell someone else to go call 911.
Right.
If you happen to be by yourself, then you're gonna call 911. You can put them on speaker. If you're home, you can tell Alexa or Siri to call 911 and they will. And then the 911 operator will instruct you. But hopefully you're in a place where there's multiple people, like in an office, and someone else will go get the AED and bring it to you.
But that's part of the treatment. You would want to use the AED, correct?
If you have it available, you want to use it.
Okay, all right. As quickly as possible?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because what it's doing is kind of like shocking the heart and resetting it. So the sooner the better.
And once you've used that, should you continue with the CPR?
The AED will instruct you, yeah.
Okay. Oh, because that picks up whether there's a heart beat or, oh, okay.
Exactly.
All right, that's good to know.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank
Great
you.
questions.
Well,
And
I
then,
just want to be practical about
yeah,
it.
yeah, because a lot happens really fast.
It could happen to anybody
It
in any
can.
situation. And, people need to know what to do and not panic and have a course of action.
And not panic. The AED, so I actually was at a hot yoga studio after work 2 days ago. And this woman went into cardiac arrest, but I happened to be there, so I did CPR on her in the heat for a long time. Someone brought me an AED. I switched out, put the pads on her, shocked her twice. Our local AMR came, brought her to Los Robles. Now we're best friends. But the AED at the news studio we go to, as soon as you turn it on, it says, stay calm, call 911. But
yeah.
it tells you first, stay calm, it's okay. But a lot happens really, really fast.
Yes,
Even like, this is what I do for work, and out in the public, it's very different.
Yeah, time is of the essence, and that woman was lucky that you were there. Yeah.
It is of the essence with your heart, with your brain. And one last thing we wanted to talk about was stroke symptoms. So the acronym used to be FAST, and we just added on to that, B FAST. So B is for balance. A lot of people will kind of be wobbly and have a hard time walking, or their sense of space and when they're taking steps will just seem off. Their eyes, they might only look to one side or not be able to look the other way, or they might complain of vision changes. The classic facial droop on one side. Arms, you can ask them to hold their arms out like this or like this. It might be completely paralyzed, or it might just kind of be a little weaker. Their speech, sometimes it comes out slurred, or if it's clear, they're just saying the wrong word. Or you can say, what is this? And they can't tell you that this is a pen. And then time. Obviously, cardiac stuff, time is of the essence, but neurological stuff with strokes, you only have like a 3-hour window where we can give you the medication that will bust the clot that's in your brain. At Los Robles, we can also go to interventional radiology and pull the clot out if it's in the right spot, but it's not something that you ever want to wait with. And someone might just have one of those symptoms and they might get worse. So Be Fast is kind of easy to remember, and we have little like handouts that you can just stick on your fridge or around the office or whatever. But yeah, do you have any questions?
Any other questions, council? It's back to you.
Great. Thank you, Claire. Thank you, all members of our team at Los Robles. As you can tell, we're not just a typical community hospital. We continue to invest in you, in your care, and in your good health. So much like today, we love to take our show on the road. This is a community service that we offer. We love to bring, everything that you've seen tonight to groups large and small, to churches, to schools, to synagogues, to homeowners associations, to children. We're teaching, Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts. We want everyone to know hands-only CPR, as well as be educated on how to identify a stroke. It's so important. So thank you for having us tonight. We applaud your leadership.
Question for you.
Pleasure.
So if a group wants to bring you in, what are the steps they go through to reach out and say, I want Los Robles to come in and train up the people that we're involved in? How do they do that?
Call Amy.
Call Amy. Let's start with basics. Call Los Robles Hospital. Say, I want Amy. Amy's the
Contact
only one I
Amy
want.
Cummins. I'm sure that Lisa and members of your team, we can put up a number that they can call. They can contact me. I'm Vice President Community Relations, so members of our team know how to get in touch with me, and I would be honored to partner and work with the community.
Is there any fee involved with you coming out and teaching?
Zero. This
So
is a
this
part
is
of our community service that we give back to the community we love so much.
Great service can't beat the price, and we hope everyone in our community will take advantage of it, because as Mr. Adam illustrated, the more that people know of this, more lives will be saved. And I can guarantee you, having gone through previous CPR classes, within a week, you're using it on somebody, and it's just absolutely amazing how that works. But thank you all for your expertise, being here today, and hopefully our whole community will learn how to do this. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we'll need to adjourn the meeting since this is a
So
special
I have to do
meeting.
my job, is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
All right, meeting's adjourned till our regular session at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up and take their places. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Engler,
Here.
Councilmember Newman,
Here.
Councilmember Taylor,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam,
Here.
and Mayor McNamee.
Here. Let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We have a special presentation today, one that I enjoy the organization because, as I shared previously with the head of the United Way Ventura County, Mitchell Sloan, my mother was a big volunteer with the United Way, where they went door to door and collected donations for their good works. Tonight, we welcome Mitchell Sloan, the Executive Director of the United Way of Ventura County, who will be making a presentation on their landlord engagement program to address homelessness throughout Ventura County. You have the microphone. Please proceed. Hold on just a moment. Now we're good.
Hello, and thank you, Mayor McNamee and City Council, City Manager Powers, for the opportunity to come and visit with you tonight. My name is Mitchell Sloan with United Way of Ventura County, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our landlord engagement program. Some of the key strategies that we explored were essentially our participation in the continuum of care and really taking a deep dive in our role in the community as a mobilizer, a convener, and really bringing together the caring power and resources of our community. So we spoke with key community leaders, really looked at what the two new issue areas in terms of housing and homeless, and really, what we could do to help bring an end to homelessness. So what we discovered were that basically we needed to look at housing stock and what the shortcomings were in our county. And the need is housing. And our most vulnerable neighbors, including individuals, families, and veterans, are really becoming less and less having access to affordable, rentals in a very competitive market with record high rents, low vacancy rates, and really a limited number of landlords willing to work with folks that have housing vouchers or other forms of housing subsidies. So we really tried to become innovative and really looked at what is our role in terms of creating a solution to help the homelessness crisis in our community. And that ended up being the landlord engagement program. So what we did was we looked at how can we bring landlords, engage them and caring housing champions in our community and help them and match them with prospective tenants, and then ultimately bring together a win-to-win solution and providing them with permanent housing. So the landlord engagement program, our team actively reaches out to landlords in our community far and wide and incentivizes them, provides them with customer service, and really just becomes the go-to entity for them in removing any barrier that they may have. Then we work with all of our housing partners in the community and housing authorities with clients, and we match them so that we have a successful outcome. So where we're at today is that we were awarded through HAP4 funding an $819,000 $502 grant to continue this program from this past July all the way through April 2027. So our team provides county-wide and system-wide support through the entire county and unincorporated areas. So what we've done is taken this public funding and leveraged it to also garner private funding. And with that, we have a 25% private fund match, which we're really working on achieving, and that's around $204,000, and that is our goal. And so as you can see, this program really brings together public and private partnership in the community in terms of providing a reasonable solution to our housing crisis in our community. Some of the benefits that we provide is we give appreciation bonuses to landlords. We provide holding deposits to help with, rent proration or rent lag times. We really have responsive customer service. When folks call, we respond. We're really the collaborator with all of our community partners, housing authorities. And then we provide supportive services and also education to tenants and being good tenants. A lot of our funding gives us the flexibility to provide increased, damage deposits, basically removing any barrier that might impede a successful outcome. And speaking of outcomes, I'm really proud and grateful to share with you all today, since the inception of this program, we have housed in total 189 households, including 376 individuals, 134 children, 53 seniors, and 62 veterans. And as you can see on the chart, I outlined the entire community because we are a county-wide program, and we've housed 11 households in Thousand Oaks, including also 4 in Newbury Park. And I'm really proud to share with you that we maintain a 96.7 housing retention rate for our program in its entirety. And we have 1 veteran that became a homeowner not too recently as well. Here's a few photos to share with you of our recently housed neighbors that were formerly homeless. You can see they have baskets. One of our programs is our Welcome Home baskets. When families and individuals move into their new home, we provide them with that startup kit that they need, that we all can enjoy with those household essential items that you need. And we are really proud of that as well. So how can, the community help? We're really looking for people to join us in the effort to, reach functional zero for homelessness in Ventura County. We really enlist you to become an advocate for the program. We enlist you to become a housing partner or maybe recommend a housing partner to our team and have the conversation of potentially becoming a housing champion. And then lastly, we're looking for private funding so that we can meet that match well before the deadline is needed and continue to grow and enhance and advance our program. And I just can't thank you enough and really acknowledge the city's leadership, council, City Manager Powers and his team on their efforts. And we are just really grateful to partner with you all and look forward to continuing that partnership as we continue to house our most vulnerable neighbors in need. And I would just conclude there and turn it back over to the mayor if there are any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Council, any questions?
Just a real fast one. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work you're doing in the community. Having that many folks assisted and the 96% retention rate's stellar. So thank you for that. If I'm a person who needs this service, how do I get a hold of you? 211, is there some way to get in touch with you?
Yeah, excellent question. And the way our program works is we work with the housing partners. So locally in the community here, from Lutheran Social Services to HSA to behavioral health, we take referrals from them, and then we prioritize the most vulnerable, and then we immediately go to work in housing them with available units. And that's, in a nutshell, how our program works. And then you can always reach out to us directly. And we're more than willing to help with that navigation and those opportunities.
And if there's referrals of landlords who would be interested in this program, is that the same way they would be put in contact with you?
Yes. We want to work directly with the landlords or property managers, and they can reach out directly to me and my team. We have a team of 3 that's just amazing that does this work every day, and we would be very grateful for any referral of a potential housing champion.
Any other comments, questions? Mr. Sloan, thank you for the great work you do here in the county. We're much enriched by your efforts, and we thank you very much for what you do. Thank you. Big hand for United Way, please. Before we move into public comments, I'd like to share what happened before the meeting where we had Los Robles Hospital. Amy Commons brought in a team of experts in CPR, use of Narcan, and use of a tourniquet. They offer free CPR courses that will come into any group here in Thousand Oaks to teach hands-only CPR, sidewalk CPR as it's sometimes called, to save a life. I encourage all the groups here in Thousand Oaks, whether you're a homeowners association, church, mosque, synagogue, whatever the case may be, give the hospital a call, ask for Amy Cummins. They all know her, everyone knows Amy, and she will set up a time for their team to come out to your group, no charge, to provide the CPR classes for your audience. And with that, let's move into public comments. Madam Clerk?
This is the time and place for public comments. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 8 individuals have requested to speak, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Again, we ask that your comments do be germane to the city as well as the council in general. We will be given 3 minutes. At 15 seconds left in your presentation, I will softly say 15 seconds so you can wind down your comments. At 3 minutes, I will introduce the next speaker. I ask you to relinquish the podium, step aside, and allow that next person to step up. First up, we have in person is Tim McCarthy. Tim, step up to the podium. And after that, we have Nancy Van Valkenburg. Nancy, would you please have a seat in the chair behind the speaker so I can call you up quick? And after that will be William Maple. Mr. McCarthy, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead and begin.
Thank you, Mayor McNamee, City Council, and staff. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for 30 years, married with 2 grown children. I live near the library on Jance Road, adjacent to the parks. When we first moved here and for years thereafter, our family and neighbors were excited to participate in a great community event called Conejo Valley Days. At first, the kids were small, and we sat on the side of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard and cheered on the many floats and groups like Boy Scouts, Shriners, the big tow truck driving companies, fire trucks, horseback riders, car groups, school marching bands, and so much more. It was a fun family outing, and we hung out and met new people. Later in the week, there was a fantastic event at Conejo Creek South where many nonprofit groups would participate in providing food and games for the community. I remember as a parent of a Boy Scout, we set up our corn roaster and sold corn, potatoes, and cold drink for 4 days. That was our biggest fundraiser, and we got to meet a lot of new people. It was such a fun event. There was a rodeo with bull riding and horses, and our community filled the stands. At night, there was a carnival ride that often emptied what money we had left in our pockets, but created great memories. Overall, it was a great experience for the community of residents and businesses. I see other nearby communities still have parades and larger events, while the biggest city in Conejo Valley does not. I ask that the City Council revitalize our community and review the opportunities to reintroduce Conejo Valley Days like it was, and not the simple carnival rides that it is today. Also, there is an issue that has been infiltrating our virtual spaces and disrupted the conduct of public affairs called Zoom bombing. It's a phenomenon that highlights the dark side of anonymity, a veil that empowers bullies and bigots to spread their hate without consequences. Recently, the Ventura and Moore Park City Councils face such an ordeal, but they are not alone. Across the state, cities, counties, school boards, and special districts have witnessed their meetings disrupted by individuals who use this platform to disparage anyone they choose to target. Public agency meetings are forums for conducting the business of the community in an open and transparent manner. Allowing ideologues to monopolize these meetings detract from the primary purpose. Elected officials should not be held captive and forced to endure hate-filled attacks of others. Public comment periods are indeed limited public forums, and we can set guidelines to maintain decorum. Commenters can be required to state their real names and places of residence, or if they use teleconferencing services like Zoom, they can be required to turn on their cameras. At the outset, it can be explicitly stated that comments should focus on community issues with the local agency's purview without disparaging remarks based on race, religion, ethnicity, gender, or sexual orientation. Furthermore, we should not hesitate to disconnect those who refuse to adhere to those guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Nancy Van Valkenburg, followed by William Maple. William, please come on down and sit. Nancy, you have 3 minutes. Please begin when you're ready.
Sure. Hi, my name is Nancy Van Valkenburg. I'm a resident resident of Thousand Oaks, and good evening, Mayor McNamee and the rest of the council. Wow, Mr. McCarthy stole my thunder. I'm going to start off differently, I guess. In a climate where much of what we hear is negative, I would like to take the next 3 minutes to express my gratitude to the City of Thousand Oaks for making this valley a place I've called home for the past 27 years. Initially, we arrived in the Conejo Valley as a result of a job opportunity. 2 years later, we embarked on our own employment venture and decided to stay in the area. What was it that compelled us to stay? Well, several things that have nothing to do with its proximity to numerous amenities or the natural beauty surrounding us. First, our family's safety was a high priority. For many years, Thousand Oaks was touted as the safest city in America, according to statistics released by the FBI. We are still ranked high, among the highest in the country. This was exceedingly important as we raised our own 6 children and are now grandparents to 7 so far. In part, we can thank our City Council for working cooperatively with local law enforcement agencies. Second, our children were enrolled in excellent schools and we were not willing to compromise their education. It was obvious that Thousand Oaks residents recognized the importance of quality education for all members of the community, for together we thrive. Lastly, for the sake of this discussion, we were impressed by the spirit that we felt within the Conejo Valley, more specifically Thousand Oaks. This community represents people from all walks of life. We have many races and religions, combined with differing levels of education, occupations, and economic backgrounds. But despite all these differences, we have coexisted for decades and even learned to celebrate our diversity. I'll give you an example. Prior to moving to Thousand Oaks, I had never heard of National Prayer Day. Bear that in mind, I grew up attending church on a regular basis in the culturally diverse San Francisco Bay Area. Yet, the idea that all of the religious leaders in the community would gather in one room for a prayer breakfast was novel to me, and I was excited to be a spectator. Thousand Oaks has embraced the idea that diversity in faith should be a source of unity, not division. It's not just about coexistence, though. It is about active engagement. Each year, Thousand Oaks hosts many multicultural events that Mr. McCarthy pointed out, and provides the community with an opportunity to gather and share food and traditions, thus fostering a sense of unity and belonging. It was recently brought to my attention that the city of Moore Park has experienced what is being called Zoom bombing, wherein non-residents of that city call during council meetings and make hurtful and racist public comments. Let it be known that the residents of Thousand Oaks are not oblivious to this matter and will not tolerate such behavior during our council meetings. Our council members and the residents of Thousand Oaks as a whole deserve more respect. Inclusivity is not just a slogan, but a way of life achieved through diversity and open arms. In conclusion, I just want to thank all of you for your dedication to our community.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Valkenburg. We have, next up is William Maple, and behind him we'll have Rosanna Guerrera come on down and have a seat behind. After that would be Josh Gray. Mr. Maple, please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
William Maple, I'm a resident of Newberry Park. Good evening, Mayor McNamee and members of the council. Requesting a landmark marker in Thousand Oaks is not a straightforward process. Typically, you would address members of the Cultural Heritage Board directly, but the council rarely meets publicly to focus on this role. Sometimes a resident makes a request to the council, and that's directed to a commission or an ad hoc committee, or even generically to staff. So my point is, this is my first step in requesting a well-deserved and overdue landmark plaque for Timber School. 2024 will be a banner year for the city of Thousand Oaks. It will celebrate its 60th anniversary. That's a significant milestone, but even more impressive, our Timber School will celebrate its 100th anniversary. That's 40 years before we were ever a city. It was designated as the first licensed architect of Ventura County designed this building. It may be his first design. I know it's his oldest school at this point. It's also the oldest public use building still standing in the Conejo Valley. Note that both the 1924 school and the 48 auditorium are also Ventura County landmarks. So yesterday, I met with the County Cultural Heritage Board, and truly by coincidence, they were establishing a new template for the Ventura County landmark plaques. We're a young city, so the few landmarks links to our roots that remain need to be preserved and celebrated. Former Conejo Valley High School has been neglected for far too many years. The public occasionally hears rumors that plans will develop the site and they'll restore the landmarks, but year after year, the site sits abandoned and vulnerable. Adding 100th anniversary landmark plaque would be an appropriate step by those responsible for protecting the heritage of this community that they serve. I would like to submit further information if you're not familiar with Timber School. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maple. Next up, we have Rosanna Guerrera. After that, Josh Gray. Rosanna, you've got 3 minutes. Please begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor McNamee and City Council members. My name is Rosanna Guerra, and I'm a resident of the City of Thousand Oaks. In my capacity as a board member for the Friends of the Thousand Oaks Library, I want to encourage everyone to participate in person at the library space planning event this Thursday, October 12th, at the Newbury Park Community Room at 6 p.m. So let me repeat that. It's Thursday, October 12th, at the Newbury Park Community Room at 6 p.m. Please listen to the architect as he reviews the amazing enhancements that are part of the revitalization project. Our library has long been more than a place to check out books. It's a city gathering place where residents of all ages come and enjoy unique programming, tutoring, classes, take advantage of events like our summer reading program, LibCon, the recent author events, and so much more. Literacy is so important for our society, for learning, and keeping the library efficient and meeting the needs of the 21st century should be just as important. Come and voice your thoughts about what you would like to see included in our library as we venture in the 21st century. Thank you.
Next up, we have Josh Gray, and after Josh Gray, we have John, who will be sitting behind, and then after that, we go to Tim Toten on Zoom. Mr. Gray, you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor McNamee and council members. My name is Josh Gray, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, here with a few updates from your chamber. But first, last time I stood before you, their great community members brought food to share, and I got up empty-handed.
So what are you doing to resolve this issue, sir?
So I ask your forgiveness, and this time, I brought some sweets from Newbury Candy for everyone present to enjoy.
Big hand for the man. Thank you very much. This is wonderful. You're a quick study. Thank you.
So a quick shout out to Newbury Candy. John Newbury opened Newbury Candy in 2016 on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, is a member of the Conejo Chamber of Commerce, and the shop and toffee has been a community staple ever since. I'll gladly hand out candy. Lauren over there also has some to distribute. But quickly, the chamber update for chamber events. Thank you to everyone who joined us on October 1st for the 12th annual Taste of Conejo, at the Hyatt Regency Westlake. On October 2nd, our education committee celebrated CVUSD Teacher of the Month, Sabrina Chase from Thousand Oaks High School. Sabrina has been a teacher in the Conejo Valley Unified School District for over a decade and is now the head of the Ethos program at TO High. On November 3rd, the Chamber is hosting the Spotlight Breakfast Education in the Conejo Valley. University presidents from Cal State Channel Islands, CLU, Pepperdine, and Moorport College will participate in a panel discussion alongside our local superintendents to discuss important issues on education in the community. Register for all these events and more on the Chamber website through our events calendar. In regards to tourism, a quick tourism update. September was another strong month for our local hotels. Good RevPAR and metrics that exceeded expectations for the third month in a row. There was some exciting behind-the-scenes filming earlier today at both Slice House Pizza and Oak and Iron that will be featured for marketing in the coming weeks that highlights their connections in the Conejo Valley. We had 2 influencers already in town this month highlighting Conejo Valley restaurants and trails, and one more scheduled before the month ends. Quick update on Leadership Conejo. The 21st class started last month on the 15th with the morning in the city of Agora Hills, lunch at Tavern Tomoko, and the afternoon at Proactive Sports Performance. Next Friday, the 20th, the class will start the morning at the city of Westlake Village, where they'll hear from Mayor McNamee, and other community leaders on public service in the Conejo Valley. In the afternoon, the class will tour with the Las Virgenes Water District to see the new Pier Water Plant and Tapia Water Reclamation Facility. Thank you, and enjoy the sweets.
Mr. Gray, the city and the chamber are very grateful and very fortunate to have you as part of our community. Thank you so much. The sweets always go a long way with this council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have John. After John, we have Mr. Toten, and then after that, Mr. Foltz, Clinton Foltz. John, proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council and staff. I'm just here tonight because I want to clarify something I talked about 2 weeks ago at the last council meeting. It was regarding SB 9 lot splitting and ADUs, additional dwelling units. And I think the main point that I wanted to make was that the CCRs are the important thing, the codes or conditions, covenants, and restrictions. HOA rules are another thing, and HOAs typically support the CCRs. But CCRs can exist in a neighborhood without an HOA. So what I was talking about with regard to the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution in Article 1, Section 10, that states, no state shall pass any law impairing the obligation of contracts. So that applies to the CCRs because the CCRs are a contract that runs with the land. So, you know, we shouldn't be, you know, chipping away at the Constitution like that. We all took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And if we chip away at that Constitution in little areas like this, which is actually not a little area, it's a very important area, then where will we chip away at next? And if we don't stand for the Constitution, what will we stand for? So I know a lot of cases, you know, a lot of these things we say, well, I know it's hard because the state's pushing down a municipal code that they want all the cities to adopt. And in a way, our hands are tied. But I think we need to really think about this because I don't think it'll end there. And if we look at the world today and what's going on in the United States, if you study it, you're going to see other stuff that's going on. Anyway, I did have a solution when I spoke last week. And even if our hands are tied and we don't want to push back against this, what we can do is we can say in all the applications and the checklists and the municipal code, we can just put that statement like I said last time. It could read, this does not exempt you from other existing deeds or CCRs or other agreements or contracts.
15 seconds.
Anyway, I love you guys again. God bless you all. So, thanks.
Next up on Zoom, we have Mr. Tim Toten. After Tim, we have Clint Foltz, and after that, Jackson Piper. Mr. Toten, you have 3 minutes. Begin when ready.
Council members, I know that public comments can be a burr in the saddle to official meetings for many reasons. A few public comments are repugnant to everyone by groups such as Antifa and their apparent cousins, the KKK, who spew disgusting words in an attempt to disrupt and delay official proceedings. Some public comments may be personally insulting to those on the dais. Other public comments are boring and out of scope because they are of a very personal nature. Many public comments aren't actionable or reasonable to those on the dais because of the regulatory restraints that maybe the public is often ignorant about. Further, I know that video conferencing was used by our local government during the COVID lockdown fiasco, which denied face-to-face confrontations with the public who may have disagreed with much of their governance during those 2 diabolical years. I have mixed feelings on the convenience of video conference to engage with our community leaders versus the mandate of using that technology. If anyone has been a salesperson, they'll know it's impossible to hang up on someone face-to-face. There is a realness to those interactions. Mike Tyson once posted on social media that social media, quote, social media made y'all way too comfortable disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it. I applied that witticism to Zoom calls into a public meeting. Therefore, I ask for an action item that the council would draft a protocol to verify the identity and enforce full-face, no-mask video calls, as well as fair moderation of those calls that would span the censorship of either political extreme. I don't want to give up access to government for the working citizen because of a few dimwits who zoom in and disrupt, or lose the ability to face officials who mandate Zoom only at public meetings. There must be balance. With all of that said, let me leave you with a few uncomfortable statements of free speech. There is no true hate speech, only speech people truly hate. Words are not violence. Ignorance, that is to say a lack of words, may actually lead to violence. Feelings aren't facts, and facts don't care about one's feelings. Speak facts unfettered and unapologetically. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Clint Foltz, after Clint, Jackson Piper.
I believe those are for the next item.
Oh, next item. Then that means, Madam Clerk, we are done with public comment. Is that correct? And while we're going to the next item on our agenda, I wish to thank our City Council member, Bob Engler, for passing around the candy. Thank you very much for doing so, and it is quite delicious. We are a full-service council here. Josh, thank you for doing that. I appreciate it, sir. We're going to go to our city manager for a comment.
Just really briefly, I wanted to mention that based on Mr. Maple's comment, we are in active discussions with the new owner and developer on the Timber School site to indeed install a plaque, hopefully there on that property. So talking with them about that. In fact, I have an artifact that I know you'll appreciate that I picked up when shopping at Bart's Books in Ojai with my daughter. I found a original textbook from the Timber School, and I quickly purchased that and hope to deliver that textbook to be put up in some kind of display in the new Timber School. So I've got that sitting up in my office. That's it for the updates.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Next up, we have a consent calendar. And any questions from or items that need to be pulled by council? None? Okay. Madam Clerk, we have speakers for consent calendar.
No, we do
Move the
not.
consent calendar.
We've got a motion to move the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
And Madam Clerk, would you please open item 10, City Clerk, for public hearings?
Yes, a hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item number 10A, appeal of the Planning Commission approval of a 30-unit apartment complex, residential plan development, 2021 70328 RPD, and parcel merger, PM 2023-70002 at 170 Herbs Road. Speakers are requested to state their name for the record. 2 people have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, they will have 5 minutes each. The applicant and appellants are allowed 15 minutes each, and each with a 5-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. Representing the city, we have Justine Kendall, Senior Planner. So let's move to public comments. First up, we have, let's do the staff do their presentation. So Justine, you're up.
Okay. Thank you, City Council and members of the public. The presentation before you is again an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval to allow the construction of a new 30-unit apartment building on a vacant parcel located at 170 Herbs Road. Following the Planning Commission's unanimous decision on July 10th, the property owners on either side of the project location filed appeals to the City Council. I will first provide a description of the project, then review the grounds of appeal from each party. The subject property is a 0.74 gross acre lot, approximately 800 feet northeast of the intersection of Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Herbs Road. The topography of the site ascends from Herbs Road northwest to the rear, the southeast, of the property, which ends at the base of an existing retaining wall serving the 45-unit YOLO East apartments located, their address is 1825 Los Feliz Drive. The site is currently vacant and covered in mowed grasses and a few non-protected trees. Existing multifamily residential surrounds the site to the east, north, and west, including across Herbs Road, with a single-family residential development on the property to the south. The general plan land use element designation for the property is high-density residential, which allows a maximum of 30 dwelling units per acre. And the zone is residential plan development, which allows a maximum of 20 dwelling units per acre. A multifamily use is allowed in this zone, subject to review and approval of an RPD permit by the Planning Commission. And per California state law, as the general plan land use designation allows for a greater density than the zoning designation, the higher density level applies. The property is one of the last remaining vacant lots on Herbs Road, and although it is assigned a single tax assessor parcel number, or APN number, the subject site is 3 separate legal lots, which are requested to be merged as part of this project. The proposed project includes the construction of a 3-story, 30-unit split-level apartment building with the parking structure below notched into the existing slope, moving from Herbs at the front towards the existing multifamily building to the rear. The project proposes 26 one-bedroom units and 4 two-bedroom units for a total of 30 units. 5 of the units will be designated as affordable for households in the low-income category, which is defined as households with incomes at or below 80% or less of the area median income for Ventura County. This qualifies them for a density bonus under state law. By providing the affordable housing units, per state density bonus law based on the percentage of low-income units offered, the applicant is also entitled to 2 incentives or concessions for this project. The 2 requested concessions include an increase in maximum allowed height from 25 feet to 41 and 8 inches, and a decrease in the north side yard setback from 15 feet to 5 feet, and I'll go into more details about both of those. The project's architectural design is a contemporary style similar to the adjacent Yolo East apartments. The exterior walls of the building are a mix of earth tone colors with materials primarily consisting of cement plaster and cement board siding with metal awnings, decorative balcony railings, and cornice cap details. Overall, the average height of the building is 32 feet 6 inches. The proposed structure includes a maximum parapet height of 41 8 inches, which occurs at the top of the parapet screening the mechanical equipment above the 2nd-story lofts, which face the street. Per the municipal code section, which was in effect at the time of project submittal, the maximum building height in this zone is 25 feet. The building height may be raised by increasing the side yard setbacks 1/2 foot for each of 2 feet increase in height, or as allowed by the Planning Commission when affordable housing is proposed. But in order to avoid increasing the side yard setbacks in this way, the applicant instead requested a concession to increase the maximum height allowed, again, as allowed by state density bonus law. Existing developments in the area, which you can see here in this diagram, also utilize 2- and 3-story buildings, including the Yolo East apartments, directly east behind the subject site, shown here as the large gray structure in the top right corner. The project meets or exceeds the municipal code setback requirements, with the exception of 1 density bonus concession, as mentioned. A minimum side yard setback of 15 feet is required. However, the applicant has elected to request a concession to allow a side yard setback on the north side of 5 feet, where the building encloses the trash chute area. That's the only small segment of the building which is that close to the property line. This would be adjacent to the parking area of the existing multifamily development on that side. The portions of the project that are adjacent to the existing residences would be set back about 19 feet from the shared property line. Additionally, the side yard setback between the project and the single-family residence to the south ranges from 15 feet where the project is next to the backyard and 30 or more feet where the project is adjacent to the existing garage. The project site proposes direct access from Herbs Road. Primary vehicular ingress to the parking garage underneath the residential units is provided from a new one-way driveway access from Herbs Road on the left side of your screen, and egress is provided via another new one-way driveway on the right side of the garage, seen here. 40 parking, tandem-style parking spaces will be located in the garage, and 2 temporary spaces are proposed to be located just outside the garage entrance on the driveway, or behind the driveway, for a total of 42 parking spaces. 2 on-street spaces already exist in a pull-in area in front of the property, but do not count towards the proposed parking. Pursuant to state density bonus law, the applicant would be allowed to provide as few as 32 spaces, where the municipal code would normally require 49 spaces to be provided based on the number and type of units provided. As the applicant has requested the state standard, the excess parking or the full 49 units is not provided. However, they are providing the municipal code required number of spaces per residential unit type and have provided 8 additional spaces to accommodate 3 temporary rideshare or delivery spaces within the garage and 2 temporary lobby access spaces. All units include private patios and balconies, which meet and in some cases exceed municipal code requirements, as well as access to common amenities, including a ground level outdoor seating area, courtyard barbecue and fire pit, as well as a gym area and a business center with a wet bar. The project complies with code requirements for the required landscape areas, including the landscape area allocation. However, the municipal code does technically require that the perimeter of any single level above grade parking structure be accompanied with a landscape planter of at least 5 feet in width at ground level. The project complies with this requirement, except for the portions of the parking structure above grade on the northeast side due to the required driveway width. As such, the applicant is requesting a waiver as allowed by the municipal code to provide relief from this requirement. This waiver, to be clear, is not related to the state density bonus law. As mentioned previously, 10 days after the Planning Commission issued their approval of this project, 2 separate appeals were filed. One from the owner of the single-family property to the southwest at 150 Herbs Road, and the other from the multifamily residential property to the northeast. Both provided various grounds for the appeal, responses to which were provided in the staff report, included the agenda packet for this evening's meeting. I will summarize these points and responses for each party. Please note that there are no changes to the project presented to the City Council tonight compared to the project that was presented to the Planning Commission. None have been proposed or are recommended. Both appellants were provided notice of the project's availability and hearing date per the requirements of the municipal code. The filing of the appeal was the first time staff received any feedback from the project from the first appellant, the owner of the single-family property to the south. Again, for the sake of time, just to be clear, I'm very briefly summarizing the issues presented by each appellant. They are both here tonight as well. The concerns expressed by the appellant, the owner of the single-family property, one concern was that the proposed driveway location would create impacts from noise, fumes, light, and errant motorists. Setbacks are not required for driveways, fences, or walls. A screen wall, however, is to be provided per condition number 32, and I can go into details about that condition if anyone wants me to. Another concern was that the project would shade the existing single-family home. The appellant's property is to the southwest of the proposed project and will not be shaded by the project. Another concern is that the project would cause an invasion of privacy to the residential tenant. The proposed project is set back 15 to 22 and a half feet from the appellant's unimproved backyard and up to 32 feet from the existing garage, which is placed between the primary residential area and the proposed project. Another concern is that the property owner would lose access to her backyard. However, the appellant cannot rely on off-site access to get to other parts of their own property. The characteristics just described can be seen here. The yellow dashed line on the left side of your screen represents the required screen wall, and the preliminary landscape plan, you can see in the circles here, show trees and shrubs planted in the setback areas, which would provide additional privacy. Similarly, staff met with what's described as Appellant 2 here, the owner of the multifamily building on the other side of the property, several times, both at City Hall and at both his property and the subject property throughout the review process. Written and verbal testimony were provided prior to and at the Planning Commission meeting, most of which is substantially similar to what has been provided here for this meeting. Concerns include that the appellant was denied due process rights, as just described. Noticing was provided as required, and staff met with the appellant several times. And testimony was properly provided to the Planning Commission as well. Another concern is the project is a violation of density bonus law, municipal code, fire code, and the Thousand Oaks General Plan. The project does qualify clearly for density bonus law. The city and the state remain compelled to address the ongoing housing crisis, and state law requires the application of the higher density maximum, as previously described, allowed by the general plan. Another concern is that the project will sit at a grade significantly higher than the adjacent multifamily property. However, the finished grade of the proposed project is either at the same grade or lower than the existing multifamily property. The grade of the terrain immediately adjacent to the existing retaining wall on the appellant's property is not substantially changing or is being lowered. And you can see that here in this diagram, the dashed lines in the gray area on the left would be representing the appellant's property, and the rendering behind that would be the proposed project, which is both located more forward of the existing development, and the finished floors at a lower elevation as opposed to higher. You can see here as well existing and proposed trees, which would provide additional buffer and privacy. Concerns also include that the exceptions, the concessions, and the municipal code waiver requested constitute an illegal and unjustified application of the density bonus law, as they create a threat to the environment, public safety, and health of the adjacent tenants. However, the applicant is entitled to 2 concessions per state law based on the percentage of affordable units proposed. The burden of proof to find that these concessions would not result in cost reductions or would cause a safety concern is on the city. None of these conclusions were made. The single waiver, again to be clear, is requested related to the municipal code and not related to the state density bonus law. Concerns include the city has the right to deny the application if it finds that there is an unmitigatable impact. And to be clear, 2 specific findings based on a preponderance of the evidence must be made if the project were to be denied or reduced in density. Those findings would be that there is a specific adverse impact on the public health or safety, and that there is no feasible way to mitigate that impact other than with a denial or reduction. There is, again, no evidence to suggest that either finding can be made. We go on to say the project will interfere with the solar panels and the patios of the Foresight Lane tenants. Construction would interfere with written or implied sunlight easement. That would not be permissible. However, there are no known or permitted solar panels installed on the Foresight Lane property. Neither has evidence been submitted that a solar easement has been established. And would like to show here the relationship between the project site and the appellant's property. The majority of the appellant's property is adjacent to the YOLO East apartments as opposed to this proposed project. Only 3 of the 13 patios on the southeast side of the appellant's property abut the project site, as you can see here circled in yellow. The concern is that the project will create a noise nuisance, disrupt cell service, and create a fire hazard or odor nuisance due to the setback reduction. There is no evidence to suggest that the project will create a noise nuisance or disrupt cell phone service. The area that's been requested to have the reduced setback is fully enclosed as part of the building, does not include residential floor area, because that's for the trash chute. The finished floor of that area is located below the existing grade of both properties and is located forward of the existing neighboring structure. The fire department has reviewed the project during the entitlement process and would do so again during the building plan check process. The project, the concern is that the project will invade privacy rights of the appellant's tenants, exacerbated by a lack of foliage due to the landscape waiver requested. And to be clear, the proposed building is set back 18 feet, as you can see in this area, from existing residences on the appellant's property and provides the required landscaping in that area, including new trees to provide privacy for both properties. Here you can see that circled in yellow again. The landscape waiver requested, the concern is that that would result in a risk of flooding due to lack of drainage. However, the landscape reduction request only applies to about 50 feet of the daylighted garage area along the northern driveway, which is located both forward and below grade compared to the existing multifamily structure. In addition, the project is required to demonstrate on-site management of stormwater runoff during building plan check process, which would take place if the project were to be approved. The concern is that the project is not consistent nor compatible with the general plan. However, as mentioned, the project adheres to the maximum allowed density specified in the general plan and meets the stated policy to place this type of multifamily development near major centers of activity, such as this downtown area, and avoid sprawl and preserve the ring of natural open space by encouraging development in infill areas. A concern is that the project is inherently unsafe from a structural analysis due to the pressure placed on the existing retaining wall on the appellant's property. However, as you can see in this diagram, the proposed driveway and structure will be below the existing grade, and the project proposes additional retaining walls along the property boundary. In addition, the project will be reviewed under the building plan check process to ensure structural safety of existing and proposed development. Concern includes that the project will create a traffic nightmare, is underparked, and includes tandem parking, which creates a public safety hazard. However, the proposed project proposes 10 more spaces than they were legally required to do, so under state law. And tandem parking is allowed in the city and has been previously with an approved parking management program, which is required already as a condition of approval. In addition, it should be noted that public street parking is available on either end of Herbs Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The concern is that the appellant bought their property in 1999 under the assumption that only 15 units would be built on the vacant parcel. However, it should be noted that the city standards, including the maximum density allowed under the general plan, have not changed since before 1999 in terms of the standards that apply to this project. Therefore, the proposed project has been designed to meet the intent of the city's standards, codes, and policies. The proposed building design and site layout integrate well with surrounding development and have a cohesive architectural design meeting the city's architectural design guidelines. Based on the analysis and findings presented, staff recommends denying the appeals and upholding the Planning Commission's approval. I am available for questions as needed.
Thank you for the presentation. Council, any questions of staff? Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Kendall, for your report. Very thorough. Regarding one of the final points you made, the complaint that this is somehow a violation of the general plan, which was at 15 units before 1999, or since 1999, and that has not changed. The fact that this is a 30-unit building is because of a density bonus provided by state law, correct? Not because the city has changed its land use designation is here, correct?
Right, so to clarify the numbers, The zoning allows 20 dwelling units per acre. This is slightly less than an acre. That's how we get to 15. The general plan allows 30 units to the acre. That's the higher density that applies. So the minimum density allowed on this property is 22 units. Because of the amount of affordable provided, they get 8 additional units per density bonus law. That's how we get to 30 units.
Very good. And not, again, though, to drive home the point, that's using existing zoning that the city has had throughout from 1999 until today. It's not because of a recent change on the city's part, correct?
That's right. The zoning density and the general plan maximum allowed density has been allowed since 1970. The zoning was updated shortly thereafter. There's nothing new involved here.
And then one other question about maximum heights and the density bonus. Earlier in your presentation, you showed a 3D graphic, which was very helpful, showing which portions of the proposal poke out above what zoning ordinarily would allow. Is that something that's permitted by the density bonus, that overage of the height limit?
It is actually permitted by the municipal code that with planning commission approval, the height could be allowed if affordable housing is proposed. So they wouldn't actually need the state density bonus to ask for that flexibility. However, they did exercise that option because a concession is allowed.
Okay, but when you use the word flexibility, you mean waiver, correct? Like the planning commission could grant a waiver to allow something that is over what the zoning would allow, correct?
They could have done so without exercising the state density bonus law, yes.
And just so I understand, the threshold where the density bonus would kick in would be, is it 10% or 20% affordable units? At what point does the state law trigger an allowance for additional height?
The project is allowed 2 concessions because they proposed at least 17% affordable units based on the base density, which is 22 units.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't follow the height part.
Sure. So the 2 concessions are allowed. They get 2 concessions per
Of any
state density
kind.
bonus
Of
law.
any kind.
Right.
I see.
If they propose at least 17% affordable units.
And are they there on this project?
Yes, they propose 20%.
I see. Very good. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Very good. Just a couple of questions. I think on the north boundary property line there, the applicant is asking for a waiver of city code to allow an encroachment of up to 5 feet of the landscape area. Is that correct?
So along where the garage daylights on the north up street side, they're asking to waive the requirement for a 5-foot additional landscape buffer along the garage.
And that's because of the enclosed trash area that's going to be there? Or?
That's because of the required width of the driveway.
Required width of the driveway. So there'll be instead of, what is the normal setback there?
So that's just the landscape buffer. And that normally, you wouldn't need that unless if the garage was not daylighting. There is also a request to reduce the side yard setback for the building structure right behind the driveway, or towards the east. And that's just for the trash chute area. That would normally be a 15-foot setback. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. But that area will be landscaped and won't be left bare?
There is landscape area between the structure and the adjacent property, and that will be landscaped.
Okay, jumping to the south side, there's a single-family residence that was built there in the days before the city was here, and they built on the property line. Is that correct?
That's right. The existing garage abuts the property line.
In terms of that property, there were some discussions that I read in some of our documentation that there's ongoing work being done by that property owner and the applicant for the property, trying to work out some details. How are we doing there? Is that something, if we wanted to, could we condition our approval on?
Those negotiations are really between the applicant and the appellant, not involving the city. The concerns brought up by the appellant to the city have been addressed already by the conditions of approval approved by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Taylor.
I just got my question answered right there. Thank you for that.
I have a few. Could you go to slide 19? I just want to get clear on the direction, the roof line and the housing. I believe it would be the number 2, the appellant number 2's home. Now, would it be safe to assume if we go to the pointing towards the top of the page would be north, to the left would be west, to the right would be east? Is that correct, as most maps are presented?
Yes, this is showing the correct orientation.
And if we look at the appellant number 2's large building, they are complaining about possible loss of solar panel use. Is that correct?
That was one of the concerns expressed.
Is there any panels currently in place?
No, and there are no permits either approved or applied for.
The reason I'm asking is that I'm looking at the direction of the one roof line is facing northwest, which is not a good direction for solar panels. Solar panels ideally would be south. The next advantageous direction would be west. So I'm looking at the appellant number 2's roof line doesn't even afford itself to have solar panels there. Assuming that they decide to change the direction of the roof line to being south or southwest, how much of that building would cast a shadow onto that building?
Based on the solar study that was provided by the applicant, the roof of the existing building would not be shaded. To be clear, some of it would be shaded by its own self, or the existing YOLO East apartment buildings. But the project, I don't think, would shade the roof line.
Now, that's the same conclusion I did from my engineering courses in solar energy back at UCLA. I'm seeing this point being moot. There is no advantageous installing of solar panels here. Roof line's in the wrong direction. Plus, with the way the sun rises and sets throughout the year, there's no issue here, as far as I can tell from an engineering standpoint. So I am not really adding credibility to that argument there, because the solar possibility of that building is non-existent, really. That was all the questions that I have. Council members, any other questions that you have? Mr. Adam, go ahead.
Oh, thanks you, Mayor. So appellant 2 is claiming that his property is below this project, right? As far as siting on the grade, 15 to 20 feet below, but we're saying the opposite, that they're actually even with each other?
Right, and I think, not to put words in anybody's mouth or make assumptions here, but I think there might be some misunderstanding that the proposed project is notched into the slope as opposed to sitting on top of it. And so I think maybe that's where some of the confusion has come from.
So they're about even then?
The existing grade of the proposed project will be lowered where the building is. Where the existing grade, stop me if you lose me, the existing grade immediately adjacent to the existing retaining wall will remain largely the same or be slightly lowered, right? They're not going to expose the footings of that wall. And the applicant can also speak to this as well.
So that's the opposite of what he's saying, right? Okay, so he's saying his project is lower than the proposed project, and we're saying, no, actually, it's the reverse.
Yeah, and it is a complicated site because
Okay.
the existing multifamily property is below the existing grade on the proposed project site. It's easy to be confused by what is being
Okay.
proposed.
Yeah, I kind of get it. All right. Well, I'm sure he'll come up. We'll talk about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. Question for you also, again, the parking exceeds what is the minimum required, correct, at this location?
It does. The applicant is providing 10 more spaces than they are legally required to.
And applicant number one, who is concerned regarding noise and so forth, they are able to plant trees on their side of the property line if they want to for privacy or for noise abatement, is that correct? Nothing's restricting them from planting their own trees for the appellant number one?
Other than their existing structure, which is on or very close to the property line.
But they can grow if on their property line if they want, and to grow trees for noise abatement and.
Right. Yeah, other parts of their property are still available to them.
Okay, so we're not having any restrictions there. Okay, very good. Any other questions, council? Let's open it up to speakers. First one up, we have the applicant represented by Mark Pettick, Lauterbach and Associates, the architects. You have 15 minutes in which to do your presentation, and at the end, we will have later on in this hearing 5-minute rebuttal, so don't think that you're going to get away from very far, okay? So you have 15 minutes. Go ahead and proceed. Madam Clerk, please start the clock.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mark Pettit with Lauterbach and Associates Architects. We've been working on this project for a number of years and really want to thank Justine and staff here helping us throughout the whole process. Really have a great staff here. We really tried to work the site and put the building so that it would be meeting the requirements in the code. So we lowered the dirt of the building to have our podium or our parking structure, and therefore everything was lowered down as much as possible. We tried to set the building back for our driveways on both sides. On the one side where the single-family home is, we have landscaping, screen wall, our driveway, and we really tried to minimize any windows with views to the neighbor and really try to kind of keep as much away as possible from the house and from the garage. Our parking, with the exception of the 2 temporary type parking spaces, are all inside. And so they're inside of the building. They're not outside, with the exception of those 2 spaces. On the other side, we also set back the building with the exception of our trash enclosure. And because the building is multi-story, the developer thought it was a great idea to put trash chutes in so people don't carry their trash down the 3 levels to the trash. So that trash enclosure and the trash chute is the area that is within the setback. We still provide landscaping between the property line wall and the trash area, as well as the remainder of it. Our area for the landscape, we have access for maintenance, so it's going to be a beautiful landscape area, and that's pretty much all the way around 4 sides of the building as appropriate. On the side where the existing multifamily project is, we also minimize the number of windows. The windows that we have there are up high to bring light into our 1.5, 2-story living room spaces, because we do have townhouse type apartments. So once again, a little bit more upscale, a little bit more different than just flats. And once again, trying to keep everything parking-wise on that side inside of the building. So we did a number of studies, solar studies, as Justine mentioned, and we felt that based on the heights of the buildings, our impact on solar was pretty minimal. I did want to maybe clear up something. The adjacent apartment, the balconies or patios are down below the grade area. So they're not up high, they're down below. We think that we have a beautiful building here that will be an asset to the community. We've provided affordable housing. Our building will be all electric, state-of-the-art, following all LEED Silver requirements, and we think it'll be an asset to the community. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from council right now?
Just a real quick one. One of the people who are contesting the building mentioned possible runoff and flooding and that sort of thing. What are you doing to help mitigate that aspect?
So we have a series of yard drains, and then meeting all the state requirements and local requirements, working with the city's Public Works Department. We have storage tanks and area of collections for the water. So we meet and in some areas exceed the local and state requirements for storm drain. So we have very little water that will go off of our property.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that I'm very delighted that you have parking that exceeds. From a public safety standpoint, I'm not real happy with people having to walk a distance in to their apartment late at night. They're targets for crime. Increases this public safety by having it close to or in-house, which is what you're doing here.
Right.
Also, you want to not become some of the other cities that are in the LA County area that have parking that is horrendous if anyone wants to go over and visit. So thank you for increasing the amount of parking. I know that's a loss to you, that it costs more to put in more parking, but the quality of life will far exceed any of the costs here at this stage of the game. So thank you for doing that.
Great.
Council, any other questions? Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank
We will
you.
call you up for a rebuttal later on. Next up, we have appellant Mariko Bradford, if I'm saying it correctly. And you will have 15 minutes in which to do your presentation. At the end of our segment, we will have a chance for a 5-minute rebuttal. So please come on up. You have 15 minutes to present, and then we'll give you 5 minutes afterwards. Please come on up to the microphone. And you have 15 minutes here to make your presentation. Please proceed when ready.
Okay, I filed because I just wanted to be sure I got my say. I have been working with the developer. I had 11 items that I was concerned about, especially like the noise and the dust and the cars going up and down. And we've figured out, I don't know if you want to see these, the list I had.
Feel free to pass them to the city clerk, and they can pass them around for us if you wish. We can make that also part of the record.
How about this? And I have pictures for the issue that I have. Okay, so there were, I thought of 11 items. It's basically about the noise and looking at, when you go to the back of my house, this is a rental house. If you go to the backyard, all you see is apartments around it, and when they build theirs, it's going to be pretty tall. So I asked the developer if they would grow some really tall trees. He said, okay, it's going to be up to their landscaper, so he said I could work with them. Basically, he's been really good with me on the 11 items. And we agreed on 8 of them. And tonight I was going to come about 3 of them, but I just narrowed it down to 1 item that I wanted to discuss here because I wasn't sure what to do, and we couldn't agree. And it has to do with this.
And there we go. We have a microphone, and can we have our cameras come in on the area that she is pointing to? I don't know if that's possible.
Can you tell that this is the backyard of the house, Herb Street?
It's a very impressive model. Thank you.
I made
Nicely
it out
done.
of a Kleenex box. Okay, here's the property line, and it's really close. I mean, it's really close to this garage. My only concern is, how am I going to maintain it? We couldn't come to a conclusion on how I would have to go through his shrubbery and his landscape. I'm not sure how we can resolve it, but that's the only issue that I'm concerned about tonight. Because this is going to be all blocked. I have access from this side, but we're at a standstill with that. So that's why I'm here. I thought maybe I could get some help here.
So is there anything else in your presentation here you'd like to do at this point?
Not really, because Alex, the developer, the two of us get along well. And I don't want to stop the project. I think it's a beautiful project. And one day I may be able to, if I get an investor, I can build something there. So, you know, I want to stay in good with him and help him, but we can't resolve this issue.
Very good. Thank you. You've made it very clear, and you did a great job with the Kleenex box. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next up, we have appellant number 2, Patrick Nyland. You have 15 minutes, sir, and later on, you'll have 5 minutes to rebut.
Is that all right?
Thank you.
There you go. Look to your left. There you go.
All right, so to follow up Ms. Bradford's comments, she owns the house at 150 Herbs. This is the proposed project. This is their driveway. Their driveway hits the non-conforming garage. At this point, there's 3 feet between her garage and the vehicles ingressing to the project. This is a safety hazard. You can't get away from that. That's what I made a note of in my appeal. She can't waive it. It's there. She doesn't live there. She rents it out. This project should have taken that into consideration before they submitted it to the Planning Commission. They didn't, which now, in my opinion, creates a dangerous condition to the public going into there. And until that is resolved, this project should not go forward with respect to Ms. Bradford. That's my position. But let me get to the meat of my matter. I believe you have a diagram in front of you, and that diagram is basically showing the height and breadth of the projected project versus where my 20 units. So there is no dispute. My property is on the average 10 to 12 feet lower than the grade of the projected project. When this project is finished, it'll be 5 to 15 feet from my retaining wall. It'll be 41 feet high, and it will look directly down into the apartments on the south side of my building and the north side of her building. This will create an invasion of privacy, fire hazards, and a multitude of other problems. So I'd like to address you with my principal argument. My argument is that we are at this point, not because of the city of Thousand Oaks, but we're at this point because of the state of California trying to enforce its density bonus laws on us. And now I am in the firing line of the density bonus laws, and I'm here to do one thing, and that's protect my tenants. I have 10 tenants on the south side of this property. They all have patios. Those patios are 12 feet below grade, below grade of the proposed project. I would like to note that I have never been contacted by this developer. I reached out to him on several occasions. He returned my phone call. I asked him if we could resolve this together in a mediation. No response. Nothing definitive. And here we are. I was ambushed by this project in September of last year. I met Justine. We went through the plans, which are obviously very complicated because you're trying to cram a 50,000 square foot building into 3/4 of an acre. This is going to be a nightmare of construction. Basically, you have to rip out the hill in order to get to the point where you can put something on this property which not only has a no-load function on my property, but also comports with all the requirements of the city of Thousand Oaks. So let's start from the scratch, if I may. Without a density bonus application to this project, we'd have 25 feet high, and we'd have a standard 15-foot setback. They chose to have some of their units low income, so they qualify. That's under state law, and I know we're all bound by that. And you know it, I know it, the Planning Commission knows it. The next question is what do we do from here? They elected to get a concession from 15 feet to 5 feet, not on the south part of this property, where there would be no effect because it's basically vacant space, only on the north side of the property, which affects 10 out of the 20 units that I have. Now, just to clarify a few things, I've been practicing law for 50 years. I'm a real estate broker. I've built apartment buildings, gas stations, single-family homes, shopping centers. I've never, in my life, have seen anything so insensitive to the neighbors than this project. And it's not that I just own this project. It's that I'm looking out. My job tonight is to persuade you that my 10 tenants who are going to be affected by this project are going to be seriously impeded in their lifestyle with a project that is 42 feet high. Add to the 12 feet, so we're 52 feet high, 54 feet high above their patio. Let me go to my next chart here. You have I think an architectural rendering there showing that this is Herbs Road where the vehicle is parked. We terrace up 10 feet away from our retaining wall is a apartment building that is 61 feet high. That's the maximum that they can build to over Herbs. It's their grade plus 42 feet. Whether it's 15 or 5 feet away, which is, you want to try to dissect the plans drafted by their architect, which are very confusing, you are looking at an apartment building that is 61 feet over 36 feet, 30 feet higher. Now, how does that impact my tenants? Well, I lay out in my papers a bunch of allegations, concerns about how it would affect them. So if you look at it in this manner also, if this is Herbs Road, this is my apartment building, this is their apartment building, their grade, according to their rendering, is about 5 feet above Herbs Road. Mine is about 12 feet. I go up to approximately 25 feet. They go up to 61 feet. I'm talking about a 40-foot differential. What does that mean? How do you get around that? Well, let's start from scratch. The building should have been 22 units, 25 feet high, with a 15-foot setback, with 41 vehicle spots. That's where you start from. You factor in the density bonus and everything goes haywire. I think we all agree with that. What do we do with that? Do I allow him to build a property that's 61 feet high versus 21 feet high? How do we get around that? That's what we're doing here. There's all types of problems too. You said that there is no effect on our solar. Well, that's not true. We have made applications to put solar on all the patios because of the credits that are going in the state of California. Well, now all of a sudden, we have shade. This is a violation of the solar shade law. The reason we're here is not because I oppose a project. I oppose a project because of the 12-foot differential in the grading of my lot versus their lot. If we were on an even grading scale, I would have no basis for an appeal because we are all bound by the density bonus laws and the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, and there's no way around it. But it's a little bit different because I have 10 tenants who are living 12 feet below their project. That is why we're here. Does that create, if they put this project in, does that create a danger to the physical well-being of my tenants? And my position is that yes, it does. So then let's look at the density bonus law. The density bonus law says you have to do such and such. Only if it has an adverse impact on the public health and well-being. My position tonight is that I have 10 tenants who are going to be affected by this project. Therefore, the city has the right to terminate this project because that is one of the most pronounced exceptions to the density bonus law. Does this create a public health hazard, so to speak? My position, and the reason I'm here, is yes, it does. I have 10 tenants who've been there for 20 years. They're all families, a total family building. They all have kids. All of a sudden, they're going to be looking up at an apartment building that's 40 feet higher than what they've seen. Look at the other factors too here. You talked about parking in their garage. Well, the city says that there's 32 parking that are accepted. 42 were recommended, 32 accepted. We have 26 one-bedrooms and 4 two-bedrooms. 13 of their parking is tandem. Well, you are going to get into a position where there's cross parking. If I have 26 one-bedrooms and 15 single, where are the other 11 single apartments going to park? They're going to have to park in a tandem spot. So we're going to get cross trafficked here. There's no parking on Herbs. Where are they going to go? They're going to go into my parking lot. Because it's next door, I have 45 parking. I have 10 guest parking. I can expect that the parking from here is going to affect my project in that manner. Now let's talk about the setback. Setback should be 15 feet, and it should have been increased because of the 42 feet high differential. The thing in the setback is the chimney, which I call a chimney. It's actually a trash chute. But the trash chute is 5 feet from my property line. What happens if I have a fire in the trash chute? What happens if I have a breach of the ventilation? What happens if I have noxious fumes emanating from the trash chute 5 feet from my property? So my tenant's looking up at a trash chute that's spewing noxious fumes. My question is why is my side of the property being attacked by this developer? Why isn't his request for a 5-foot setback on the other side of the property, on the south side? The point I'm trying to make is that this should have been discussed 2 years ago when they started drafting this project. We are here today at the last stand, so to speak. Now, if the developer had come to me and we've gone through these problems, we would have drafted something that comports with the City of Thousand Oaks code and also with the density bonus. I don't begrudge them having 32 units. I begrudge them choosing to affect my tenants over their desire to build beyond what this property should hold. There may have been a way around it, but I don't know. You can reduce the square footage of the units. Why don't we reduce it from 48,000 square feet to 42,000 square feet? Why don't we move the setbacks back to 15 to 25 feet on my side of the property? There is no other building on the south side of the property. They have a 33-foot setback. It seems to me that they went out of their way to attack my property. This needs to start all over again. I believe that the
You have 5
city
seconds.
council, and my time up?
Yes, sir.
Well, can I close?
Real quick.
I believe the city council, after examining my displays and my paperwork and the city Thousand Oaks ordinance, the density bonus laws, you have the right to veto this project based on the fact that it does not comport with the density bonus laws and creates a physical harm and is not economically necessary for this developer. There's ways we can do this, but it has to stop tonight. You cannot approve this project. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. Stay where you are. Council, any questions of the appellant? Mr. Taylor?
Okay, let me just kind of get everything in order.
Mr. Nayland, come on back up. We're going to give you some questions, so go back up to the microphone, and we have a few questions for you from council.
You mentioned, one, your parking lot is going to be impacted. Your parking lot is private, correct?
I'm sorry?
Your parking lot is a private parking lot, correct?
Exactly.
Why was the concern for your parking? Why were you concerned that your parking lot was going to be impacted if it's a private parking lot?
Because it's being impacted now by the neighborhood. There's no parking on Herbs.
So meaning that you think people are going to park illegally in your parking lot because there's no parking on Herbs?
Because of this project?
Correct.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you have 15 one-bedroom units,
I understand what you're saying about.
You understand my math.
I do, but what I'm losing you on is you have a private parking lot.
Well, I don't have a private, it's open. I applied for a gate and they wouldn't let me have it.
So right now
it's open to the public.
So it's a public parking lot that your tenants are currently using. So the concern then, is that accurate? No. So it's a private parking lot that your tenants get to use.
I own the parking lot.
Okay, so that's where I'm losing you then. If you have a private parking lot that I can't just show up and park my car in, why the concern that new units here and the potential lack of parking that you're concerned about is going to impact your parking lot? That's where I'm not tracking.
Because it's 50 feet away.
Okay,
and
so
I have a lot of parking.
So your expectation is that people will come and park illegally in your parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. For your residents at risk, I actually agree. I think if we're getting to the same point that there's the potential that your apartment will be a little less desirable. I'm tracking you there. When you say your tenants are at risk, what do you mean by at risk? Do you mean less desirable place to live, or their life will be negatively impacted? Can you define that, please?
Well, let me ask you a question. You own a single-family home.
Do I?
No, I'm just hypothetically. Let me indulge in a hypothetical. You own a single-family home in Thousand Oaks. You have a neighbor that has a single-family home. Everything is happy. He goes to the city of Thousand Oaks. He says, oh, by the way, I want to put up a 2-story, 4-unit project, which is now allowed by the state of California. What are you going to do? You think you're going to be happy? These tenants have been with me for 10, 15, 20 years. Now, I would say that if I had that situation, I would be negatively impacted. My tenants enjoy their patios. They enjoy the sunlight. They enjoy their cell phone reception. I want to protect that. That's my job. Now, you say this might affect me financially? Absolutely, it's going to affect me financially. My rents are going to go down. Who wants to rent an apartment where 10, 15 feet away, I have a 61-foot apartment building? This is what we're going through in the state of California. It's not just my project, it's everywhere. This has been an eye-opener for me as a real estate lawyer. We're all in this boat. How do we mitigate it? You ask me, are they going to be affected? Absolutely, they're going to be affected. My rents are going to be affected. I talked to the developer about this. He says, well, how much do you think you lost? I said, $1 million in the value of my property. Because you want to put your 61-foot mammoth 5 feet away from my property. Yeah, that's going to adversely affect me financially. That's why I'm here.
Okay, so to clarify, I hear you on the financial impact of it. The challenge is the state of California has done a very good job making real estate investors very wealthy. They keep our competition out for us, right? It's what's by and large led, in my perspective, to the housing crisis we're in. So I understand what you're saying about, especially living in a single family and you being able to do your ADUs, and it is impacting us. But when we have a housing shortage, and for the last 15 years, we've had a lot of cities that have blocked any type of growth, part of me understands why the state is trying to do what they can to put more units online. That will negatively impact rents. When you add supply, you're increasing vacancy in theory, which bring rents down. It's the natural cycle of real estate. You've been in real estate a long time, so I don't need to, I'm preaching to the choir here. Really where I was trying to get is it a concern of a financial impact because there's added supply and you have a newer product next door, or were you really concerned from a risk standpoint on your residents? It sounds like it's more of the financial impact.
Well, I'm not quite certain I understand the question, but first and foremost, you don't own an apartment building, which I have done for 25 years now,
I own
so
many.
that you lose money.
I own many apartment buildings.
Okay, well, you're not happy when your market goes down or when your rents go down. I mean, we've lived through hell the last 3 to 5 years.
Right.
The point I'm trying to make is that I have built up a relationship with all my tenants and their kids. There are families that have been there for 10, 15 years, and I'm coaching the kids' soccer team, okay? I have a relationship with these people. I attach to my brief, if you will, the statements of some of the tenants that say, hey, we'll get involved. Sure, we don't want a 61-foot high apartment building 15 feet away. That's going to be ugly. It's going to be horrible. It's going to impact our life. That is my primary concern. This is a generational property for us. We're not going to sell this property because of this. We aren't going to put it out there because of what happens. We're going to own this property. I want to protect my tenants. That's my goal here tonight. I want them to be as happy today as they were in the past, even if we put this project in. My goal tonight is to tell the developer and the city and the planning commission, I'll work with you. I'll do whatever it takes to get this project of 32 units in conformity to the state of California and the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code. That's why I'm here. I'm not trying to scuttle his project. I know he's a developer, he wants to make money. I'm all for that. I've been doing that for 50 years. I've never in my history have had an adverse relationship with any neighbor of any project I've built. And I've built a lot of them. I don't want to even go there. If people work together, they can solve this problem. I have no problem in 32 units next door. I have a problem in 32 units of this magnitude. Cramming 50,000 square feet into 3/4 of an acre borders on nonsense. Stripping away a hill 20 feet down, 50 feet deep, is going to create havoc on the YOLO project and my project. You tell me how they are going to be able to structurally design this project where the formula is that their foundation has to have a 45-degree angle to my foundation when they're 12 to 15 feet higher than me. How deep do you think they have to go? We're not on the same level, contrary, with all due respect to Justine. We are not on the same level except on Herb's Road. My project goes flat, their project goes up the hill. Now, how do you get to the point where, structurally speaking, my retaining wall, my property is not impacted with that slope? All that to be said, they've created a nightmare project, in my opinion. This is not the way to do this. Their structural engineer should be talking to my structural engineer. Their architect should be talking to my architect, and we should come to a conclusion. This thing needs to stop.
Right. I want to finish with this. It's actually very apparent, which is amazing, that you do care about your tenants. I think there's a challenge that owners or landlords have when it comes to that aspect. So I just want to applaud you on that one. So thank you.
I wanted to ask a few questions myself, then I'll go to Mr. Adam, then Mr. Engler here in just a moment. Could you please elaborate a little more about the safety issue with Ms. Bradford's garage and the ramp that would be going up for the vehicles? I'm not clear how we have a safety issue there if they design it correctly and put in all the safety issues or safety measures. Explain that to me, please.
Well, to begin with, their slope on their driveway has to exceed 15 degrees, because you can't go from the elevation at the Herb's Road up to the elevation of the garage and call it 15 degrees. It's not 15, it's 17 degrees. That violates the City of Thousand Oaks planning, whatever law it is, I'm sorry. Ms. Bradford has a non-conforming garage built on the property line. It was built back in the 1950s, and it did not adhere to the setbacks then, and it did not adhere to the setbacks now. So if I have a structure that sits on the property line, and the developer wants to put a driveway 3 feet away from that, with automobiles driving that close to that structure, that creates a danger. Whether it's an encroachment on the setbacks, it doesn't really make a difference, because we have a thoroughfare with vehicles, with headlights, that are moving. Somebody has got to adhere to the setbacks with respect to the danger that's posed to the tenants or future owners of that property. If Ms. Bradford chooses not to care about it, that's her prerogative. But a dangerous condition is a dangerous condition. Let me fast forward. Let's suppose that a vehicle ingressing off of Herb's Road strikes a tenant, knowing, and the city knowing that, today I'm warning you that that's very possible. We are allowing a dangerous condition to exist. Can't do that. You have to move that driveway farther to the north so that there is no possible way that any private citizen or tenant or owner in the future or today can be hurt by a vehicle. There's no way right now to do that. Now you might say, well, let's put up a 3-foot cement wall or bollards. Well, according to my understanding of the municipal code, you cannot build within 20 feet of the front of the property. Well, her property is, how do you protect that? I don't know. I don't pretend to have the answer. All I know is it's an issue that needs to be addressed. The developer didn't address it. I pointed it out. I contacted Ms. Bradford. I said, hey, you got a problem here. Let's talk about it. How do we resolve this? She says that she wants to resolve it. Fine. But I'm saying you can't do it with a few cement posts. You have to use the proper setbacks. And her garage is grandfathered in, so she doesn't have to rip down her garage. The developer has to move the driveway. That's my point.
And you also talked about health and safety issues by the building being higher than your current building. explain to me how someone's cardiac, respiratory, kidney, liver function is affected by a higher building. Explain to me how that's going to cause a health hazard for your tenants. I'm not clear from a physiological standpoint.
Excuse me, I'm having a hard time understanding your question.
Sure, I'll say it again, is that you've claimed that the building being higher than your current building is a health safety issue. And I'm asking you physiologically, how does that impact someone's cardiovascular system, respiratory system, kidney, liver system to be a health safety issue by having a taller building? Because that is contrary to what happens in downtown New York, Los Angeles, and other cities with skyscrapers. How is having a larger, taller building next to yours a health safety issue? Please explain that.
People inherit that in New York. It's built into the system. This is totally different. I can supplement my written remarks with expert witness, after expert witness, who will say to you that if you strip away views, sunlight, you're going to adversely affect the psychological stability of those people. As a given. I mean, in anticipation of this hearing and the city and the planning commission hearing, I read numerous articles on what happens to people who basically live in a cave. That's what we're looking at here. Right now, they have a limited amount of sunlight. The sun transverses the air from the south. We're building in a building that's 61 feet high between the sun and the patio. These comments about, well, we did a sun study, are irrelevant, because the sun study is applicable only if the properties are on the same plane. These properties are not on the same plane. One of them is 12 feet below the other one. So if I have a sun study, it doesn't tell me how it affects somebody that's 12 feet below. The gist of our problem, and I'll call it our problem right now, is that we have disparity in the elevations. That's unique. I've never seen anything quite like this. I have apartment buildings that are 12 feet below what they propose. That's not common. That's not normal. Now, I admit that those patios are dark. I admit that those patios do not have the sunlight that I want because they're 12 feet deep, but we're compounding the problem. You ask me, how does that affect? Well, figure out whether you want to live in a cave or you want to live in the sunlight. We are putting them deeper into a cave. Now, I assume that I accepted that when I bought the property, but I still had sunlight. I look at what happened to the YOLO project. You know, the YOLO project is the one on Las Feliz, which is 43 units. I'd work with a developer, and I worked with Adroit, the contractor. And we sat down at a table, and I said, here's what we would like you to do for us so that we can approve your project. They put in 20-foot pylons to create structural support. They didn't put in an enclosed garage. They put in an overhang so that we could have the sunlight. We talked about all this stuff. We worked it out beautifully. And they sold the project for a huge amount of profit, and I am happy for them because they did what was right. They came to me and said, how can we ensure that we don't impact you and your tenants? That has not happened here. My goal here is to keep these patios and these units with as much sun as we possibly can, and without any invasion of privacy. As you can see from my diagram there, the guy who stands on that ladder is looking directly down into units 3, 4, and 5. Now, would you think that promotes health? I don't think so. You think that promotes privacy? No, it's an invasion of privacy. If you moved it 10 feet that way, well, maybe that might work. That's my response I didn't come here armed with calculations on circadian rhythms and how much sunlight one needs in order to I didn't come here armed with that. I'm come here armed with the fact that I have 20 happy tenants. Now that's being stripped away.
My last third question, then we'll move on to the other council members. You make the statement that cell phone reception will be disrupted. Have you done studies to evaluate the cell phone signals, tower location, regarding the building interrupting cell phone service that you've...
No, I haven't.
So how are you coming with that conclusion?
That's conjecture on my part.
Conjecture. Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Adam, and then we'll go over to Mr. Engler.
Thanks, Mayor. So one of the things I'm hearing loud and clear is that you're concerned about the height differential between your property and the proposed project, correct?
Yes.
And you've stated multiple times that the new project is 61 feet high.
61.
What?
61 feet over herbs.
Right. So,
not 51, it's 61 feet high over herbs.
Okay. So the construction height is 42 feet.
No, the top, if you look at the construction of their building, from their ground level to the top is 42 feet. If you look at no, that's not correct.
Okay. Well, I guess the staff report's wrong then.
No, the 42
Because what I'm
feet-
gathering, hold on, what I'm gathering is this extra 20 feet is because of the grade of the property that it's being proposed to be built on, correct? That's what's giving it this extra 20 feet.
The physical structure itself, the bricks and mortar are 42 feet high. The grade is 20 feet.
That's what I'm getting at. So it's the grade that is bumping it up this 20 feet that you're referring to and making it 61 feet,
61
not the
feet.
building itself.
No, the building is maxed out at 42 feet.
Okay, all right. Well, for you to continue to refer to it as 61 feet high got me a little confused there. But what
Sorry.
you're stating is that it's that extra 20 feet is from the slope, the grade, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so the project is entitled to 42 feet based on the density bonus, right?
Correct.
Can't argue that. So your problem, because of the slope, it gives it the appearance of another extra 20 feet. So my question to you would be, you said, well, I want to work with the builder. If the builder's entitled to 42 feet on the building itself, how would you eradicate, for lack of a better word, this extra 20 feet? I mean, you can't knock 20 feet off the building.
I'm not asking him to knock 20 feet.
Okay. So the only other thing would be a complete regrading of the slope to bring it down 20 extra feet.
No, you can also reduce the square footage of the project. Egress and egress. It all melds together. So if he wants a building that's 61 feet high with 40 feet of concrete walls, he's entitled to it under the code. I'm saying that there's an exception to that code, and that's that if it materially affects my tenants, it creates a public health situation that I'm concerned about. Now, how we get to the point where it's not 61 feet, I can't solve that tonight. I can only tell you that the original height was 25 feet. The density bonus kicked in, and we're up to 42 feet plus 20 feet of grading, or 62 feet. So I'm looking at not 62 feet, I'm looking at 12 plus 62. I'm looking at a 74-foot building next to me. That's where I have a problem.
I think you're right. You can't solve that problem. I'm not sure anybody can solve that problem because of the configuration of the slope and the construction height allowed by the density bonus.
Absolutely. Listen, I'm saying we need to go back to the
I mean, if you said to
drawing
me, hey, Al, here's a way I can bring that 61 feet down, but I'm not hearing that.
Yeah, well, you can reduce the square footage.
I don't know how
Yeah,
to...
50,000 square feet. 50,000, think of that, on a 3/4 of an acre. That's humongous. This, I think I'm getting a little too emotional here, but I think it's obvious this is overbuilt for the for the site. That's basically the bottom line here. There's got to be some brakes put on this project, and it has to be massaged to the point where people aren't affected, whether it's Ms. Bradford or myself or my tenants. They came in with guns blazing and said, maxed out. And that's where we are, maxed out.
How long has that place been vacant next to your project?
It's been vacant since I bought my property in 1999.
I'm surprised it's sat empty like that all these years. Here we are. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Engler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for advocating for your tenants. We feel that we can see you have a genuine interest in the welfare of your tenants. What I'm working with, we have an applicant who has a project that is coming in and using the density bonus that the state allows and everything else. So we have a viable tenant or a project coming in. So I'm looking for a reason to do, as you say, to deny them the concessions that they're asking for. The mayor touched a little bit on the medical side of it, because we can deny it if there's some sort of overbearing medical issue that crops up. I'm a little confused, like my council member Adam down there. We had a schematic shown by our city staff that showed the roof lines at more or less the same level across the two properties. And what you're saying is that's not true, or help me put my hands around that.
Excuse me, can I walk over?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you want to use the handheld microphone so we can hear you? One moment.
This is a cross-section of the project. This is a cross-section of my property. This is the height, 25 feet. This is their height at 61 feet. If you look at this, I think you have the paper there, you can see that the car sits 12 feet below the retaining wall. This is the top of the retaining wall. It goes up the slope. This is their building at 61 feet. This is basically at 5 feet. Let's assume that the predicate here is herbs. I have 61 feet versus 5 feet. That's.
I understand the schematics, but your schematic is radically different than the one presented from the city. I'm trying to rectify the schematics, because they don't exist in the same world. If I'm looking at what you're saying and what the city is saying, our staff is saying, and I would imagine that the applicant would also have a different view on it.
Well, I would like to sit down with the applicant, with the city, and I'd like to sit down and maybe we can analyze roof lines. And if you can show me, or maybe I can show myself, whatever, that the roof lines are consistent across space, well, that would be an eye-opener to me, but that's not what I see. That's not what their plans show. They did a cross-section. They're still 20 feet higher than the highest point of my roof line.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Good deal. I want to now go to city staff. Actually, I'm sorry, forgive me. Let's go to public speakers. We have 2 right now, and that you will have 5 minutes each because this is a public hearing. First one up is Clint Foltz on Zoom, and second one will be Jackson Piper. And I'd like to also, Mr. Naylor, don't go too far because we'll have you come back for rebuttal afterwards, okay? So please don't leave. Mr. Foltz, go ahead, begin. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Clint Foltz, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I would like to encourage the council to adopt the resolution denying appeal that will uphold the decision of the Planning Commission to approve an all-electric 30-unit apartment building, related site improvements, and merger of the 3 parcels at 170 Herbs. It's well known that Thousand Oaks has a housing crisis, and this project would provide much-needed housing within walking distance of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Today's staff report more than adequately addresses every concern raised by the appeals submitted to the city. Please adopt the resolution denying the appeals and allow much-needed housing to be built in Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jackson Piper. Mr. Piper, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Jackson Piper with Ventura County EMB also. And I'm basically echoing everything that Clint just said. I believe that this is a very good project and a good example to follow for the future. It will provide much needed affordable housing, and it kind of is a demonstration project of what can be done on as small a property as 3/4 of an acre in terms of providing housing in the city, and that is basically our most desperate need as a community for the foreseeable future. I want to basically state that reading through the staff report, it appears that the staff really thoroughly answered all of the concerns of both appellants, and I feel like there aren't really grounds for the appeal to be sustained. So I'm asking for the City Council to follow staff's recommendation in denying the appeal and allowing this project to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the public comments we have. We're going to move towards staff responses to public comment, but also, council, you can ask questions of staff at that point. Staff, go ahead.
I can go first, I guess, just to start. First, I want to take the first appellant, Ms. Bradford's comment. As you heard, she stated that she had 11 concerns, and she worked with the applicant. And the one that she had left that she wanted to request from this body was to require the applicant to allow her to gain access to her backyard, the north side of her yard from the applicant's property. And I want to be very clear that we cannot compel, we cannot require the applicant to allow a person, Mrs. Bradford, to go onto the other property to gain access to the backyard. So that would be something that we would not recommend doing. Let's go into the second appellant, Mr. Nalen. Certainly we appreciate, again, both the applicant and the appellant's comments tonight. We certainly appreciate Mr. Nalen's expressed position with the state regarding the density bonus law. But I do want to be very clear that this project does qualify for the state bonus, density bonus law. And because of that qualification, it is imperative that you understand, and this goes back to the numerous cases we've had already with the state's position on affordable housing. And with a qualified density bonus project, despite whatever anyone thinks about that, the state mandates the cities follow certain procedures. And one of those is they have to allow incentives unless they find some reason, some substantial reason to say that that particular concession or incentive is not appropriate. In this case, we don't have that evidence to do that. Since this qualifies for a density bonus, the applicant is allowed the two incentives, and he has, as we've expressed before, has actually set those forth. One is height and one is setbacks from the side yard. So that is important to note because that is exactly what the density bonus is about. It's to allow a project to go forward with some modification of a local entity's building codes or regulations to make the project work for the density that's permitted in this parcel. And as Justine already mentioned, this does meet the general plan requirements for the density, and therefore he has met that requirement. We have to move forward with that number. So based upon his request for the density bonus and the additional units that he gets, he is allowed to create a project that, when built, might have some requirements for concessions, and that's what he's asked for. You mentioned the parking. Again, it's important to note, and I think Mr. Taylor mentioned it, they are meeting the density bonus requirements, right? Plus 10. So he could have gone 10 less. He's not doing that. So again, that's really not an issue anymore because he's meeting that requirement. There is a comment about that there was that the project does not comply with state and local laws and regulations, and actually it does. And this is exactly the point. I mean, I understand he doesn't agree with it, but the fact is that it does comply with all the conditions that we have, with all the requirements and the incentives that he's allowed to have. It does comply with the state and local laws and regulations. All right, there was a brief comment about solar and shade. And again, we do not have any evidence that the appellant has a right, or that the city has a right to burden the applicant's property, the project where we're talking about, with some type of solar restriction or some type of shade requirement or height requirement to avoid solar. He mentioned it in his record that he submitted both at the Planning Commission and City Council, and I want to be very clear. His citation for the Solar Rights Act, again, under Section 714, that deals with inability to have a contract that prohibits solar applications. Again, that's not what we have here. There is such a thing as a solar easement. It's under Civil Code Sections 801 and 801.5. Yes, that is a possibility, but again, usually you have a writing that is very specific between the parties. Again, an easement burdens a property, and there is no evidence whatsoever in the record, there's been no evidence from the testimony, that there is any type of easement that was created, either in writing or even implied, if possible, that would set some requirement for a particular part of the land that he has a right to sunlight, right? And that's what a solar easement does. And sure, you can create one, and it's going to be very specific with certain time of day, certain time of the years. It's going to have all those measurements that are required to ensure everybody knows where that easement is, because it's going to be recorded, and everybody in the future who goes to that property is going to know, oh, I can't build here, or I can't build a certain height because I'm going to block the sun, and this person to my left has a right to sunlight based upon an easement that's been recorded on the property. And we don't have any of that evidence. So again, while he mentions that as a concern, that is, again, something that we cannot recommend you give any credence to, because it has not been established by the facts. Next, the city does not have the burden, nor does any agency have the ability to require a street design that makes a motor vehicle accident impossible. Again, I understand there's concerns about the proximity of the driveways. These are going to be built to very specific state and local requirements, but accidents happen for a myriad of reasons, right? And many of them, most of them, in fact, are by human error or human mistake or various factors. It's not by the design of the roadway. So to make that comment that this has got to lead to a dangerous condition of property, if it's built to the conditions that we have and the standards and the conditions that we have, again, that's a red herring. That's what we would call it, because it is kind of going down a path that doesn't make sense with the evidence that we have. Finally, his comments again, he wants to place a burden on the applicant's property that simply does not exist. He hasn't provided any information to establish those burdens. And without that evidence, we have to go back to the density law, the density bonus law. And I just want to make sure that you are aware of, again, the state's mandate, the state's desire to assist developers to develop housing, to provide incentives, unless those incentives or those requests would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health and safety. Then you have to go to the definition of that, and that would be a specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. And the following shall not constitute a specific adverse impact upon the public health and safety. So with all that definition, the state even says, and to be very clear, inconsistency with the zoning ordinance or the general plan land use designation is not one of those factors. And I bring that up because this is a case in which this project meets the requirements of our general plan. So I'm going to turn over to Justine in just a minute, but again, I want to be clear that for the city to make a finding that the incentives that make this project work with the height and the setback, we would have to, and again, it would be our burden to show that we can deny the project based upon a very quantifiable, specific adverse impact to health or safety. Next, we have the fire review. So we have the two driveways, one going in, one going out. Those, again, through the project, and this was addressed more in Planning Commission, but I will raise it here, is that we had to have, of course, Ventura County Fire review our plans, right? And they worked with Justine and with the applicant carefully to walk through this project to make sure it worked, right? And that's important because when you look at the two driveways, they had to meet certain codes, and the fire department signed off on those driveways at the location that they were to ensure that they can have the public safety access to this complex once it is built. And so to try to create some change to the driveway to allow for example, the next door neighbor to move and go through the backyard, or to change the location of them, it does impact the fire code or the fire review of this project. And so since fire worked on this to be very careful, we don't have an argument that the driveways for some reason are not to code. In fact, the fire had to sign off on them. It was an issue for this project, and so it was addressed. And so with that, I will give it over to Justine.
Thank you. Just muted myself. I'll start with some of the comments made by Ms. Bradford, and tie in some of the other comments made by Mr. Nayland. So to be clear, the slope of the driveway next to the single-family residence is just a hair under 15 degrees. This project was reviewed by the Public Works Department and the Fire Department. That is a satisfactory grade. It will be reviewed again during the building plan check process, of course. The condition of approval, which requires the wall in between the screen wall, and that would offer some protection in between the driveway and the existing property, does offer enough flexibility that if the appellant and the applicant wanted to continue working together as they have been over the last several weeks, they could still do that and provide this buffer between the two properties. So they could do something like jog the wall in to provide access if the applicant desires that. So I just want to be clear that that option is available to both parties. I'm going to try to untangle some of the numbers that have been discussed this evening. And I think part of the confusion is the way the height is measured here is from the tallest part of the structure to the lowest part of the existing or natural or finished grade, whichever is lower, the adjacent grade. I think the numbers that's been thrown around, the 61 feet, is measured from the lowest part, so the road grade, to the highest part of the building, which is in the back of the property. And that's just not how that is a measurement of height of some kind that is useful in context, but that's not how we measure height in terms of allowable height. So I think that's where that number is coming from. And again, I want to reiterate that the building is being set into the hill rather than on top of it. And I think that's, again, where some of the confusion has been coming from. So I'll repeat the numbers, and I'll ask the applicant to confirm that as the project is set into the existing slope, not on top of it, the proposed building is 41 feet and 8 inches taller than the finished grade. So finished grade is after the project is built, that's the grade, the new grade. But the building is actually only 34 feet taller than the existing grade. So if you were to put the building on top of the hill, right, it would only be 34 feet taller at its tallest point next to the adjacent grade than the existing point, or than the existing grade. Where the project, the building is situated next to the 3 existing patios. So 3 of the appellant's patios are abutting this proposed project. And we heard, I think, maybe some other numbers, but it is 3, as well as the carport. Where the building is situated next to those 3 existing patios, the proposed building is set back 18 feet, more than what would be required, and is 22 to 28 feet above the existing natural grade, right? So again, if you were to put the building on top of the hill and that area, it would be 22 to 28 feet above the existing grade where it's right next to those residences. But the grade will remain the same immediately adjacent to the existing wall. So I'm going to put this diagram back up. I'm going to attempt to. So that's what we're seeing here. So on the right side, where the kind of gray wall is, wait, I think I have a pointer. Yes. Okay, here, this is the appellant's existing retaining wall. And then this, these are the proposed retaining wall and building. So this is where you can see the existing grade remaining the same, and then the finished grades of the proposed building are lower than what you would see on the site today. I also think that there was some maybe misrepresentation of the car that's parked in some of the exhibits. You could see a car parked on the appellant's property, and it seemed to be implied that that car was parked at street grade, so you like as if you were driving from Herbs and parking the car and that was just a flat line. But I want to be clear that the appellant's property does increase in grade similarly to the proposed project. So that car is parked some amount of feet above the grade of the elevation of Herbs Road. I'll just keep going so that we have some clarification of the numbers. The existing retaining wall on the appellant's property is about 6 feet above the natural grade of the proposed project, while the existing neighboring patios, as mentioned by the appellant, are estimated to be 10 to 15 below the top of the existing retaining wall in this area, or, doing the math, 4 to 9 feet below the natural grade, natural existing being the same thing. Therefore, it is estimated that the existing 3 patios adjacent to the appellant's property, or the applicant's property, would be approximately 37 feet lower than the tallest part of the proposed building where they are adjacent. I hope that provided some clarity of how I'm describing height versus where the appellant is describing height. I think we're just using different types of measurement.
Can I ask you a request, have a request? You had a beautiful rendering that showed I believe it would be the east-west. Could you please put that back up? Because that did a nice job showing the height relative to current property versus what is proposed. Do you know the slide I'm referring to?
Yes.
Thank you. Your articulation of the numbers are wonderful, but visuals help me as well.
Nope, this is not the right one. Hold on, stand by. This is the diagram you're looking for?
Yes, that would be the one.
Yeah, and I believe this rendering also shows where the existing trees are to remain shielding, some of these privacy concerns, although, of course, they're showing that the existing development is far back towards the property line and the proposed project is forward of the existing development. And there are new trees proposed as well to provide screening and privacy, again, for both properties. Let's see if there's anything else. Just want to be clear, the trash chute is part of the building, so it's fully enclosed. There's no venting. There's no fumes that are going to be escaping the trash chute area. It's part of the building. It's located in the garage. It's going to be built to the standards of the fire department and our sustainability division. Just want to be clear that it's not like an open chute of any kind. And that tandem parking, again, does require, as a condition of approval, a parking management plan, which would have to make sense and allow everybody to get in and out of their spots the way that they need to. I think that's it.
Staff, any other responses? I've got 3 questions that I'm going to go to. I believe it was Mr. Adam, you had a question? And then Mr. Newman, we'll come back. Did you have any? I think it was Mr. Newman first then. So I'm going to ask you the following. Tenant has alleged, and if I'm misinterpreting it, please correct me, that you have not reached out at all, the architect has not reached out at all, has not communicated with the appellant number 2. Is that a fair assessment, or what efforts have we made as a city to reach out to the appellant number 2?
Well, I will let the applicant and the owners here as well speak to the conversations that they've had with the appellant, which I believe have taken place, although I've not been a part of those private conversations. But speaking from the city's perspective, as I mentioned in my presentation, we've met several times at the city to go over the plans. I had the pleasure of visiting the appellant's property, which is beautiful. And his tenants were gracious enough to allow me into those patios, which abut the proposed project. And we've met at the proposed project site as well, and we've had several phone conversations all very pleasant.
Thank you. So we have, as a city, reached out to the appellant number 2 in the process.
Yes, throughout the last year.
And your understanding is the developer as well as the architect has had communications with the appellant, correct?
That's my understanding, and I will let them speak to that directly.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Heher, and I think one for Ms. Kendall. I'm going to start with Ms. Kendall because it's just a simple math question. On the diagram you just put up, if I'm reading it right, I think it shows, using the way that Mr. Nalen was measuring, I think the rightmost dimension, it's very small type, so I'm not sure I'm reading it right, but I think that says 60 feet 2 inches from the lowest point of herbs to the highest point of the roof line above grade, correct?
Right, that's what I think that's where that number is coming from.
So here's my question. I understand, and understanding that we don't measure building height this way. We measure above grade. We measure from the bottom of the building to the top of the building.
Of the adjacent grade.
Right. But given that Mr. Nalen is representing 61 feet, we're at 60 feet 2 inches, we're in the same ballpark. Mr. Nalen made a representation that this project is 61 feet and his property, I think the number he used was 25 feet. Yeah, so he was making the point he was making was there was this really substantial differential between those. And I understand we use a different measurement method, but his point was using his measurement method. There was a very substantial differential between the roof heights. Does the city agree with that statement or not?
Can we put the visual back up there on the rendering? It helps us in our discussion. Thank you.
No, so the appellant's property also steps up in elevation, similarly to the proposed project. I don't have the as-built elevations for the existing development, so I can't speak to exact numbers. But the applicant has done their best to figure out what an estimate what the existing elevation of the existing development is. That's what they're showing here, that they're not substantially dissimilar in terms of.
So we're
if you
not
were to
talking
measure it
about
in
a
the same
20
way.
foot or 30 foot differential, something like that.
Right, so if you were to measure it in the same way, from street level to the absolute highest point of the development, there wouldn't be a huge difference. But what we're talking about is where the at least to address the concern, the proposed property is 22 to 28 feet above, or at a higher elevation than the patios of the existing multifamily development.
I see. Okay, thank you. For Mr. Heher, I need some more information to be able to evaluate the claim that there can be an exemption to the state density law. So question one is, somewhere in there I heard a claim that an exemption may be granted if there is a risk to public health, safety, or well-being. And then I heard you say public health or safety. So can you clarify, is well-being part of that or not?
Not in the code that I'm reading, which has to do with the density bonus and then the definitions. So there's two different codes I'm reviewing. So first, let me just state that HCD is, and as you know, I'm repeating this again. I know you understand this, Mr. Newman, but they're going to read this as broadly as possible to create housing. I mean, and from the new case law, that's exactly what they've been doing. So with that, here is the burden that we would have, right? So the way that it's written is that we cannot deny or disapprove a qualified density bonus project, right? So right away it starts, you shall not do this, right? Unless you find one of these two findings. The first one doesn't, we wouldn't meet that anyway. So the second one is the housing development project, which is what this would be, would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety. And there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact without rendering the development unaffordable to low and moderate low households, right? And then it defines specific adverse impact, because now they're adding to it now to make sure that we are following the rules, the new rules. And so they define that as I mentioned earlier, a specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date of the application was deemed complete, and the following should not constitute a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety, and one of those is inconsistency with the zoning ordinance or general plan. The next thing is that our burden is based on a preponderance of the evidence, right, in the record. So if you have two kind of equal positions, it's difficult, versus a substantial evidence is a little easier for the city to meet. This one is more difficult to meet that burden, right? So that's what I'm saying is, it's important for you to understand that despite the concerns about the state density bonus laws we heard from the appellant, despite those comments, this is a qualified density bonus project. And so you start with that basic premise. This is a density bonus project, and what are the two incentives he wants? Height and the setback. Okay, what do we have as evidence to say we should not allow that? Right now, I don't believe there's established evidence.
Right. And so on that, my
Yes.
third and final question is, would any of the three following objections constitute grounds for granting this exemption? Would qualify as a specific adverse impact? All three of which we heard in the appellant's testimony. Noise, solar, or property value, adverse impact on property value.
All right, so for all three of those, from the evidence that we have right now, I don't think there's enough evidence to support a finding on any of those three bases. I think that's how I would word it.
Mhm.
It is that we do not have enough evidence to support that kind of finding at this stage of the hearing.
Very good, thank you.
Let's move into rebuttal. Ms. Bradford, you're welcome to, if you wish to rebut anything that's been said or discussed, you're welcome to step up to the podium if you wish to rebut anything that's been said. You have 5 minutes during your rebut.
I heard the comments about the fact that the property line is right next to my garage. All I was asking is, I want to be able to maintain the garage, painting it, keeping it up, and I don't know how I can do that, being so close. And I understand the rule that there's no way I can go on the property, on their property to do that. So I guess I can't maintain the side of my garage. Is the answer, right? Is the
Not
solution?
necessarily, that's why we're here in this discussion, but we want to hear your rebuts to anything that may have brought forward. And we hear you very well that that's a concern.
Yes.
And we're trying to filter through that right now.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Nayland.
Is it possible that I could walk over and give my impressions of what Justine put up on that, so we're all on the same page here?
Which one do you want to have up on the screen?
The elevation.
Oh, that one right there. Yes, please, feel free to walk on over. We'll give you the handheld microphone.
Thank you. This is Herb's Street. This is my parking lot. There's no building here. They have their first building, which is 42 feet high. 42 feet versus 10 feet. 32 feet. When I am in my parking lot, I'm going to look at a building 5 feet away. It's 32 feet high. I have a parking stall here and a parking stall here. If I'm standing in the middle of my parking lot, I look up, I see this. Now, that might be 41 feet, 30, I'm guessing here. My property scales up 10 feet. Where I have used the measurement of 6 feet is back here. This plus the construction plus the grade from Herb's is 61 feet. It's on their plans. Now, when I scale back up, my scaling does not match their scaling. My scaling matches 10 feet, 5 feet, and then the top of my property is 20 feet below the top of their property. I have in no way am my top of my property anywhere close to the top of their property. The top of my property is 35 feet. Top of their property, now whether you call this grading, finished grade, I'm just talking about 61 feet versus 0. At 61 feet high, I'm 35 feet, 20 to 25 to 30, I think I'm 35 feet to 0. That's the different elevations. And I know it's a little tricky to grasp this. It's taken me a year to figure this out. So my problem is that this hangs over units 3, 4, and 5. 6, 7, 8 are back there. This property hangs over my parking area. Now, whether that constitutes an effect on public health and safety, and whether I need to prove to you that it does by a preponderance of evidence, which is, I think council will be able to tell you, it's 51-49. It's not clear and convincing. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Except, do you believe that normal people would be affected by a 30-foot structure 15 feet or 5 feet away from your back patio? So this is the question. Do you have the authority to identify that there is an exception to the bonus density laws because this is so high and not set back? This is a violation of the original setback and height requirements of this city. So you're being forced by the density bonus people to accept the project as drafted, and I'm telling you, you don't have to do it. You can say, no, that is too close and exacerbated by the fact that I have a 12 feet in addition to the height of that wall. That's my point. I think we've beat that to death, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same level. I shouldn't use that figure. On the same, of the same mind about how this thing affects each other.
Mr. Nayland, if you put your finger where the outside parking lot is in front, put your finger up
Mine?
there. Yes. Put your finger where the outside parking lot is for your property.
Right here.
Now, if I look southwest, looking at the property, it looks to me like I have some nice trees that are there as a buffer where you will not see the building. Is that correct?
Here?
Those are existing trees. Is that correct?
No, these are my trees.
Exactly. Let me come back to my
But they're
statement
only-
again.
they're
Mr.
two-
Naylor?
They're 2 trees.
Mr. Naylor?
Yes.
If you're standing in your parking lot and you now look southwest, you will be looking at trees, not the building, correct?
No, the trees are at the front part of the parking lot. This is parking with the 2 trees. This is parking. I have probably about 40 feet of parking. I got
So
one
part
row
of it
here,
is
one
with
row-
trees and part of it is without trees.
I'm
Is
sorry,
that-
but trees don't block this view. They're more towards the front of the property.
So you're saying our rendering is wrong, is that what you're saying?
Sorry.
You're saying our rendering is incorrect, is that what you're saying?
A little bit. This should be away.
Now, if we look at the height of the current proposed project at its height on the left side, come down to the black dotted line, there's not much difference between the height of your current property and the other property, but if you go midway, that's where, yes, there is some difference between height of your property versus the proposed property, is my point.
I would venture to say that the difference between my property and that property is 41 feet.
If you go over to the
I would say
left part of the picture, go to the height, go to the major height of the, yes. Now, if you come down a few feet, you will see where your property, nope, go to the left a little bit more, drop down. If you look right, no, there you go. That's the top of your building or the beginning of the top. That's not much of a difference in height, is that correct?
No, that's 20 feet.
No, it's not. I'm looking at that rendering. That is nowhere close to 20 feet. Top of your building on the left-hand side versus what's being rendered as a proposed project is not 20 feet, is my point. But if you come midway, yes, then it would be possibly 20 feet. I agree.
The top of my roof is 35 feet.
And what's the top of the other one?
This is 61.
No, it's not. That's from the street. I don't want to get in an argument here with you, but I'm seeing it differently, and I'm looking for
You can look at
visuals.
their plans. It's 61 feet right here to see.
We're not looking relative to the street, sir. We're looking relative to the building that currently exists to the proposed building. Look at the difference in those two buildings. What is the height difference?
I can only tell you what the plans show. It shows 61 feet right there.
David, go. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Am I wrong?
Council, any other questions for the man? Nope. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your thoughts.
Are we clear? I mean, you kind of shut me up there.
Because I'm going to disagree with you. I'm still trying to get you to understand that the top of their rendering versus the top of your building looks to me to be about 5, 10 feet maybe.
That's not correct, sir.
So what do you tell me what there is incorrect?
61 feet, 35
You're
feet.
bringing your finger down too low. Go to the top of your building.
Well, you tell me, sir, where the top of my building is.
Right where the dotted lines are that come together at the roof line.
Here?
There's a
Here?
roof line. Move to the left, move to the left. Put your finger back up. Now move to the left.
That's
Right
the top
there,
of my
stop.
building?
Exactly. That's what that dotted line is telling me, that's the top of your building. And I'm looking at the difference there, and I'm seeing less than 5 feet.
Well, that's a mistake then in the plan.
Thank you. That's what I needed to clarify. Thank you for doing that. With that, we want to have the applicant, Mark Pettit of Lauerbach and Associates. Please, you've got 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. I just wanted to clear up a couple things. Our project is 30 units, not 32. I wish we had 32, but we only have 30. The back portion of the building is only 3 stories tall, so when you add that up, plus the parapet, you're about 32 feet. We set into the ground a little bit. I did want to mention, our building is not 50,000 square feet. Our livable area is about 35,000 square foot. We have a full parking area down that's underground and tucked in, and the total of the building is about 47,000 square feet. The adjacent property has the 3 balconies that are about 12 foot below the existing grade. And wanted to make things important to understand, the front portion of the adjacent apartment building, adjacent to our building, there's no adjacent apartment building there for over half of the building. And we're set back well in excess because of our landscape and in our exit driveway. about halfway up, adjacent to the start of the adjacent apartment building. Within that 5 feet is our trash enclosure and chute. That only goes up to the second floor. It's not 42 feet, it's about 30 feet at most. And you can see that there. That is the only portion that's within 15 feet. As you go further up on our property, we're set back about 18 feet, and the adjacent building is 10-foot setback from the property line. So we're 28 feet away. And in that 28 feet, about 18 on our property is fully landscaped with trees and so on. So we just have that one trash enclosure with the chute that is within that area that's anywhere adjacent to the existing building. In regards to the single-family residence, there's a pinch point at the back corner of the garage. So the garage is the only building that's closest to the property line. So there's a pinch point where the building is within probably less than a foot from where our wall will be or where the property line is. And then it's a little bit of a pie shape. There's an opening of between 2 and 3 feet. It's very easy from a maintenance point of view to put gravel down in that little pie shape between the wall and the side of the garage. And as far as maintenance, accessing it from that side, the wide pie shape, you can get to a certain point for painting, but whatever you can't, it's within 2 feet of the top of where the wall is. With a brush, easily can be painted. It's really not an issue. And as far as access along that, there's a whole nother side yard on the other side of the single-family home that could have access. So once again, we thank you for your consideration tonight, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Council questions? Mr. Newman?
Yeah, thank you for your testimony and rebuttal. I think I just heard you say that speaking to Ms. Bradford's concern, that her garage would be accessible from your property.
It wouldn't be as if it were a 5-foot setback, but it has some challenges. But I think that working with Alex, that he'd be able to work something out when those times are maintenance is needed.
So help me reconcile this. I have, on the one hand, you just said you think Alex, the owner, would be willing to work something out. And then I also have a piece of paper saying we're not willing to grant an easement. So both things cannot be.
So it wouldn't be an easement because the access would be, for the most part, on the single family's lot. What I'm saying is, in times that would be for maintenance, I'm sure that Alex would allow them to access for whatever portion that they needed to maintain the building. It's in his best interest that his neighboring building looks good.
Of course, yeah. And you're saying there is willingness on the property owner's part to work with their neighbor to allow that maintenance to occur. Is that a fair statement?
We talk all the time with Alex, but I'm sure he's here and he can answer that directly.
Is the property owner here?
Yes.
Could the property owner affirm that there is willingness to, I see your head nodding, and that's fine. I'm delighted to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you reached out to the Mr. Naylor regarding through the process?
So as architects, we work directly with the owner, and the owner's been the one that's been dealing with them and then coming back to us with saying how we could build this. So in this particular project, Alex has been doing the heavy lifting of working with the two property owners on each side.
So Ms. Bradford concern, and I'm looking at that property line, and I'm thinking like rain gutters, going with repairs of stucco. How many feet are we talking about to get a body back in there to do stucco? Because that's very hard to do if you're up a certain number of feet to do stucco repair on the side of a building, or rain gutters, things of that nature. Give me an idea of what we can do here.
Well, like I said, from the property line, at most, at the widest area, it's about 3 feet away. At the narrowest, it's maybe 6 inches. So at the top of the wall, which is not gigantically tall, you can access that, whether it's extended paintbrush or any of those types of things.
Have you ever done stucco repair and trying to
Actually,
do that
I
from a
have
distance?
in my house.
So then tell me, how are you able to do that from 6 inches and
I have
trying
a
to get in
wall,
there.
I have a wall that's actually 18 inches away from my building, and it's difficult, but you can do it.
I'm looking at protecting the current homeowner with the ability to maintain that garage, whether it be a rain gutter or repairs to stucco or paint. And she's not feeling very warm, fuzzy that this is going to be addressed if she has to get in there. What can we do here to make her feel as though she's heard and she has access to and the ability to repair that wall?
I think those would be questions better for Alex, but I think that we have the ability from our property to get a pretty good shot at fixing those types of imperfections when they would arise.
Ms. Bradford, does that sound okay to you? Working cooperative with the owner? Does that sound okay? All right, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then my last question. Nope, that's all that I have. Councilman, any other questions here? We good? Super. So what I'd like to do is close the hearing. Thank you, sir. Close the hearing. Council, discussion. Who wants to go first? Mr. Newman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of full disclosure, I should state that in 2014, I voted against the large apartment project on Los Feliz that the applicant mentioned, in part because I felt it was too large for its parcel, and that the waivers granted to reduce public or private open space on the property created an adverse condition for tenants. So I'm delighted to hear that property owner did, or the builder did work with you to do that. But the reason that I was able to say it was too large for its property was that the law at the time permitted me to make subjective judgments. It permitted me to say, I think this building is incompatible with its surroundings. And I think the fact that there are single-family homes on either side of this, which is still true to this day, make this not a good fit for the immediate vicinity. The state, in its wisdom, has taken those tools away from us. I think I'm all for objective standards in planning. I think they're a very good thing. But I think when the state took away subjective judgments as well, they took away an essential local planning tool. And I don't have the ability to make a judgment about this case tonight using any sort of subjective judgment. So I just want to state that at the output. If there were something, if I were a property owner and I had a great big building going in next to me, I personally would not be very happy. But based on the evidence we have in front of us, based on what the state density bonus law allows, based on the Planning Commission hearing, and their job was to find, is this legal? Does this comport with not only our zoning laws, but the state's as well? And unanimously, they found that it did. Based on all the preponderance of all those things, I don't have a legal basis for denying this appeal. So my vote will be to deny the appeal because I don't have the legal tools to do so. I'm very sympathetic with the concerns you have. I think you've made very many good arguments, Mr. Nalen. I'm glad to hear of your willingness to work with the owner, and I hope the owner and you will continue to work together to find some kind of accommodation. But the question before us is, are we carrying out the laws that we have before us? And all of the testimony we've heard tonight suggests that we are. So on that basis, I'm going to vote to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Just because I'm following Mr. Newman, we actually have conversations about this subject pretty frequently about how you ultimately get a market, especially speaking real estate, to a healthy point, maybe more specifically affordable housing. And in my perspective, I've always believed that you get there by adding supply. And where our conversation goes more personally is, where is the balance between kind of the state getting involved and having a percentage that's affordable housing and still having a project make sense financially for a developer to come and actually take the risk to build it. When it comes to this one, asking you guys, if you guys didn't qualify for the density bonus and we said, you know what, we're going to limit your units, knowing that right now cost of construction's up, the debt market is basically non-existent, cap rates have moved almost a full percentage point, would you guys be building or would you guys be walking away from this project? Most likely you're walking away. And so in my perspective, this is the time that we're in. These are the projects that we need. We have a difficult project when we're talking about the complexity of building. When you're building into a grade, it is not as simple as some of the easier projects that maybe we build as a company. So where I will commend you, I think you guys did a really good job figuring out how to make this work in a pretty interesting property or considering the grade. So in my perspective, and then I would kind of echo Mr. Newman, the state, if this thing qualifies for state density bonus, there's nothing we can do. Even if there was issues that I had with the project, this is out of our hands. So, but I want to say personally, I actually think this is a cool project. So without that in mind, I am not tempted, I would agree with you that I think this project should move forward.
Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go a little bit different approach. The city, we hear from our business community all the time that we need more housing. This is an infill project that does leave our open space and areas alone. It is off our main drag. It's off of Thousand Oaks Boulevard in an area that we are trying to target for higher density and more people to get a feeling of a downtown area. All that said, the testimony today from our people and from the applicant, I was looking for a concrete reason that we would not apply the concessions that were asked for by our applicant. Not in terms of blocking it, I just wanted to see if there was a concrete reason to do so. I think you have to have an acute reason to block these types of projects. In other words, is the building going to be built right out to the corner that blocks the view of traffic going down and creating a traffic hazard? Those are the types of things where we can say, yes, that is a safety hazard, and we can approach this from that aspect. The appellant person said that there are some issues, and I might have been agree that I like sunshine as much as the next person, but that is not an acute enough in my mind to block what state law requires us to do. So I would not find that the objections that were pointed out today rise to the level of an acute issue that would cause public safety and a hazard to the health of people. So given the fact that we do need to build housing, that supply is important, that this will have some affordable housing as an aspect to it in an area where we want the housing to go, I believe that this is a project that we should green light and deny the applicant.
Mr. Adam.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Nalen, I empathize with your concerns. I can understand how you must feel with your property next to a vacant lot for 25 years, and all of a sudden there's a project that's been proposed. I understand that. I have to say, though, that well, first, this business of the height, it's not the construction height of the building. In my opinion, it's the slope that's the culprit. That's giving it that height that you keep referring to. But we go by construction height, not slope. And to me, as my fellow council member says, this boils down to that density bonus law. You know, we can't lower the density to lower the height, as you suggest, because the applicant's entitled to those 30 units. And we can't lower the height of the construction height because they're entitled to 41 feet. The density bonus law is clear there. And other than that, you know, I think it fits with our general plan. I think it helps with our RHNA numbers, regional housing needs assessment numbers, and just big picture too. The spot this is right next to Thousand Oaks Boulevard. You know, we're trying to build along the 101 corridor, stay out of the open space, stay out of all these fixed neighborhoods, and build on that 101 corridor. And this is right there, walkable to the boulevard, lower vehicle miles traveled. Hopefully, people will walk and not drive. So it really, and it's got some affordable units too. It really fits in there. So I think that. I just don't find any real grounds to grant your appeal, and I don't think I've heard a motion yet, but I'll make one that at this point I would move that we deny the appeal of the Planning Commission approval of 30-unit apartment complex by the two applicants, and I would ask you both to continue to work with the developer to try to get the concessions that you're looking for. I think he sounds pretty willing to do that, so that's something that would be between you and them, but continue to do that. So that would be my motion.
I'm delighted that, Mr. Nayland, you're here to represent the building and your tenants. You obviously take pride in your building and the happiness of their tenants, which is, to me, very critical. The cities throughout California have had their will taken away from them and imposed upon us by Sacramento. Sacramento's trying to address a housing problem that, in my opinion, their policies created this housing issue we have in California, where it's not cost-effective to build in many cases. And we as city councils throughout California are having to navigate things like density bonuses, parking requirements, cost of construction, as Councilmember Taylor has pointed out, has become cost prohibitive in most cases. It's self-inflicted by the state of California, asked to be solved by the cities, and that's why we're here today to address these issues. Walking into this, I was concerned very much so with Ms. Bradford's situation with the parking, or not the parking, the garage right next to the ramp that would allow cars to come into the parking or into the structure. One of the beauties of our community is the cooperation of our neighbors, and that we have terrific people who live here in Thousand Oaks that want to do what's best for the city. And I am very, very heartened, and thank you very much to the owner-developer who's willing to work cooperatively with the homeowner, Ms. Bradford, to make certain that she's whole, that she has access to maintain her garage there, and that's the quality of the people we have here. Litigation's not fun. I don't anticipate this to happen, but I appreciate the cooperation the two of you have expressed here. Thank you. The applicant, or the appellate number one, or number two, Mr. Nayland, addressed the issues of health and safety, which I don't see any health or safety issues happening here. He expressed the concerns regarding the height of the building. And when I look at the height of the building on the renderings of the northeast side by our staff, nice pictures, by the way, thank you very much. I'm not seeing much of a height difference from the height of his building at the maximum to the height of what's proposed here. In the midsection, yes, there is some difference, but that can be covered up through landscaping, trees, that in 5-10 years you would not see the building. And that actually may be an amenity that would be very nice for the building, giving an outdoor kind of feel that would actually add value to Mr. Nyler's building there. I'm glad the applicant put in parking, because again, I don't want this to be Santa Monica, West LA, Burbank, where people have to park on the street and hike in a quarter of a mile just to get back to their apartment. It's unfortunate that we are under the gun of Sacramento forcing its will upon us by having density bonuses and requiring certain parking requirements that may not fit in with the city, but that's what we have to navigate through, as articulated by several of my council colleagues. That's what we have to live with here as a council, is try to navigate through what Sacramento is telling cities to do. And we have a motion on the floor right now by Mr. Adam, and if no further comment, I will call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
I just want to confirm, the motion is staff's recommendation, deny the appeal and approve the project.
That's my understanding. Okay.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess that may wind up being a 10-minute recess, but we'll be back here at 9:05. let's get settled in. We're going to wait just a moment. A much-needed break. Thank you much. We'll get underway in just a moment when we get one other council member seated in and settled.
They went to go.
One more to go, and then we'll get underway here, so just hang in there for a moment. Madam Clerk, would you please go ahead and open the hearing for item 10B?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 10B, Municipal Code Amendment 2023-70004, update to inclusionary housing program and non-residential development linkage fees. Speakers are requested to state their name for the record. 11 speakers have presented speaker cards and pursuant to council standards. Each speaker will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. We'll move it over to Mr. Ian Holt, Senior Planner. Mr. Holt, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. So before you tonight, we have, as was stated earlier, the Inclusionary Housing Program and Non-Residential Development Linkage Fee Update. Specifically, the request before you is to adopt an ordinance amending the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, specifically Title IX of the Planning and Zoning, and as well as Chapter 10, Affordable Housing, and the various articles that would be pertinent to the application of an inclusionary housing. Also before you are 2 resolutions setting the fees associated with inclusionary housing in lieu fees, as well as basically a reset of a non-residential linkage fee at 0. That would also rescind some of the 2 existing resolutions that had set the fees back in 2012. And then finally, to find that these actions are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Just as a quick refresher, these amendments establish provisions for the construction of affordable housing as part of new rental and ownership development, and also as required by law, there need to be alternative options moving forward for the provision of affordable housing. That could be either done through in lieu fees or off-site construction, and particularly for sale projects. So the overarching goals of an inclusionary housing program and linkage fees, basically to adopt them is to basically avoid a burden on developers by providing feasible options to contribute towards the production of affordable housing. And ultimately with the goal of striking a balance of creating affordable housing as well as allowing economic development within the community. Just as a quick refresher on the background, we were before you in February of this year. At that time, you reviewed the findings of the inclusionary financial evaluation as well as the nexus studies associated with the non-residential linkage fees. You also provided direction on completing the updates to the inclusionary housing program and the non-residential development linkage fee ordinances. What's presented to you and what was presented to the Planning Commission was effectively the direction that you provided in pursuing the thresholds, the percentages, and so forth that were presented at that time, as well as the direction of not adopting a linkage fee. Planning Commission heard the item, provided a recommendation on the municipal code amendment aspect, and they unanimously recommended approval for the proposed ordinance with just some minor adjustments for clarification on decision-making authority by the City Council. So with that, I would like to turn it over to our consultant, Kathy Head, to kind of provide just an overview again of the policy recommendations and some of the background for the inclusionary housing. So with that, turn it over to Kathy.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. As Ian said, I'm Kathy Head. I'm president of Kaiser Marston, and I prepared the financial evaluation that you've all looked at multiple times now. So I just want to go over a few highlights of what we looked at in the recommendations. So the key issues that we looked at when we did the financial evaluation, which are very important, are that the requirements can't be confiscatory, and the requirements cannot deprive an owner of a fair and reasonable return on their investment. The next thing you want to look at, and this was discussed in the previous item, is the strength of the real estate market when you're looking at types of requirements that you're going to impose, be it inclusionary or any other type of city requirement being imposed on development, and what that will impact. And so the idea is, it's clear that affordable housing is an unmet need in the community and in the county at large. But then there's also a need to have property owners and developers want to develop in your community. So the idea is to balance the two wants and needs in a manner so that you don't stop development, but that you get affordable housing. And so when we do these analyses, we always take a conservative approach to coming up with our analysis and conclusions. So just going over the highlights of the results of the analyses, the first thing is to look at was ownership housing, looking at the sales prices of homes in Thousand Oaks and the large difference between the market price of ownership housing in Thousand Oaks and the affordable price of ownership housing in Thousand Oaks. It was determined that moderate income as a requirement really creates the least impact and so is the most viable of the methodologies for establishing an inclusionary housing requirement. Moving to rental, AB 1505, which the state legislature passed when they allowed rental to be subject to inclusionary once again, they said in their HCD said, and the legislature said, that they identified 15% at 80% of median, so 15% requirement affordable to folks at 80% of the median was a standard that they were comfortable with. They didn't say it was an absolute requirement, they just identified it in the actual statute. And then HCD subsequently wrote a memo that said, no, we kind of meant that. So that they really are looking for you, unless you have very strong evidence to go with a more stringent requirement, they're looking at jurisdictions not going to a more stringent requirement than 80% of the median and a 15% requirement. There are definitely cities in California that have higher percentages, but I stand by, we take a conservative approach, and we try not, we really do not want to constrain housing development. And then this will be relevant to the item we just heard, is that it's very likely that a large number of rental developers will come to your community, and especially if inclusionary is adopted, ask to use the density bonus as a means of mitigating the impact created by that affordability. Just as an FYI, the project that you heard just now, that project would comply with the proposed inclusionary housing standards. So it meets both the density bonus and the inclusionary. Next slide, please. So just talking about density bonus just for one more page is that I really do anticipate that developers on larger sites than what you were just looking at may very well attempt to maximize the use of density bonus. And then we're recommending a low income requirement for inclusionary, but it's very likely that most developers will, to maximize the benefit of the density bonus, will provide you with very low income units. And so then you'll get more bang for your buck from those projects that use the density bonus. One more. Okay, so based on all those factors and based on the financial evaluation that we went over for about 35 slides last time, we're recommending that the requirement be set at a 10% low income requirement for rental, and that, again, developers, you can anticipate that some, if not all developers, will choose to use the density bonus in some manner. Next slide. And then for ownership housing, given especially single-family homes, but even townhome products, the difference in the market price and the affordable price is an extreme cost. And so our recommendation there is, again, set it at a moderate income requirement. Townhomes, we're suggesting a 10% moderate income requirement. Single-family homes, we're suggesting a 5% moderate income requirement. And then, so now moving to the policy recommendations. Okay, so when we prepared a policy recommendations memorandum that went along after our financial evaluation, this is based on discussions with the City Council and then subsequently the Planning Commission. The notion is to set the threshold project size that for which our projects are subject to the inclusionary housing requirement at 10 units. So if a project has 9 or fewer units, it would not be subject to the inclusionary housing requirement. The covenant period, so the periods in which the units would be required to stay affordable, for rental, we're recommending that it be set at a minimum of 55 years, but for as long as the project remains a residential use. So in no case would it be shorter than 55 years, but if at some point in time that's no longer a residential neighborhood or just different types of development are occurring and it's no longer residential, then the covenant would terminate whenever that occurred after 55 years. And then for ownership housing, we're suggesting one 45-year covenant. So from first sale, year 0, subsequent people buy and buy and buy till year 45. And in year 45, that covenant would come off. Next slide. So again, we're recommending a 10% low-income requirement for apartment development, a 10% requirement for townhome development, and a 5% requirement for detached single-family homes. Again, and I'm just going to say this because I say it every time, and I have to say it a bunch of times, is the courts have not given you any guidance on defining what's confiscatory and what's a reasonable return on an owner's investment. So I think it's really important to take, in my opinion, to take a conservative approach to establishing these requirements. I think that our financial analysis provides the background and the substantiation to do that. And so it may very well be that, you might want to do a higher percentage. I wouldn't recommend it because of those standards that have just been left gray. And so reasonable is in the eye of the beholder. Okay, and then in lieu fees. Okay, so what we're suggesting, and this was done based on an affordability gap analysis. So what we did was when we did the financial evaluation, we estimated what the market rent was or what the market rate sales price was for the home. Then we estimated, for example, for the apartments then, what the low-income rent would be versus the market rent. We figured out the affordability gap between those two and set the in lieu fee based on that. And so the other thing that we recommend that be done is that in lieu fee be measured per square foot of leasable area as opposed to per unit. And the reason for that is if you set it per unit, then large units get a break and small units take a hit. Whereas if you do it per square foot, it's more equitable in that then smaller units pay a lower fee and larger units pay a higher fee, which is a representation of value. Based on our affordability gap analysis, we set the fee at $25.70 per square foot of leasable area. Same type of analysis, although simpler for ownership, because all you have to do is subtract, is market price minus affordable price. That's the affordability gap. You take that and you factor in what the inclusionary housing requirement is, and that's how you set your fee. Once again, it's based on saleable area of the unit for the same reasons that I just explained. And so based on the 10% moderate income requirement for townhomes, the fee was $14.60 per square foot. And for the 5% detached single-family home requirement, it was $16.80 per square foot. Again, all done on affordability gap analysis. We're recommending that the in lieu fees be paid for any fractional inclusionary unit that is incurred. So for example, if a project owed 6.3 inclusionary units, they would provide 6 units, and then they would pay a fee for 0.3 units. We're also suggesting that apartments between 10 and 20 units be allowed to pay the fee by right. So if a small apartment project is being developed and they wish to pay the fee, we're suggesting that be allowed to be done by right. We're also suggesting, and this is more just because of legal issues, is to say if a developer can prove an extreme financial hardship, then projects over 20 units should be allowed to pay the fee to avoid that case of extreme financial hardship. But that should be the burden of the developer to be able to prove to you that that extreme financial hardship exists. And realistically, if your program works, there should not be an extreme financial hardship. But nonetheless, it should be included. And then premium priced ownership housing, particularly single-family homes, that, your $1.5 million single-family home, it really makes a lot more sense to let developers pay the fee rather than producing units, just because you'll get so few units and you basically have a lottery winner for each person who gets the single-family home unit at the affordable price. And you can use the in lieu fee to fund assistance to projects that are dedicated affordable projects. We're suggesting that the fee be increased annually automatically based on the change in the new home price in Ventura County. And so that can go up and it can go down. And so, but what it does is it gives you a mechanism so that you're not reanalyzing every year, but you just know that it's going to go up by X percent or it's going to go down by X percent. I've been doing these for a long time and I've had them go both up and down over time. And I find if you don't set up a mechanism like that, they tend to just get lost in the shuffle. Santa Monica had the same fee for like 15 years. Yeah, because they didn't do a new study. So we're really suggesting you use that methodology. It's really simple. Next slide. Then the state law asks you to provide options, alternatives for fulfilling the requirement rather than just producing it on site. So what we've suggested based on all the analysis and conversations with you as a city council and with the Planning Commission and with our focus groups when we're doing focus groups is we narrowed it down to land dedication under very limited circumstances where a developer can come to you with a piece of land, and if it's zoned properly and it's an efficient site and it can be developed in an efficient manner and it's in a neighborhood where you'd want it to be developed and et cetera, then it's up to you at your own discretion to say whether or not you're going to accept land dedication in lieu of producing the affordable units. And that'd be the case for both rental and ownership. In addition, for ownership housing development, we're suggesting that you offer two options in addition to on-site production, and that is off-site, but we're suggesting that be apartment units if it's off-site, and then you'll get deeper affordability. We're also suggesting that they could, on a large site, that they could create a separate parcel, and that separate parcel could be developed with affordable rental units. Again, deeper affordability. And then one more. Oh, the in lieu fee went away. And then the in lieu fee, which I already discussed.
All right, so, with that, what's presented to you is basically what has been summarized by Kathy. Included in your draft ordinance and the resolutions is the components of the municipal code, but we'd like to state that this, item is consistent with the general plan goals of developing appropriate additional tools, enabling commercial, industrial, and residential development to flourish in an efficient and compatible manner, as well as the city general plan policy of housing, strive to provide a balanced range of adequate housing for Thousand Oaks planning area residents in a variety of locations for all individuals, regardless of age, income, ethnic background, marital status, physical and developmental disability. The item before you is a component of our housing element, and it's consistent with Goal 1 as far as providing a wide range of housing opportunities for persons of all incomes, specifically Program 6, which is the emphasis on affordable housing development, and specifically the objective and time frame of updating the inclusionary housing in lieu fee and linkage fee by 2024. So we're thankfully ahead of schedule. And this is all basically to really help assist in us meeting our regional housing needs assessment allocation numbers for affordable housing for this next housing cycle and for future cycles as well. And so there below, we have the various affordable income targets that we have for this housing cycle: 735 very low income units, 494 low income, and 532 moderate income. So with that, staff would recommend the City Council approve the municipal code amendment. It is exempt from the provisions of CEQA, as well as adopt the ordinance approving the amendments to Chapter 10 of Title 9 of the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, as well as adopt the resolutions setting the inclusionary housing in lieu and non-residential development linkage fees, as well, and currently rescinding the resolutions 2012-071 and 2012-072. And that would conclude our presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Holtz, for the presentation. City Council members, any questions? Mr. Engler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, and nice to see you again. I think just a couple questions popped into mind as you were going over things. You mentioned that HCD liked the number of 15%, that 80% of income and that sort of thing. You're proposing a 10% at 80%. How did you arrive at that delta, and can you go a little bit into why you came to us with 10%, not some range in the 15% range?
Sure. No, that's an excellent question. So what HCD was telling you when they wrote that and when AB 1505 was written, they were saying don't be stricter than that. And they were also saying if you were going to be stricter than that, you had to do a financial evaluation to support being stricter than that. So what you did, which I think is best practice, is you said, well, even if we're not going to go above 15%, we're going to do a financial evaluation because we don't want to create a constraint to housing. Because what's really important in this, in addition to what AB 1505 told you, is that HCD also can come back to your community and say your requirement, no matter what it is creating a constraint to housing, prove that it's not. And that's actually happened in cities that I've worked in. So the idea is, I have some communities where I've worked in where they've just said, as their initial thought, well, that's fine that your analysis says 10%, but we're going to do 15% anyway because HCD says we can. I don't recommend that because I really do think that the 10% requirement, while conservative, is there to balance. So the financial analysis that I did to come up with the balance between developers' needs and city needs came to 10%. It didn't come to 15%. And I believe if you go to 15%, you have a realistic chance of causing a constraint to housing.
So HCD didn't set 50% as the floor. It was more, that's when you start getting into a constraint of developing
They said
housing.
it as a ceiling.
Right. They said more of a ceiling.
Yeah.
Okay. And then a little bit on the term of the covenants. You said 55 years for rental and 45 for ownership. And then it sounded like at 55 years, if it remains in a residential use, it becomes evergreen. In other words, now going forward until that use, the area changes, it will remain low-income housing.
Right. So as long as a residential building is on that site, it will be subject to the inclusionary housing requirement. So it's in effect a perpetual requirement. It's just with a caveat that says, when the Jetsons are flying around and it's not an apartment project anymore, that you're not making an apartment project sit in the middle of what is now a completely different set of uses. So it's just to give that flexibility down the road. This has been an evolving, covenants have become an evolving situation everywhere where I work, where 55 years used to be really common. It was the standard. And then a lot of cities said, well, 55 years ends, and then what do we do with those people who don't have places to live anymore? I don't like a just blanket perpetual because of what I just explained. But so I think this creates that balance between it's at least 55 years. It will never be shorter than 55 years, but it could be dramatically longer.
So it's 55 years minimum, and then an evergreen after that, as long as use stays the same.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Newman.
Thank you, and good evening, and thank you for your presentation. I understand that the current, the IHO currently on the books here, it covers projects that are 6 units or more, and the new ordinance we're considering is at 10 or more. And I just want to make sure we're covered here. Are there any current applications that are in that 6 to 10 category, and does the law, does the proposed law cover that?
You can answer the first part.
The proposed law would apply to projects of 10 units or more.
Yeah, I understand that. My question is whether there's anything in that's currently in the pipeline in that 6 to 10 space, and if so, what the law has to say about that.
Well, it's the law as it's currently written, so there would be a 10% moderate income requirement for sale projects, or an option to pay a fee of 0 at this point.
Under the new regime for
currently
projects that are 10 or more.
I've only looked at projects that would be applicable, or, well, that are pending projects that would not be approved by the time that this is effective. And none of those are in that range of 6 to 10 units. There might be one pending project that is proposed at 4 units, but I do not believe in our development activity report there are any projects of
4 units
between.
would be under the threshold of
understand.
either new or old law. I'm asking about
There's none
the gray
between 6
area.
and 10 that
Are
I
you
see in the
asking
development
about
activity
a
report.
potential application where right now it's let's say it's 8 units.
Exactly.
So if it's an 8-unit project, what happens with that project? Is
Right.
that what you're
That's
asking?
exactly my question. Thank you.
Okay, so if the old ordinance applies, in other words, the new ordinance cannot be applied to it because of the timing of when an application is deemed complete and when you can impose those conditions, then this law would not apply. Is that correct? If, however, we can apply this new ordinance and it's 8 units, it would still not apply because it would be exempt under that.
But could I just add one thing? But if it was 8 units and it was under the existing law, it has the absolute by right option to pay a $0 fee.
A 0, exactly.
So,
Right.
So there's no impact, there's no practical impact.
Okay, so we're covered. There's not a gray area we would create.
Yeah, there's no
No.
practical issue.
Right.
No.
Right. I'm also going to have one more question about, is there a potential software bug? But I'll come back to that. Ms. Head, are you familiar, you initially recommended linkage fees that were non-zero in the industrial category.
correct.
Are you familiar with linkage fees up in Silicon Valley and any of the following cities? Cupertino, Milpitas, Mountain View, Palo Alto, San Jose, Santa Clara, or Sunnyvale?
We worked on most of them.
Okay. So you're aware then that linkage fees, that those cities adopted non-zero linkage fees?
Correct.
In fact, substantially above the level that you recommended?
Correct.
Right. Okay. I just wanted
But can I say why?
Sure, please do.
Yeah. So linkage fees have been far more accepted in Northern California than they have been in Southern California. So as you mentioned, you named a bunch of cities, and there are even more. And so in the Bay Area and Silicon Valley, they've been accepted and tend to be very high. And they've been in the landscape for a while.
Yeah, in fact, the average of those 7 cities for just in the industrial category is $19.50.
Right.
So much more than $5.
No doubt. So Southern California has been much slower to come around to the linkage fee concept. So there are a few now over the years that have been adopted, but it's still nothing like the Bay Area. And so when we did the feasibility analysis on the linkage fee, the only use that generated a supportable fee was industrial. And then it became a policy decision as to whether you wanted to impose that. And based on, there was, we did focus groups, we did outreach when we were doing the analysis originally, and there was big blowback on that fee being imposed. And again, because none of your neighboring cities have a linkage fee, and I think your closest city that has a linkage fee would be Glendale, and theirs is $5, actually. I think it was just decided as a policy matter that not to go forward with it now.
I understand that this council's guidance in February of this year was to ignore your recommendation and not to have any linkage fees, whatever. If a future city council were to impose linkage fees in industrial or in some of the other categories, R&D, retail perhaps, does the language of the current law, how does the language of the current law work with regard to mixed-use projects? Like, would they all apply, would the fees that are received apply only to the residential portion of those projects, or would it apply to the entire project?
So as recommended now, the residential component of a project would be subject to the inclusionary housing ordinance. Then if you had adopted a linkage fee, the retail component of it would have been subject to the commercial linkage fee. But since at the moment, the recommendation is to set that fee at zero for the non-residential, so for, in this case, retail, then the fee would be zero.
No, I understand that the fee is set at zero. My question is, if some future council elects to reimpose, or to, I guess it's not reimpose, it's impose a linkage fee for one or more categories, I'm unclear, and I've read the proposed law several times, I'm unclear how that linkage fee, that non-zero linkage fee would be applied when it comes to mixed-use projects.
Okay, so the way it could be applied, so the feasibility study for the linkage fee established what the linkage was, and the linkage fee was this much, right? And so, but then you have to take a second test again, just again balancing the issue of wanting to see development happen, is to say, but wait, what's the feasible fee? Because the linkage fee is only based on the demand created for affordable housing. And so that doesn't in any way, unlike the inclusionary, where we analyzed what we thought could be supported, the legal mitigation fee act part only makes you establish what the future need created by new development, net new need created by new development is. So that number is a very high number. As a practical matter, you have to do the second equation, which is how does this impact development? And so realistically, if you wanted to charge, a subsequent council wanted to charge in lieu fee, you'd need to analyze that second part again. You're never going to have a problem with the first part, with how much need is created.
Okay, and just if I may,
No,
Mr.
no,
Mayor.
you've exceeded your maximum for right now. We will
My
come back.
question hasn't been answered.
Mr. Taylor, go
Mr.
ahead,
Mayor,
and then we'll
my
come back to it.
question hasn't been answered.
Mr. Newman, at some point, we need to move forward, so I will give you this last one, and then we will come back if you have additional
Thank you.
questions after it, because you've exceeded your 3 questions quite a long time ago. Go ahead and move forward.
I'm asking the third of the 3 questions I asked, and that third question is, does the current law as written cover the eventuality when and if a linkage fee is imposed? And I understand Ms. Head's explanation that there's a formula involved, but but that's not responsive to my question of does the current proposal as written cover that
By
legally?
law, are you talking about our ordinance, our draft ordinance?
Yes.
We can always bring back, just like we're doing right now.
Right.
At any time, council can request reevaluation of linkage fees. As Ms. Head indicated, the linkage part, there's a 2-part analysis for so the first part has been met. That study is done. But now you have to do the financial feasibility component to make sure it's legally defensible. We would have to do that again. Our current ordinance can be revised at any time right now. We've established the linkage, so we can evaluate that at any time in the future. We just have to do a new study on the feasibility, the financial feasibility.
Thank you, Ms. Noonan.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
We need to allow council members also to have time to ask questions, so that's why the three-question rule is in place, and just so the audience understands that that's what we were just discussing. So, Mr. Taylor, go ahead, you've got your opportunity.
Thank you for that presentation, and I love the balance between, how much affordability can we get without scaring off people actually building? I love that. I only have one question. It's more clear. This is a clarifying question. When you were talking about the dollars per leasable space, is the leasable space gross leasable or is it net rentable?
It's net rentable.
Net rentable. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
I have a few questions. Can I ask some question? Then we'll come back to you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Adam, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The last time you were here, we talked about these commercial linkage fees, and you recommended that in no sector would it work, except, if I recall, you kind of had a lukewarm maybe in the industrial sector.
Correct.
I don't recall you pounding the table saying, oh, you guys need a linkage fee here.
I try not to pound the table.
Right. So I think the council took that into consideration when we decided to exempt that sector as well. And I think since you have experience in Silicon Valley, I think it would be safe to say that it's a little bit of a stretch to compare Silicon Valley to Thousand Oaks. Silicon Valley is one of the richest, biggest technical center in the world, with Fortune 500 companies worth trillions of dollars, billions of dollars of revenue every year. We're trying to build a bioscience hub, and which we're in very fledgling stages of. In no way does that compare to anything that's happening in Silicon Valley. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I'd agree with that, and I'd also agree with because all the cities in the Silicon Valley did it, then they wasn't creating an unfair competitive advantage like it would be here, where if you have it and you're the only one in the valley that has a linkage fee, then you're at a competitive disadvantage to attract business. Businesses look at the cost of doing business in a city. So
Well, that's right. And we're trying to attract business.
Right. So that becomes the policy decision for sure.
Yes. And certainly, just Silicon Valley is made up of multiple cities, not just one.
Right.
Right. Anyway, that's enough of that. Just one other thing. You've been doing this a long time, very experienced. Dealt with many cities that have adopted an inclusionary fee. In the reality of the world, don't most of these developers build the projects? Isn't the preponderance of developers and their projects built with affordable units? Do many actually pay the inclusionary fee?
Well, I would say the reason that the preponderance developed the project is because most of the projects and all of the projects that I've worked on require the production as the first option and only allow the in lieu fee in specific instances. I will tell you that your average ownership developer would pay you extra to get to pay the fee rather than to produce the affordable unit.
Mm-hmm.
Rental, not as much, because there's density bonus that is very useful in mitigating the inclusionary. But for example, as I said before, like the $1.5 million house, they're going to want to pay the fee.
Yeah, I get that with the single-family homes. I'm talking more apartments and that kind of thing. Because
No, in apartments, I'm sorry to interrupt, but in apartments, definitely, you see more production than.
That's what because that's what we want. We want to see affordable units built. The inclusionary fees, okay, that's fine. We put it in a fund, and it takes a while to build that up where we could even do anything with them. So the preference is to have the projects built. And then of course, the other thing, aren't most developers these days applying for a density bonus anyway?
For apartment development, for sure.
For apartments, right, which makes really the inclusionary fee moot, correct?
Well, I would frame it a little different. I am starting to see density bonus being applied for in communities that do not have inclusionary. But I almost always see density bonus applied for in cities that do have inclusionary.
Right. Get it. I got it. Yeah. I think, I don't know the exact number, but the projects we've heard in the last couple of years, the majority had the density bonus attached to them.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at when I did the analysis and looking at the projects that you've done with density bonus then tonight. I mean, clearly that project, if it didn't want to use density bonus, could have paid the 0 fee.
Right.
But they decided it made more sense to fulfill density bonus requirements and get the concessions and
Sure, sure. And it gives us a little more housing, which is what
Right.
we're looking for.
Right.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
What is the definition of affordable housing in this context?
Well, could you be a little more
You
specific?
use the term affordable housing.
Okay, so what we're recommending in this case for the inclusionary is a low income requirement for rental and a moderate income requirement for ownership.
So this is another word for low-income housing, is that correct?
Low and moderate.
Because Sacramento, as well as other policymakers, have a great way of throwing euphemisms out there. And affordable housing means something different to other people. So basically, this is allocating housing for those that make under a certain income, that they don't pay the full market rate, but they pay a reduced rate. Is that
That's
correct?
correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
And the state's requirement for low-income housing or affordable housing, as we're calling it here, is that 8%, 10%? You said ceiling of 15%. What is the state requiring cities to do?
Well, the state isn't requiring cities to impose inclusionary, but what the state has done is they've made the regional housing needs assessment goals much more prescriptive than they used to just be a nice idea. And now they're getting closer and closer to real life penalties to not fulfilling that arena. So they are a bit schizophrenic at the state in that some days they like inclusionary, some days they don't like inclusionary, and most days now they like to tell you how you have to develop your community. But then they, on the other hand, because they're schizophrenic about inclusionary, they say things like, well, we don't really like above 15% of the units at 80% of area median income, which is low income. And so you are correct. There's a lot of different terms for affordable and a lot of different programs that use different definitions and different calculation methodologies. But so what we've done is we've just narrowed it down for inclusionary to what we think can be supported.
Thank you. And the last question is, you talk about apartments at 55 years, which again renews if the neighborhood has not changed to change the housing use. 45 years for homes. Why, or one, how do we arrive at those 45 and 55? Why is it not lower? Why is it not higher? And why differences between the two?
No, that's a really good question. So the reason for, the original reason that 45 and 55 years came up was because California redevelopment law set those standards as covenant periods. So they're in a statute, so there's something you can point to and say by California Health and Safety Code, section 33413, the covenant period for apartments is 55 years and the covenant period for ownership is 45 years. That's honestly where it came from originally. Then the low-income housing tax credit jumped onto that with the 55-year requirement. Then the density bonus jumped on that for rental with a 55-year covenant and no covenant period for ownership, by the way. And so then I think, so that's the real reason that happened. So the two things I'm thinking about when I'm suggesting the closer to perpetual for apartments is because when people live in an apartment, they move in, they move out, they're not expecting equity appreciation. And you have one owner, one management company. So you have one entity who you as a city can turn to make sure the project's being run properly. And so running it over the long term like that isn't a burden. And it's not a burden on the tenants, it's not a burden on the city. On ownership is really tricky because if you keep requiring somebody to sell and resell at affordable price for 45 years, and as we're sitting today, if you bought an affordable unit 6 years ago or 2 years ago, your affordable price was much higher than if you look at the affordable price today with today's mortgage interest rates. And so whenever somebody has to sell when they have that irrevocable covenant, then it's the change in the median income that's occurred over time as influenced by what housing costs are at that time, with the most notable being mortgage interest. And so if you're asking people who own a home to take downside risk that their affordable price could decrease, but not get much upside benefit by the fact that the median income may not keep pace with the changes in cost, is then you're leaving people in a place where they may not be able to do the capital repairs necessary for a home. And so if you have a longer term than that, the longer your term is, the bigger your risk is. And then, so then that becomes the policy decision of, do you do an irrevocable covenant, or do you do like density bonus does, which says, okay, first sale, you can sell at market rate, but you have to pay the city then the original affordability gap plus a share of the equity appreciation. Both have merits, you know, because you lose the unit then, but you get some money. It's like a deferred fee.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Newman, any other questions?
No, sir.
You're good? Okay, excellent. Let's move to public speakers. We have 11 public speakers, which means 3 minutes each. I will call up. The first one is Carol Shelton. After that, Carol, I'd like Sherry Groveld to sit behind, and next after that would be Josh Gray. So Carol, you're going to have 3 minutes when you begin.
Good evening. My name is Carol Shelton, and I've lived in Thousand Oaks for most of my life. It is where I have raised my now adult children and where we plan to live for the rest of our lives. I am the proud parent of 2 autistic young men, and my journey to make the world a better, more inclusive, and equitable place for them has brought me here today. I'm also with the Autism Society of Ventura County's Advocacy Committee. During this week's agenda review, I read for the first time the Continuum of Care report dated April 2023. It has been all that I've been able to think about. In Thousand Oaks, there are 128 people that are unsheltered, 32 that are newly homeless, 21 with mental health disorders, 21 with physical disabilities, and 43 living with chronic health conditions. The most heartbreaking number in that report is that 131 adults with developmental disabilities currently call the streets their home in Ventura County, with 11 in the city of Thousand Oaks. This number should be 0. We must do better. I am newer to the housing discussions and will never claim to know enough to tell the city council what to do. But what I can do is share my lived experience, the stories I carry, and what my hopes are. I'm a single parent and I am low income. I'm rent burdened and live in fear every day that I will be displaced with nowhere to go. I am not low income enough to qualify for the low income housing I applied for so many years ago and was recently forced to turn down. I'm the sibling of an unsheltered person in Ventura County. I'm the daughter of a veteran. I am the parent and ally to people with developmental disabilities with a focus on autism and other neurodevelopmental disorders. I support and am an ally to the low-income, predominantly Hispanic community. People should not be living one family per bedroom, in a garage, in a car, on the street, in the bushes, or in any of the number of ways that have been shared with me. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that the most basic of needs are met. It is my hope that we simultaneously reduce the number of unsheltered folks while ensuring that the number does not increase. Let's work on that together. So what I'm asking of this council is to do your best to maximize the amount of affordable units created and to maintain those we currently have, and with every decision you make on housing here in the city of Thousand Oaks. Families like mine are counting on you. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Sherry Groveld. After that, Josh Gray. And then after Josh Gray will be Jasmine Duran. Sherry, go ahead and begin when you're ready. And
Okay,
you
so I'm
feel free to use the other speaker. It's up a little bit higher for you.
Yeah, that's
There you go.
better. I know, I thought maybe that seemed more my height. I'm Sherry Grunveld. It's Dutch for greenfield, so that might help a little bit. But I have been a resident of Thousand Oaks for 38 years, and I have lived here most of my life. Since I've lived here, Thousand Oaks has been zoned primarily for single-family homes. On average, between 1997 and 2017, on average, 260 units have been built per year. This lack of new housing has left us with what we've been talking about all during the evening, this housing shortage. This has allowed rents to skyrocket because of lack of supply and making it ever more difficult to afford to live here. I am operations director at Harbor House. Harbor House is a nonprofit social service agency serving just here in the Conejo Valley. We work with those who are homeless and living in poverty. And I have seen firsthand how so many families are struggling right now to afford to stay housed. I'm afraid of what the future is going to lead to. I don't want to see more homeless people on our streets. Most rents we see are over $2,500 per month for an apartment. In fact, I'm just thinking of a story today. We're talking to a family, mom and a dad with 3 children. They're living in a van at the library right now because they were evicted. I mean, these are the stories that we're seeing. Anyways, my definition of affordable housing is defined as spending 30% of your income on rent. And we are seeing families spending way over that, 50% or more, easily on their monthly rent. So in these circumstances, there's no room for a medical crisis or a car repair. So something like that happens, they're out of their housing. I urge the City Council to adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance that requires 20% of new housing apartment developments to be affordable, like in the city of Pasadena, which is nearby. I do not believe there will be constraint to building because of the loveliness of this area of Thousand Oaks. Increasing affordable housing will not solve our housing crisis, I know this, but it can begin a path so that our teachers, our grocery store workers, our medical personnel can continue to live here in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Josh Gray, then Jasmine Duran. After Jasmine will be Willie Lupka.
Mayor McNamee, council members, on behalf of the 700-plus members of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, representing over 40,000 local jobs, I urge you to support the recommended 10% inclusionary housing requirement for rental multifamily developments and maintain a $0 non-residential linkage fee. The city's consultants at Kaiser Marston Associates recommended rental apartment developments provide 10% of the total units as low-income inclusionary units. The Chamber of Commerce agrees following that recommendation can maintain the city's strategic economic development, minimize developer burden, contribute to more affordable housing units, and support additional workforce housing. Developers are the city's partners in meeting affordable housing goals, and we need to ensure housing projects are financially feasible for continued community investment. Regarding the non-residential linkage fee, the Chamber appreciates and supports the approval of Attachment 4 to reestablish linkage fees at $0 for all categories. Non-residential development unburdened with additional fees and not targeting one industry category will continue to encourage reinvestment in areas like Rancho Conejo. The sustainable and healthy economic growth in the Conejo Valley requires conscientious maintenance of the social and business culture that has brought developers, a biotech hub, entrepreneurs, restaurateurs, and our future to Thousand Oaks. A thoughtful 10% inclusionary housing requirement and $0 linkage fees maintain that culture and economic growth. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and partnership on this important issue.
Next up, we have Jasmine Duran.
And there is more chocolate. I apologize, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. You're always welcome back here if you bring chocolate. Thank you. Jasmine, and then we have Willie Lupka, and after that would be Rick Schrader.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Duran, and I am the Advocacy Coordinator for Autism Society of Ventura County. Sorry. The Autism Society of Ventura County advocates for local public policies that improve the lives of individuals with autism. The Advocacy Committee is a team of autistic individuals and family members that meet regularly to review agendas and advocate for the quality of life issues for those with autism and their families in Ventura County. We are in support of an inclusionary housing program in the city of Thousand Oaks. People with disabilities are in greater need for affordable, accessible housing and are at increased risk of homelessness than their non-disabled peers. As local advocates, we rely on the local government to provide detailed data. We want to thank both the County of Ventura and the Ventura County Continuum of Care for their detailed report dated April 2023. This report was heartbreaking to read, but we are hopeful that this report will serve as a powerful tool for advocacy and to improve this dire situation. We at Autism Society of Ventura County, We were surprised to learn that 131 people with developmental disabilities are homeless here in Ventura County, with 11 of those individuals being here in the city of Thousand Oaks. The most common developmental disabilities are autism, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, and intellectual disabilities. However, the data in the report doesn't specify which developmental disabilities these individuals have. The number of people with developmental disabilities who are unhoused in Ventura County should be 0. We can and we must do so much better. We ask that you be aggressive in your quest for solutions for our current housing crisis in Thousand Oaks, and with an extra urgency for those who have developmental disabilities. Thank you and good night.
Next up, we have Willie Lupka. After that, Rick Schrader, and on deck would be Emily Ebert.
Good evening, City Council members and city staff. My name is Willie Lupka, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm a member of a grassroots organization called Buen Vecino, which means good neighbor, and we are members of the Conejo Housing Coalition, a coalition of over a dozen local organizations, including a couple who have had representatives speaking tonight. We believe in public policy geared to ensuring that the basic housing needs of our community are met. Proactive, intentional public policy to meet that goal. Organizations in our coalition deal with local residents every day who are struggling due to the cost of housing and the lack of affordable options. And as the father of 2 adult children in their 20s, I hope to see more affordable housing develop that will allow people in that age bracket to stay in this community and raise families here. So I want to thank you for making affordable housing and homelessness the top 2 priorities on the list of the City of Thousand Oaks' priorities. And thank you for the city's top goal to create a more equitable, accessible, safe, welcoming, and inclusive government and community. This is an excellent goal. I applaud you for joining more than 170 other cities in California that have adopted inclusionary housing ordinances. This can generate many benefits to our community, including increasing housing affordability and reducing vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions by providing people at all income levels more opportunities to live near where they work. So I wanted to thank you for those things and make 2 requests. Go back to the original recommended linkage fee. Having a 0 fee across the board doesn't seem to align with affordable housing as the top priority. I understand exempting retail. We've all seen what happened during the pandemic. But a complete 0, I'm not recommending we do the same thing as Silicon Valley. $5 per square foot that was recommended. I would suggest that establishing that as a linkage fee would be aligned with your stated priorities. There should be something rather than nothing. And increase the minimum affordable housing requirement for rentals in the inclusionary ordinance to at least 15%, as many other cities have done. The reason why to do that is stated in the city's draft general plan. It says the most critical issue addressed in the general plan is the provision of more affordable housing. That is true, so I urge you to increase the 10%. Thank you.
Next up, we have Rick Schrader. After that would be Emily Ebert, and then we'll go to Zoom with Clint Foltz.
Mayor McNamee, members of the City Council, city staff, my name is Rick Schrader. I'm president of Many Mansions. Many Mansions is a nonprofit affordable housing developer, owner, manager, and service provider headquartered right here in the city of Thousand Oaks. Our mission is to provide affordable housing to those in need, but also to encourage and facilitate other developers to develop such affordable housing. In general, with a few exceptions, we support the recommendations set forth in the staff report concerning the proposed inclusionary housing ordinance. Our comments tonight are limited to the ordinance with respect to rental housing. Our primary objection is the 10% inclusionary percentage. We think it should be 15%, but with the provision that the developer can object, and if he shows an extreme hardship, then the percentage could be reduced. Why 10%? Is this really a constraint on the development of more housing? What evidence do we have of that? In fact, the evidence before the City Council is the opposite. In the last 2 to 3 years, you have viewed many rental projects coming before the city. All those projects had inclusionary or had affordable units over 10%. In fact, the one we listened to tonight had a 20% percentage. Again, I propose 15% with an objection, put the burden on the developer to show that it's a hardship. Over time, the difference between 15 and 10% can be substantial. Say over the next 10 years, we develop 800 units of rental housing. Under 10%, that would be 80 units of inclusionary low-income housing. But under 15%, that would be 120 units, a difference of 40 units. That's substantial. 40 units to build a 40-unit, fully dedicated affordable housing is a $20 to $30 million project. So we would get incrementally more housing with a higher percentage, not to mention helping those extra 40 households over that time. Other objection is minor, has to do with the in-lieu fees being prohibited for developments over 20 units. Why have that prohibition? Why not allow all developers of rental housing to pay in-lieu fees? We like in-lieu fees, actually. Without having that option, that may actually discourage some developers from building in the city. And in-lieu fees can be leveraged, generally leveraged 3 to 1, and it gives the city a lot more flexibility on the use of those funds. So thank you.
Next up, Emily Ebert, and then Clint Foltz, and after that, Jackson Piper. Emily, go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Hi, yeah. I'm Emily Ebert. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks only for 2 years, but I got a great job out here. I work at a church, Holy Trinity, and I took the job because I saw how much the people cared about their community, how much they wanted to reach out and make sure everybody was taken care of. I constantly have, as a pastor, you constantly have people coming through the door asking for help, and more often than not, I'm finding here specifically, I've had 3 different jobs in 3 different states. It's about rental assistance. People need help, and our congregation can't help them all. No one organization can help them all. But I think if Thousand Oaks is striving to be a community where people want to live, where they show that we take care of one another, where our kids can get a good education, we have good health care, we have grocery stores and restaurants that carry good food. If this is the community we want, then quite frankly, I do think we can do better. We can do better in caring for our neighbor, and we can do better in valuing people over profit. The average rent and cost of purchasing a home in Thousand Oaks, we all know it just continues to rise. I have congregation members with full-time jobs, teachers, nurses, retirees who are moving out of here. So they go to church here, their lives are here, but they have to move away because they can't afford it. And so if they can't afford it, and I got all these people coming through the doors who have maybe have minimum wage jobs, who don't have 6-figure salaries, right? And all those people on fixed incomes, how are we supposed to help them? So the need for affordable housing in Thousand Oaks, it's only going to continue to grow, and I'm fully aware that an equitable development strategy isn't going to address all of our affordable housing needs, but I do think that making those steps shows that we care and ensures that the entire community benefits from a growing economy. It's one of many steps in addressing the needs of our various income levels in our community. So from what I understand, that the requirements in most inclusionary housing policies that have been adopted so far within California are between that 10 to 20% range. So with 15% being the most common, I think I read, and I think we're capable of pushing beyond that 10%. I think that we're making sure that it is included across all types of housing, encourages diverse neighborhoods as well, so we're not just dividing people up between rich and poor. So we're not the only community struggling with this. Making sure people are housed offers comfort, it offers mental and physical stability.
15 seconds.
And it helps to make sure our kids know that they have a safe place to go home to after school. So the need is great, and I have hope that this is going to do some good in our communities. So I just encourage you to make good decisions.
Next up, we have Clint Foltz. After that, Jackson Piper, and then Kat Selm. Clint, you're on.
Hello, my name is Clint Foltz. I live in Thousand Oaks, and I'm a member of both the Conejo Climate and Housing Coalitions. While I appreciate that the City of Thousand Oaks is working to enact an inclusionary housing ordinance, the 10% requirement is too low to adequately address our city's lack of affordable housing, and I would ask that the requirements be increased to a higher percentage. Our neighboring city of Agoura Hills has theirs set at 15%, according to the city's website. A robust inclusionary housing ordinance ensures that the entire community benefits from a healthy economy. Inclusionary housing helps capture some of the value created by public and private investments to ensure that the benefits do not accrue solely to property owners, and helps buffer against displacement pressures by ensuring that lower income residents can remain in our community. A robust inclusionary housing ordinance can also help reduce vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions by providing people at all income levels more opportunities to live closer to work. Additionally, recent research has convincingly demonstrated that concentrated poverty is a cause of many of our worst social problems and is especially damaging to children. Please consider increasing the inclusionary housing ordinance to a higher percentage. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jackson Piper, then after that, Kat Selm, and after that, Kyle Rohrbach.
Good evening again. My name is Jackson Piper from unincorporated Newbury Park. I'm part of Ventura County YIMBY and also as part of that with the Conejo Housing Coalition. I like a lot of what has been presented in the inclusionary ordinance that's proposed to be adopted, especially the recommendation of a per square foot in lieu fee instead of a per unit, because unit sizes can vary, and it doesn't seem either fair or smart in terms of providing affordability for different size units to be charged, the same amount in terms of an in lieu fee. If we encourage the development of smaller units that are still reasonably comfortable to live in, that can help provide some natural affordability where otherwise they might have been out of reach of lower income people. I agree with a lot of the other commenters in terms of thinking that 10% is too low for the city. I understand wanting to take a conservative approach, but I fear that this will be an ongoing approach no matter what the economic conditions are, and that we will lose the opportunity to have a far greater amount of affordable housing developed when economic conditions are good to allow for that to happen. I think it's reasonable to ask for 15%, and like Mr. Schrader was explaining, have the developers provide a reason for it to be lowered from 15% to maybe 10% if they can show that the project is not going to pencil out at the 15% requirement level. I'd also like to ask for the linkage fee to be set at the $5 that was recommended by the consultant. I understand not wanting to drive away business and not wanting to affect the economy in the city, but I think we still have a robust economy, and the Rancho Conejos sector especially is going to continue to be strong. I feel that businesses in Thousand Oaks, well, the economic activity they provide is great. That economic activity also influences the local housing situation. And it's important for the people that work at those businesses to be able to afford to live in the city. And I'm sure that they all the business owners of those businesses recognize that they will be in trouble if their workers can no longer afford to live locally. So it's really a benefit to the businesses for them to contribute. At least, I don't think $5 per square foot is too much to ask, but at least something more than zero in terms of financing affordable housing within the city.
15 seconds.
If that is not possible at this time, I'd like the city to study what is lost by not requiring a higher affordability or the linkage fee within the current
Kat Selm is up,
proposal.
and
Thanks.
then after that, Kyle Rohrbach. Kat, go ahead and proceed when you're ready.
Hi, gosh, I wish I could have ceded my time to Jackson. I think he could do more justice than I can, but my name is Kat and I'm a Thousand Oaks resident. I'm a member of the Conejo Climate Coalition and the Conejo Housing Coalition. And I want to thank you all so much for doing an inclusionary housing ordinance. I think it's long overdue. Everyone's so excited about it, including myself. And while it won't solve all of our housing problems, it's really a great start. So I'm super in support of it, and I just wanted to say that. However, I do think we can do better than a 10%. 10% inclusionary housing. It can help people realize the benefits of the growth in their own cities. It can also help people afford to live here that work here but can't afford to live here. And this would reduce our vehicle emissions and contribute to our climate goals that we also have set for ourselves. It'll also help families stay together, which I know is really important to people who have children that are going off to college, can't afford to come back here. Personally, I feel like I'm always one rental rate increase away from moving, and I'd really like to be able to stay here. So just personally, it affects all of us. There's a lot of people who need the missing middle. We have really limited capacity for growth in this city. There's not a lot of places that we can develop anymore. So we should really seize upon any opportunity that we have to increase affordability where we can. Other cities in the county have gone higher than 10%, and I think it's time that we should step up and do so as well. Thank you.
Next up, we have Kyle Rohrbach. He's our last speaker. Kyle, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, mayor, city council, staff. A lot of you know me at this point, but I'm Kyle Rohrbach. I live in Thousand Oaks, and I have lived here almost my whole life. I own a single family home over by CLU, and I am extraordinarily lucky to do so. Full transparency, purchased my house in 2016, and if I tried to purchase that same house now, even with a better job, I would not be able to do so. We've heard time and time again in these meetings that the affordability gap is objectively at a point that's not sustainable. To answer the question from earlier, which is what do we mean by low income? The Area Housing Authority in Ventura County, as of May 15th of this year, says that the median income to qualify for low income of a 4-person household, right? So say 2 parents, 2 kids, right? $106,000, 250, right? So you're talking 6 figures, and you're still low income, right? So here we are presented with a tool that we actually have control over as a city, unlike some of the issues we heard earlier with the state solutions, which are all over the place and frankly not good for the community. We have a chance now to use one of the tools that's in our power to better our community, right? So when we talk about inclusionary housing, this is about supporting that affordable housing that is ultimately good for the economy, right? Next time you're out at your favorite coffee shop, wine tasting room, whatever that's local, ask the owner where they live, and I would guarantee, well, I won't guarantee you, I bet a 50% chance that they don't live here, especially if they're on the younger side. And that's not what we want, because we all are about supporting local businesses, local business owners, and our residents. And if they can't afford to live here, we're making it even harder for them to support our own economy. So this is about the future. It's about the next generation of homeowners who are eventually going to become the pillars of our community, social for sure, but economically as well. It's about access to this incredible city of ours for those who are going to help shape its future. And this is what I mean about sustainability. If we can't support that next generation of residents, if you don't have the opportunity to build the wealth you need to live here just yet, how do you ever get that chance to make an impact, right? And I think this is our opportunity. I will quickly echo the sentiment from a lot of the other speakers this evening. I would like to see the threshold number higher. Obviously, there is a balance to ensure that we
15
don't
seconds.
scare off developers. As Mr. Schroeder pointed out earlier, even if we knock it up a couple of percentage points, that will have an effect over time. So thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate the update here.
Staff, any responses to public comments?
You going or am I going? I'm going. Hi, all again. All right. Let me start off with, no one is debating the need for affordable housing, and no one is debating that more affordable housing would be great. But it's very important to keep in mind that you have the balance that needs to be kept in perspective. As the building industry will be happy to tell you, 15% of zero is zero. And so I stand by the 10%. It's what my analysis generates. But I think what's really important to understand about that as well is that that is assuming that a project is not using state density bonus. And not every site can efficiently use state density bonus. Because if you have to change construction type, or if you have to change parking type, or if you have an irregularly shaped site, density bonus does not always work. What I believe will happen, and has been mentioned by several of the speakers and was discussed in my study, is that the majority of rental projects that have been occurring recently in Thousand Oaks have used density bonus. And in those cases, in all likelihood, you will not only get more than 10% low income as a result of that, but it will likely be at very low income. And so the inclusionary housing tool is one tool of affordable housing in this community. It cannot be anticipated to fulfill all your needs for affordable housing. And that's just really important to understand. Developers will not develop in your community if they're not going to make a reasonable profit. They will just go to another community where they can. So I think those are the really important concepts. Just to mention Pasadena that came up in the discussion. Pasadena has a 20% requirement. They also have 6-story buildings and 125 unit per acre buildings. And it's a completely different market in terms of real estate development. And that is how they got to that development standard. They did a 2-year study to get there, and they got to 20%. So not every community is the same. Every analysis I do is different. And that's basically all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other staff members? Council members, any questions of staff? Good deal. Then I will close the hearing. And council looking for discussion and a motion. So who wants to begin? Mr. Adam?
Well, I think you bring up a really good point there about every city's different, and you really can't compare us to Pasadena or Glendale or Santa Monica, although a lot of people would like to. Santa Monica, for example, is 5 square miles with 22-story buildings in it, right? Pasadena, like you say, I drive by it all the time. Big, tall buildings. Glendale, same thing. So maybe they can support 20%. This is a different community. It isn't like that at all. This business of commercial linkage, I think you're absolutely right. None of the sectors support it. Maybe industrial, but you mentioned it's a policy issue. Well, it's a policy of this council to build up our bioscience hub and to attract these businesses here. And there's a lot of competition out there for these businesses. They could easily go to Camarillo or the Valley or whatever, but a lot of them are coming here. I'll give you an example. Captiva, gene therapy business, started with 3 employees. They're up to 150 now. Average age, late 20s, early 30s. Average starting salary, 6 figures. These are the kind of businesses we want in the city, and these are the kind of people that make the money that can, afford housing, right? This is what we're looking for. So I can't see myself going to Alexandria or Westlake Biopartners or some of these bioscience people and saying, oh, by the way, we've adopted an inclusionary housing ordinance, and you're gonna have to start paying that. They're paying us in a lot of ways. So. Anyway, I really like your analysis. I must say, I think you really tailored it to our city. I think the 10% makes a lot of sense. Don't forget, where are we now, folks? 0. That's a big jump to go to 10%. And you made a good point, like you said, 15% of 0 is 0.
Well, 10% of 0 is 0.
Well, true, but you and I both know it's going to be a lot easier to build with a 10% ordinance versus a 15 or a 20. I understand we do need affordable housing, and I'm with everybody on that, but we have to be practical too. We have to be practical. We want to get these things built. I don't necessarily want to be collecting inclusionary housing fees. I want to see this stuff built. I want to have places for people to move into, and we've been getting that. Our projects are averaging about 10%. That seems to be the sweet spot. So those are my comments. I'd like to hear from everybody else.
Mr. Engler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think we all agree that our city needs a wide variety of housing at various price points. To be a viable city, that is one of our goals and something that we are all trying to achieve. As a reminder to folks, in the last few years, we've approved, we're going on 1,500 housing units that we've approved, is that right? Give or take, with at our 10%, we're right around 120 units of affordable and low and moderate income. So we are on the road to do that. It's frustratingly slow to see how things just take so long to get things built. And so it's frustrating to us up here who are trying to make a difference in our community so that we can have some housing for everybody. My main goal is to make sure that we get sticks in the ground and that things start to get built. One of my colleagues earlier today mentioned that housing is housing. Even at market rate, housing is housing. We want to make sure that we have affordable housing, but housing is housing. The more roofs we have over people's heads, the better. Would I like a 15% minimum? I would love that, but I'm afraid that by setting a margin at 15%, we would get fewer developers willing to go to that number. I look at the 10% number as the minimum number. That is the number that we let all of the developers know, this is the number we're looking for, nothing less. To say 15%, I'm not sure we accomplish the same goal as saying 10% is what we have. As Councilmember Adam pointed out, that seems to be more or less where we're winding up, somewhere around 10, 12%. I think we can anticipate that going forward. And the nice thing about giving a percentage at a realistic, and we all have a different viewpoint of what realistic is, but at a realistic number, lets the developers know this is what we anticipate. And because we anticipate it, I think we can get it more of those units built. As in terms of the linkage fee, I recognize and I appreciate a couple of the members of the audience pointing out that our goal is to be able to do this. I also think we have other priorities in town that has to do with developing this biotech and tech hub that we have going out in Newbury Park. I disagree that we're in competition with Camarillo or with the Simi Valley. We're in competition with Raleigh-Durham. We're in competition with Austin, Texas. We're in competition with Irvine. Those are the places where large companies are looking to go. We're trying to get them to look at us. And to have a linkage fee, I think, especially since it would be the only linkage fee in our area, would perhaps be a detriment or cause pause on the part of companies who might be coming here. Again, would I like that money coming in? You bet. But I don't want to do anything that will cause that to be an issue for us. Are you looking for a motion?
If you want, but we'll still continue discussion after your motion.
Sure, I would move the staff recommendation on our municipal code amendment to our inclusionary housing, and also find it's not a CEQA qualified thing. recommendations 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Mr. Newman?
Thank you, Mayor. We want to see affordable units built. Councilmember Adams said that a few minutes ago, and I couldn't agree more. I'm delighted that we are having this discussion. We need to have this discussion. It's been a long time in coming. I'm very grateful to staff and our consultant for all the work you've done to address this really critical need we have. I partially agree with my colleague, Councilmember Engler, on the need to build housing and get sticks in the ground. And I think that's the filter that we should be looking at all of this through, is what gets the most affordable housing production? Why are we having that conversation? In the most recent RENA cycle that was completed, this is 2014 through 2021, Thousand Oaks met 614% of its market rate housing needs. And over that same period, it met 3% of its low-income housing needs. So literally the score was 614 to 3. That's why we're here. That's why we're having this discussion. And I grant that as Councilmember Engler pointed out, we have approved a lot more units since then, close to 1,500. However, not a lot of those have gotten building permits, let alone shovels in the ground yet, for 2 reasons, and I'll come back to those in a minute. But again, let's look at the filter. What gets the affordable housing job done? I'm skeptical that this proposal, as written, is going to make a meaningful dent in our affordable housing crisis. There are 2 reasons for that. The one is a macro reason that is way above our pay grade. The cost of capital drives the rate of production of housing, all kinds of housing, affordable and every other kind. Let me say that again. The cost of capital drives the rate at which housing is produced. Every business needs access to capital, and interest rates are high now, and that has had a brake, that has put a brake on housing production of all kinds. We've seen that here, we've seen that in all kinds of businesses. We're hearing that that's likely to continue in the near to midterm. We, the Thousand Oaks City Council, can't do something about that. But let's talk about what we can do. I don't think 10% is a good number for rental housing because it ignores the reality of what's going on right here. We've heard arguments made that, well, we're not Pasadena or we're not Silicon Valley. I'll come back to that in a minute, but we're not these other places. But let's talk about the reality of what's gone on right here. The projects we've recently approved are above 10%. They're at 11, 12, 13%. We heard one tonight that was substantially above that. So that recommendation is out of phase with the reality of what we're already doing. It's ignoring market conditions right here. We can do better. We should do better. As for linkage fees, I'm not suggesting that Thousand Oaks is Silicon Valley. I haven't suggested that. I'm not sure if Councilmember Adam is aware, but for many years, while I lived here, I commuted to Silicon Valley. I'm very familiar with housing there and here and the differences between them. I will say that there are some commonalities. Amgen, big biotech firm, is headquartered here. Its biggest competitor is headquartered in Silicon Valley. Both places have affordability crises. They're doing something about asking their business community to be part of the solution. In February, we had a discussion that, in my opinion, optimized a solution to be really good for the real estate industry, but that's not why we're here. We're here to serve the interests of all residents, not just those in the real estate industry. And when our businesses tell us that there's this critical unmet need to have more housing for people who work for them, I agree with them. And I don't think it's unreasonable to ask them to be part of the solution toward that. And by the way, neither does our consultant, Ms. Head, because she recommended that there be a linkage fee. So to sum up, I appreciate Councilmember Engler's motion. I'm delighted that we're bringing back an IHO that has some requirements, but I would ask 2, maybe 3 changes to the motion as made. One is that we reconsider the 10% number because it ignores the current reality right here on the ground. 2 is that we restore the linkage fee of $5 per square foot. I'm not asking for the $19.35 per square foot. That's the average in Silicon Valley for industrial. And by the way, they also have linkage fees for retail, for office and R&D, and for other categories. So I want to bring back that linkage fee for the industrial category as our consultant recommended, because as she said tonight, we want to avoid a burden on developers. If we don't have a linkage fee, all of the burden is on developers. So let's have our business community who's saying we need this housing be part of the solution. And third, if the council is unwilling to consider reinstating a linkage fee as our consultant recommended, I would recommend that just as we are doing this annual review of what the in lieu fees should be, we should also be doing an annual review of what linkage fee would make sense with an option to impose one at future points. We should have a report card on this every year in the same way that planning gives us an annual report card on our housing situation and other situations. Anyway, I'm happy to vote for this, but I think it needs the 3 tweaks I just recommended. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Taylor.
Okay, I'll start on, excuse me, the density side, or the percentage of projects that we've passed through that have been higher than 10%. I think it's important to note that all of those have qualified for the density bonus. If a project qualifies, or if you have a project that is in a position to grab it, you're going to do it. You're going to put the affordable units at a higher percentage so that you can put more units on top. What we're talking about right now is for projects that don't qualify for the density bonus. And you know, what I really liked about this study was you're trying to make it so that developers still develop. And right now, specifically, real estate is at a halt. Excuse me, it's at a halt. You have, the cost is one thing. You have equity sitting on the sidelines. The debt market is non-existent. Like, we're at, even though we're pushing these projects through, I don't think anything's going to be built for a while. It is tough out there. Then you add to the aspect of California, which is 2.5 years to get through entitlement, a year to get working drawings to the point of actually being able to pull your permits, 2 years to build, another year to lease up. The reality of our state is it takes years to get a project online that the community actually realizes. For an investor, it's very simple. It's kind of the beauty of real estate. If the numbers work and they support the risk, you move forward. If they don't, they don't. And the point about, you know, the percentage of market value units that we push through versus affordability, you got to remember that the market value rents are the ones that are supporting the percentage of affordable housing. When you have to bring rents down for a certain percentage, the only hope you have for a project still penciling is to be able to capture market value. It's why it's so offset. Where I totally agree with you, though, we need more affordable housing. I think that's something that we all collectively agree on and the whole room agrees on. It's just, how do we get there and build as many units as possible to actually meet the demand? I think for the projects that don't fit or will be able to qualify for the density bonus, it's just the sheer numbers. When you limit rents on one side, there's less margin in the deal. And when you're in a market like this, developers aren't going to develop. They're not even developing good deals because the money's not available. So that's my opinion on that. I think 10% is actually a good floor for those projects that we have the discretion to maybe push more through. On the linkage fee, this is something that I got to personally experience. The first business that I ever started, I started in San Diego. It was a craft brewery. The reason why we chose San Diego is because their city took the approach to incentivize businesses to come start breweries in their community. They made it really, really easy compared to the communities around them. And because of that, it became a major industry of employment for the community. It was amazing to see that blossom. What I've got to experience lately with Drew is going to some of these functions where, the life science industry's there, and I'm with other council members from other cities. And they're constantly going up to the operators going, how do we get you in our community? It's easy to try to change policy once you've seen a city do something that's actually benefiting the community. It's challenging to be on the forefront and make decisions that are going to impact your community in a positive way 5-10 years ahead of time. Right now, the reality is Thousand Oaks isn't the most desirable place for commercial operators when you compare it to places like Irvine or some of these areas that just have more going on. So my concern would be we'd be trying to capture a fee on the front end that's actually going to be less than what we could capture on the back end by incentivizing more businesses to come, which end up resulting in more jobs for our community. So I don't know how we want to go with this, because it sounds like Mr. Newman has a different approach, but I'm actually in support of the current motion. So you can pick how you want to do that, but that would be my 2 cents.
Thank you. There's a law of supply and demand in economics, and that you have a lot of supply, the price of that product or service goes down. If you have a lot of demand for that product or service, the price goes up. We have what I refer to here in Thousand Oaks, the gem of California. We have a great community that has, within 10-minute walk, 85% of our residents have access to beautiful parks. We have 15,000 of open space that you can hike, bicycle ride your horse through. We have safe streets. We have well-paved streets, streetlights that are on, libraries that are maintained, children that are being taught how to read in our libraries. We have a terrific community that I refer to as the gem of California. And that's because we enjoy that quality of life here, that everyone wants to move to Thousand Oaks. And the majority of those people trying to move to our city are coming from Los Angeles. And if they can't find a place here from Los Angeles to move to Thousand Oaks, they're going out to Camarillo, Moore Park, Simi Valley. They want to get out of LA, and they're coming here because we have a great quality of life. We have a beautiful community and people who take care of their families, look after their neighbors, and care about their city. So that's part of the problem, is that city staff has done too good of a job of making this a great place to live, and I thank you very much for doing that. In the last 3 years, we have approved 1,500 units to be built here in Thousand Oaks. Only one project's moving forward right now, and that's at the Kmart site. 450 some odd units that are being built right now. To Mr. Taylor's point, there are 4 reasons why projects are not moving forward out of that 1,500. One is the interest rates have moved in the last 2-3 years from a 3%, 2% building rate to now 8%, which blows out the profit margin for any investor. And if you don't have a rate of return on your investor money, they will not move forward with the project. That's just the reality. They're not charities. They're here to make a return on their money. Second is labor costs have gone up, as you've seen with the various strikes. And we have the unions who, according to a UC Berkeley study, will sometimes drive up the cost of a project 30%. And then you tag into it the cost of delays, as we talked, projects taking 6 years to come to fruition. According to some studies, that's 27% of the cost of housing. Then we have the building material costs that have gone up because of inflation. That's just the reality. Then we also, again, look at the time of the project, where it takes here in California and here in Thousand Oaks 5 to 6 years between CEQA and all the other delays that happen that hoops we have to go through. In Florida, they can do it in 3 years. Every second of every minute of every day, A project is delayed, drives up the cost of the housing, drives up the cost of rent. And I've just given you several that have nothing to do with investor greed or rate of return. People don't necessarily need to work in the city or live in the city that they work. An example I love to give, I would really enjoy living in Beverly Hills and be able to afford a $10 million mansion. In 35 years that I have been in practice, the last 5-7 years is the first time I've lived in the same city I've had my practice. Most people live where they want to live, where they can afford quality of life, and commute to where they want to go. In the average lifetime, a person has 7 jobs, 7 different professions. So this knowledge or this concept that a person must be able to afford to live in the community that they work, that's nonsense. That's not reality. Because that person who's living in Thousand Oaks today and working in Thousand Oaks may be working in Palmdale, Burbank, Camarillo in another few years. We have 2 populations we're dealing here with low-cost housing. One are those that are not capable of maintaining a job, or they can only do a low-paying job, and they really can't afford to pay rent even at the lowest levels. No matter how hard they work, due to various limitations as been articulated by some of our speakers, they have autism, they have cerebral palsy, seizures, just a low intelligent quotient, whatever the case may be. That's one population, and Manny Mansions helps address those needs. The second population of our homeless are those that may be drug addicted, mentally ill, and they're out on the street because of those challenges. That's a whole nother population that needs a whole separate answer than what we're presenting right now for this low-income population. I'd also like to point out that Silicon Valley, those big companies who have the money, they're going up and buying swaths of land, and they're building their own cities, their own housing for their employees. We don't have that luxury in Thousand Oaks. We're 98% built out. We don't have much vacant land left. So that works for Silicon Valley. That doesn't work for Thousand Oaks. Let's look at the numbers. And I'm going to submit to you that the model we're currently used is a failed model, and it's not going to work. $2,500 was stated as the average rent here. That means that household at a third of your income should go to rent, should be $7,500 combined income. That's $90,000 per year for that household. Everyone follow those numbers? However, let's say we're building a project and that rate of return is 8% for that apartment complex. And to get that 8% return is $3,000 a month. That means $9,000 per month combined income, or $108,000 for everyone that lives there. However, when you put in, let's say, 30%, quote, affordable housing, which basically means 0 for the developer, that rent now goes up to $4,200 from that $3,000, which means those people paying $4,200 have to make $12,600 per month, or $151,000 per year. So what you have just done by imposing the requirement that a certain percentage of a building, in this case I'm doing 30% below income, you now have moved it from $3,000 a month to $4,200, or $9,000 to $12,600 to qualify. Those folks that could afford it $9,000 a month gross income, but can't afford it $12,000, you've now created a whole new group of homeless people. Now, some will say we ought to put homeless or have this low-cost housing to help that one population there that's needed in our city. All we are doing is government is subsidizing the business owners to enrich them by providing below-market rent for those folks. Now, my suggestion on this is a different model that's more equitable, is that you don't impose that burden on those other market rate people that are paying $4,200 a month, but spread it out through the city and all their residents through the property tax system. That way, the entire city is paying for this, and not just those people living in that building. To me, that's more equitable. It benefits everybody. We accomplish our goal of providing low-income housing, but it's not thrust upon just those residents in that apartment complex. And you now are not excluding people who could not afford $4,200 a month, but they could afford $3,000, if that makes sense. So I am in favor of the 10% because we've got to attract business to come here. I want $0 linkage fees because we get more out of businesses coming in here to create jobs, to keep the economy moving forward. Government is real good about taking money out of the economy by taxation or fees or whatever, but the more you take money out of the economy, you slow the economy down because there's less dollars to go for product or service. So that's my economic analysis of this. Now, we have a motion right now. We can probably conclude this rather quick. We'll get close to 11 o'clock. We'll do that. We have right now a motion. All right, let's do this. Council, we have to ask if it's okay. We have a motion to
Move we go past 11.
We don't need concurrence. Everyone okay? Go past 11 because we're almost done. We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Engler. Councilman Engler, is it one where Councilmember Newman, is that a friendly amendment you'd like for consideration or not? And that's up to Mr. Engler. Mr. Engler, do you want to accept that friendly amendment?
I would be amenable to one of the things that he put on, which was the revisiting our fees on a regular basis rather than by exception.
I just want to make sure it's clear for the council on that. By revisiting, there is a updated financial analysis that needs to accompany that.
Okay.
So that is not a insignificant expenditure on an annual basis. So I just wanted to make sure I put that out there for contemplation as you're doing it. It's not something the council can just. You need to have that backing on the financial analysis side in order to implement such a thing.
No, I agreed. And I recognize that. I'm not sure if I would do it on an annual basis, but perhaps on another interval. But that's fine with me. The other two items, probably not at this time, because I stated my reasons earlier. So,
so would you restate your motion, and then we'll go to Councilmember Newman, who wants to make a statement.
Well, hold on. Let me get it back up here.
It's basically a motion to approve staff's recommendation. And a request to bring back the item for discussion on every 4 years, but without an actual report?
Right. I would say to give an option for discussion every 4 years or so. That sounds good. 4?
Mr. Newman, I got you. I got you.
But not a report.
But
Just
not
bring it back
acknowledged.
to council and get direction whether they want us to actually.
Yeah, just not a full report, but if revisit this as we do all our fees every 2 years. But our perhaps at 4-year intervals, do we want to talk about this and just bring it back up so it doesn't fall off the table? It's just something that we codify now, that we will revisit it sometime in the future, 4 years.
Mr. Newman, you want to comment?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify what the amendment was, since I suggested about 17 things.
The motion is the staff's recommendation.
Is staff's recommendation.
It's exactly what staff recommends.
Right.
Except for the addition to request that every 4 years, staff bring an item regarding the linkage fee to the city council for discussion and direction on whether to do an actual study.
Okay, just before I make the friendly amendment, does the every 2 years review of fees include linkage fees, which are currently set at 0? All right, well, I appreciate Mr. Powers' statement that there is a substantial cost to doing this analysis. The good thing is we've already spent the money for right now. We have a number from our consultant, and that number, that recommendation is 5%. So I would recommend that every time we revisit the fees, which is every 2 years, we take the current recommendation that we have, and then on a 4-year cycle, revisit that analysis. And that's my friendly amendment. So we look at the 5% recommendation in 2 years, and then on a 4-year cycle, do this analysis again.
You understand the time we've already spent on this, right? This is what, our third, fourth meeting? I don't know how much it costs us, probably well into the 6 figures. And you're suggesting we do this again?
Because affordability is so critical, because mobility, because living in low-income situations is the #1 driver of lack of mobility in our country. Yes, I am.
Well,
I think it's critical we address that.
I guess a council member
And
could
I
always...
don't think it's unreasonable to ask our business community to be part of the solution that they themselves are asking for.
Well, I think you're ignoring
For me,
the time.
it's whether I want to accept this friendly.
Let's actually go back to that.
and
Mr.
for-
Engler,
if I-
what's your thoughts? Do you want to accept
My
this?
thought is that we would go on a 4-year cycle to bring it back up. That's what I would be happy to accept as a friendly, but not the 2-year.
Okay.
I
Okay,
guess
then-
I need,
then-
I guess
then
I
I
need
take it back.
clarification. I need clarification. Are you saying every 4 years, bring it to the city council for direction to do a new study? I think that what Councilmember Newman is saying is to actually do the study every 4 years.
No, my adjustment to the what I said before in the motion is to have council be presented with the opportunity to go forward with a study every 4 years. I appreciate what my council member colleague is saying. I don't want this to fall off the table. By putting it as part of the ordinance, we will revisit this in 4 years, and if we wanted to go forward with anything, we can cause that action at that point.
I have a concern that what we are doing tonight and what we are doing as proposed, it gives us a good opportunity to pat ourselves on the back and say, look, we're doing something about affordable housing. But as I said at the outset, I'm very skeptical that we'll get the sticks in the ground that Councilmember Engler and we all want to happen.
I don't feel any need to pat myself on the back. My voting record is quite clear about how I voted for affordable housing. Every single project that's come along, I voted for, okay? You're talking about a huge amount of staff time. You're talking about a lot of money.
And I'm not disrespecting any of that in any way.
Well, then why are you
I'm
suggesting
saying-
it?
I'm saying the proposal as written, I'm skeptical for the reasons I laid out, will result in an increase in production of affordable housing. So I'm concerned that this will be window dressing in terms of not getting the linkage fees that our own consultant has recommended. I'm not happy about
I don't think that's an accurate
getting the
statement.
linkage fees back.
Our own, okay.
613 to
couldn't
3, Al, that's the score.
Couldn't a council member, if he was concerned about this, at his discretion, request a study? I mean, do we have to lock this in every 4 years?
It's council, it's not a single council member. Remember, the council as a whole, the majority gives a direction to
Yeah, he
city
would come to the
staff.
council and
To
ask,
city
and
staff.
we'd have a vote.
Mr. Mayor, bearing the late hour in mind, I accept Councilmember Engler's revision to my suggested amendment, and I think we should move forward on this.
I thank you for the discussion. I'd like to say something, if I may, is that to Mr. Adams' point, I agree with you that this is something that council can bring up at a later date and at the vote of the council to say, let's look at this.
Yeah.
To lock it in at every 4 years, I think as economic times change, let's say it's 2 years, let's say it's 6 years that we need to re-examine this. To lock it in on a certain time schedule, I'd rather just see council bring it forward and make a decision on that. And if everyone's okay, done with discussion, let's move the vote. But here's the way it can work out, is that if we approve Councilmember Engler's motion with the amendment, that's where we stand. If we vote it down, we come back for another motion to move forward with whatever that motion is at that time. Everyone clear?
Well, you're asking us to risk voting against the inclusionary housing ordinance over this amendment.
Yes, but we can bring that back up with your next motion that will say, let's do what staff says, and now we can vote again on it. Does that make sense to you? What we're saying here is that
I
we're
know what we're
agreeing
saying.
or not agreeing with moving forward with that motion. And if it's turned down, you can make a motion for what you want at that point. If that
Why
makes
don't you
sense,
have one
Mr.
of your
Taylor.
straw polls and find out how...
We currently have the motion on the table for what you're saying should be on the second end.
No, I'm just saying is that this is a motion we must act on. We have to take a vote.
I'm sorry, but the motion on, the original motion is we approve staff policy,
There you go.
and we don't add, let's say, a 4-year cycled review. That's the current,
No, the current is including a 4-year review. But I just want to add one
He
thing.
amended it.
he
Adding
amended
a
it.
4
Okay.
review does not preclude the city council from directing us to review it sooner.
Yeah, and
Want to make that really clear here.
And just to circle back onto the point, the 4-year component, I think, as prescribed, is simply a discussion at that juncture whether you want to commission another study. So it would not mean that that is going to happen. It means that that comes on that cycle.
It does not automatically trigger an expenditure.
Exactly, simply that we would have it on a cycle to revisit.
Same
And-
thing to be accomplished with the council member coming forward, getting a majority vote and requesting...
But Al, my concern on that is that too often that's council speak
All
for
right, well, that's
Sunday
your
never
concern,
never
it's not mine.
comes.
I'm going to call for the vote on my,
call it.
my motion.
Madam
If
Clerk,
it
would you
get-
please?
If it
Madam
gets
Clerk, would
shot
you
down, it
please-
gets
The vote
shot
with
down.
your amendment
Amendment.
attached.
Yes.
With the attachment.
Yes. I don't know how to be too clear on this. We are voting on the current 10B 1, 2, and 3 recommendation with that amendment. If we turn it down here or we approve it, that determines which direction we go as council. So Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll if we want to move forward with this? I'd like you to do that very quick.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Adam?
No.
And Mayor McNamee?
No.
And that motion fails.
So I'm looking for a motion.
I would move
Councilmember-
the staff
Just a moment,
recommendation.
I'm going to need to finish this.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have, it fails 2-3 with council members Taylor, Adam, and Mayor McNamee voting no.
Can I
Mr.
come up with a new
Mr.
motion
Engler?
now, or what?
Mr. Engler, you want to go with the new motion or you want?
I would go with the motion I just mentioned, move staff recommendations 1, 2, and 3.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0, and I have an ordinance title to read. That's an ordinance amending the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code by modifying sections 9-10.102, 9-10.203, 9-10.301, 9-10.302, 9-10.303, 9-10.304, 9-10.305, 9-10.306, 9-10.307, 9-10.308, 9-10.401, and 9-10.601 to Title IX, Chapter 10, Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 to update the city's inclusionary housing program and related affordable housing requirements, MCA 2023-70004.
Ms. McGuire, you did that really, really well. Thank you so much. Take a breath. Thank you, city staff, for doing such a marvelous job on that last agenda item.
Do we
lot of
need a
work went into
motion
it.
to go
Thank you.
past 11, or was that already made?
We already did that, yeah.
Oh, we're
Already
going to do
did
that?
it. Yeah,
Okay. So moved.
We're up to item 11, study session. We have none. Item 12, department reports, city development, impact fees, deferral program. We have Jamie Boscarino, finance director. Jamie, the floor is all yours.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor McNamee, council members. I'll make this brief. I know it's late night. I just wanted to present our temporary development impact fee deferral program. So I think Mayor McNamee could have done this slide for me already with the last item, but we have had several projects that have reached out to staff over the last several months, expressing some challenges that they are experiencing with their projects due to the current environment. Our federal funds rate is at 5.25%, 5.5%. It's a 22-year high with our federal funds rate. Of course, that leads to a very high cost of borrowing. We have construction costs that are extremely high. The California Construction Cost Index, October 23 to October 22, increased 10%. So extremely high increases in our construction costs and ongoing supply chain issues that developed out of COVID that are still ongoing. So all of these different things going on in the current environment had led to projects being very expensive and developers wanting to pause and delay projects because they don't make financial sense at this time. So with that, staff has been discussing over the past few months ways that the city can still have projects move forward. So the idea was raised as to a temporary development impact fee deferral program for projects. This is a list of specific city impact fees that we are proposing to be deferred for projects. I'm not gonna go through all of them, but you can see there are 10 fees here that staff is proposing be included in this deferral program. So just the guidelines on this program, it would be open for applications for the next 2 years. We could revisit at that time to see what has changed in the current environment. The applicants must apply for participation. We're not just going to grant to projects. They would need to come to us and say that they want to participate. If they've already paid their impact fees, they've already got their building permit, they wouldn't be eligible. We're not going to return fees that we've already received. This would defer those lists that I had on the previous slide until certificate of occupancy. In order to get their certificate of occupancy, they would have to pay the fees at that time. We would charge interest for participation in this program. So when they would apply at time of building permit issuance, we would look at the 5-year treasury rate that time because we could take those fees and invest them in the market. And that is the amount of interest that would be charged over their length of time till they get their certificate of occupancy, and they would pay that interest fee at the time of paying their development impact fees. And this does not apply to any fees that are charged by outside agencies. We cannot waive or defer any fees that are charged by CRPD or our schools or Ventura County. So just some of the benefits to the city for this. This encourages development to continue in the city. As I mentioned, many projects are on hold based on the high costs of doing business right now. This would lead, if projects are developed, increased assessed valuation of properties. You take the 299 Teal Boulevard project. What was a small business there is now a nice apartment project, and that has increased assessed valuation and more property tax into the city. Potentially moves these Thousand Oaks projects ahead of other cities. So as developers are looking at what projects can they move forward, you know, if they're able to defer several $1 million of impact fees in our city, they'd potentially move our project ahead of other cities. Provides needed housing sooner than if we don't do the program. And again, we would receive interest on the deferral. So just 2 recommendations for you. Authorize staff to implement the City Development Impact Fee Deferral Program and find that this action is not a project as defined under CEQA. And we're available for any questions.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I don't see any, well, let's move to council questions. Council members, any questions on this? Mr. Adam?
So the payment of the interest starts at the issuance of the building permit? Is that when it starts?
They wouldn't have to actually pay it until they pay their fees at certificate of occupancy, but when they apply and their building permit would get issued, we'd look at on that day, what's the rate of the 5-year treasury? If it's 4%, then that is the rate that they would pay when they actually pay their fees. So 2 years worth of deferral or whatever, they'd be paying 4% on that.
So not only are the fees deferred, but the interest is deferred?
Correct.
Oh,
Because we don't
okay.
know how long it's going to take
Right.
for the
No,
project
that's
to be
good.
built.
That's good. All right, that's great. Thanks.
No other council questions? Madam Clerk, I'm seeing no speakers, correct?
Correct.
Very good. So staff, any dialogue here at this point? Very good. So council, any discussion on this? Mr. Taylor?
This is not a discussion, I just want to say this real quickly. How we were talking about the linkage fees and kind of being ahead of the curve to, you know, create Thousand Oaks to be a place that's desirable to invest in, I think this is brilliant. I think this is such a smart move. It is very rare to see cities do stuff like this. So I just want to applaud Drew and the staff. This is amazing.
Move it.
And so I'll move 12A, and I would do B with it, correct?
1 and 2.
1 and 2. And do I have to state, find this action is not a project under California? No, great.
1 and 2
All
is
right.
good.
Too easy.
Excellent. Again, I agree with you, Mr. Adam, or Councilmember Taylor. I agree with you that this is brilliant in the sense that we're trying to make it more attractive to come to Thousand Oaks to build and develop. We'll get made whole at the end, but it's one where it helps with the cash flow up in front, and anything we can do to help development would be excellent. So with that, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
We have item 12B, our city clerk, Laura McGuire, update public meeting teleconference guidelines.
Yes, so I know you've been waiting all night to talk about the Brown Act.
Anxiously waiting, yes, please.
So while my deputy gets the PowerPoint ready, as you guys know, the Brown Act is known as the open meeting law, and it's what governs public participation and what you can and can't say in closed session, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to talk about updated teleconferencing guidelines that are now possible courtesy of Assembly Bill 2449. So just really quickly, as most of you are very aware, these are the traditional teleconference rules in what I'm calling the traditional Brown Act. So all of these are usually not an issue, except the ones where you have to post, wherever you are, you have to post the agenda 72 hours in advance, and you have to leave the location open to the public to attend in your hotel room, your house, etc. Those are the biggest hurdles, and especially if you are ill and it's less than 72 hours and you don't want to come into chambers, you don't have an option to participate. So really quickly, of course, with COVID, the world changed, and so did the open meeting law. And in March of 2020, the governor suspended the teleconference rules. First of all, the COVID emergency was declared, then he suspended the rules with executive order. Then in 2021, we had Assembly Bill 361 that we used in the city, and that was if there's a declared state of emergency, you can participate remotely as long as you also allow the public to comment in real time, and you don't have to post the agenda 72 hours in advance and leave your location open. And then just last September, the governor signed another bill, and I'm calling it's somewhere in between the traditional Brown Act rules and AB 361. So this Assembly bill it's got a lot of the same things. You have to have a quorum located in the jurisdiction. You have to have audiovisual, two-way. A lot of these things we already do. So the first 5 requirements we already accomplish with every meeting. But the new one is that a member must request remote participation based on just cause or emergency circumstance. So let's dive into what that is. So just cause, either the member has a child care or a caregiving need, so for a parent, a grandparent, a sibling, a spouse, a domestic partner. The member has a contagious illness that prevents that person from attending in person. The member has a need a need related to certain statutorily defined forms of physical or mental disability. And the member is traveling while on official city business or business for a committee on which you serve, for example, VCOG, something like that. Then the other option is emergency circumstance, which is just what it sounds like, physical emergency or a family medical emergency. So if we decide to go forward allowing this new type of teleconferencing, these are the requirements. So for both of these types of circumstances, the member must make the request in writing as soon as possible, and that could mean on the day of the meeting. The member must describe the circumstances in about 20 words, and yes, the law says about 20 words, without disclosing any sensitive medical information or personal information. And also, this is important, you must announce if someone who is 18 years or older is in the room with you and what your relationship to that person is. And you must participate with both audio and video, so you can't just phone in. And then there's an additional requirement only for emergency circumstance, and that is that the council would have to vote to approve that. So just cause, the council does not have to approve it by a vote. But for emergency, it does. There's additional requirements. So Just Cause can only be used twice in a calendar year. Emergency use may not exceed 3 consecutive months or 20% of the meetings of the body. And the emergency use does not take away your 2 times use of Just Cause. It also requires that ADA accommodations are swiftly addressed, which the city already does, and that the meeting shall be paused and no action taken if there's any technical interruption, which the city already does. So there's a couple of considerations that I want to bring up. It could mean a potential additional staff time to track. I know Mr. Powers joked there'd be another Excel sheet for the city clerk to manage. And also, there's no guarantee of approval of emergency, especially if we already have some planned absences and someone else, all of a sudden can't attend. We still need to make sure there's a quorum on site in chambers. So there's no guarantee of approval. Let's see. So I do also want to mention that this bill is set to expire January 1st, 2026, unless the legislature extends it. And also, I conducted a survey of local cities, and most of them allow it. So Agora, Calabasas, Camarillo, Moore Park, Ojai, Port Hueneme, and Ventura. With that, you have to choose between option 1 and option 2. Option 1 would be yes, let's go forward with allowing these new teleconferencing rules, and we're going to adopt a resolution. Option 2 would be no, we're going to stick only to the traditional Brown Act. And I will highlight that if you choose option 1 and you want to go to AB 2449, you can absolutely we can use the old traditional teleconferencing. And I should point out that this isn't a silver bullet. If you have personal business you're traveling for, that does not qualify. If you're on a long commute and you're not going to be able to make it back into town, that does not qualify. So there's very narrowly described situations in which this can be applied. And then, of course, we have our favorite, this is not a CEQA project.
You did that very well. My quick question for you is, why? Why is Sacramento doing option 1? What was the motivation? Because they don't come up with this out of the sky. What were the reasoning for this?
Well, I'm going to say it's because of COVID, and people like the ability to Zoom in or WebEx into meetings, especially considering if you have a contagious illness. But I'll also defer to the
But we
city
also
attorney.
have the constraints that are different than what we've been doing so far with teleconferencing during COVID and so forth, or someone's out of town. They're able to still participate as a council member traditionally under option 2, if I'm saying that correctly.
Correct.
Option 1 really restricts the ability for participation from council members who may be out of town, unrelated to the city issues. So again, the question comes back to why?
So I can probably answer some of those questions. I'm the chairperson of the Brown Act Committee for the League, and we had worked with our lobbyist to try to get kind of implementation of a permanent basis of AB 361. We thought it worked really well during COVID, and we saw no reason why we couldn't continue with that. There is a thought or opposition to continuing allowing cities to operate under continuing auspices of AB 361 for a couple of reasons. One is that the fact that you could be sitting in your house and you could have people in your room giving you advice. You could be talking to people and no one would know. So they opposed First Amendment Coalition and other organizations opposed a permanent imposition of AB 361 on that. So this was negotiated to try to still allow for certain circumstances. It's really when a city council member is ill, you don't anticipate or plan on being ill. And if you fall ill within that 72-hour period, you cannot participate in a city council meeting under our traditional teleconference rules. You can now do so under these rules. And the benefit also is that you don't have to open up your house and expose other people, the public, to whatever illness you have. So that's one of the benefits. It's not that it's in lieu of our traditional teleconference rule. It actually expands it. Obviously not as much as we wanted it to, but it does expand it for those situations where you truly have a medical emergency, you are ill, or something of that nature, and you want to participate in city council meetings. It allows more flexibility.
So under the traditional teleconferencing that we've done up to this past, if someone, for example, was in the hospital, you're saying that they cannot participate under the traditional Brown Act guidelines?
If they know they're going to be in the hospital, 72 hours before we post the agenda, and we post it at their hospital room, and you let the public in the hospital, then they could absolutely participate under teleconference. If they were put in the hospital 48 hours before the meeting, then they could not participate under the traditional Brown Act rules.
Okay, so if someone, again, is traveling, not necessarily on city business, or they're on their way back, but their travel is delayed because of airline issues, their traditional, they
Would
would,
not have allowed them to participate.
but would they still be able to participate under option one, which is being, so they're out on both? of
Under
them?
neither circumstance, would you be able to participate if you are, like Laura said, if you're stuck in traffic? Under either circumstances, you would not be able to participate.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions? Mr. Newman?
For questions, no.
For discussion or questions of staff is where we're at right now, questions of staff. Okay, very good. Any other, Mr. Taylor?
I guess just my one question, I'll just ask you, Tracy. On the current, what was it? The current, what do I want to
Brown
call
Act,
it?
the teleconference rules.
So if we're traveling on business, that doesn't apply for either of them already?
If you're traveling for personal business.
Right.
Neither, you can
Let's say
rely
just-
on-
let's just say a
right,
per- like, let's use me
Let's say
personally.
you have a planned business trip to Iowa in
Right.
2 weeks, and you know you're going to have a city council meeting.
Right.
So long as you let the city clerk know, so we can post it on the agenda, where your location is going to be 72 hours in advance, you post at that location and you keep your door open, you can participate
On the current one?
under the current one.
On option one, you cannot?
Under this new.
Oh, you can.
AB 2449, that does not qualify as an exception.
That's
and let me-
what I was asking.
Let me just, because I can sense everybody, what you described will continue to exist regardless, right? As long as you follow those rules. This simply deals with those narrow circumstances where agenda has been posted and one of these circumstances comes into play. For those sets of reasons, it expands your ability to leverage this tool.
Let me come back to that, because again, I'm hearing two answers. Under option one and option two, 2 weeks you're going to Tracy's favorite place, Iowa, and you notify, you could do that under option one and option two, is that correct?
No.
So the
No,
best way to look
no.
at this is.
That's what I
So
heard
the
the first
best
time.
That is going nowhere, right? That ability to post where you are, to take the picture, to follow the clerk's rules and designations.
Right.
That's going to remain here regardless. What option one does is add a layer, an additional component, which deals with the period at which agenda has been posted and the meeting is occurring.
I think I know where you're going with this, Kevin. I think you're looking at, if you pick option one, you cannot have option two. And that's not what we're saying. Option two is maintaining our traditional teleconference rules. That is going to be in place regardless of whether you guys also add this other teleconferencing option.
So
That
let's
will
come back-
always, option one just adds another teleconferencing option, whereas option two just maintains the existing teleconference option.
So let me come back to Mr. Taylor's question, and again, I heard the different answer. Is under option one, if that is selected, and you go to Iowa and you notify in 2 weeks that I'm going to be out of town, I still want to participate with the guidelines that you outlined, we're still able to do that, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, thank
under
you.
the traditional teleconference rules,
Okay, thank you.
with noticing and posting and keeping your door open.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, now we'll go to discussion, if we may, for council. Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope none of my colleagues ever contracts COVID, never has a family member that ever again contracts COVID. But if they do, and if it is within the noticing window, which is what we're talking about here, it creates a huge inconvenience, not only for yourselves, but also for staff. And option one removes that inconvenience. When there is a change, let's say you come down with COVID, you test positive, obviously you're not going to come in here, but you're well enough to participate in a meeting. Or you have a family member that's ill, but you have no symptoms. You still don't want to spread possible contagion to your colleagues. So you're able to participate, but staff has to come in possibly on a weekend because we're talking about within that notice window. And also, you've got to take a picture of the agenda posted on your front door and send that to staff. And you've got to leave your door open for the public to come in, say, come on in, get COVID, under the current regime. That's not a very optimal situation. All that option one does is allow participation in that, as Drew said, this narrowly confined set of circumstances where we are within the noticing window, but also well enough and interested enough, and we hope you would participate, you can do that now. That's all it is. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Newman, would you like to make a motion for 12B, either option 1 or option 2?
I would. Thank you. I will move that we adopt 12B, option 1, and point 3, that this action is not a project under CEQA.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes,
And that motion passes 5-0.
thank you. Do you have to read anything, or are we good? Excellent,
You're good.
thank you. All right, we'll move to item 15, council issues recommendations. We have an update, League of California Cities Annual Conference by council members Engler and Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had an interesting time up in Sacramento, 3 weeks ago. California League of Cities, again, is a organization that helps represent the interests of cities at the state level. They try to keep the state mindful of its impact on local government. I know that there are several very good discussions and keynote speakers. I'll just mention one that I attended, which was a wildfire mitigation seminar talking about the critical need to reduce fuels near your home. And for those who are interested in learning more about that, our local Fire Safe Council would be happy to come to your house and help educate you on how to reduce your fire loading near your home. Council member Mikey.
So the only things I'll add, one thing I think that was perfect timing was Mr. Engler and I both sat in the room that was focused on cannabis and the impacts that, the pros and cons that cities have experienced. Then we ended up having that come to the dais last meeting. That was perfect timing. The interesting thing for me, I sat on the new state housing laws, or I sat in the room talking about new state housing laws, and realizing, I didn't know this was the number. Since 2016, there were 100 new laws passed pertaining to housing. And ultimately, what the message is, they're making it very difficult to stop the development of housing. My favorite quote from the whole time was, let's see how they phrased it. When they were talking about stopping or the push to stop development, they referred to it as somebody owning a super rare baseball card. And that when it comes to housing, the analogy is it's as if the person who owns the super rare baseball card also has the ability to say when new supply is added. And that's kind of what we're experiencing with the housing in some regards. So I thought that was a really interesting analogy. It was awesome. That was my first one. So it was good just spending time with you and the staff, and then just meeting other council members and hearing about, the things that are working well for them and the things that are challenging. And every time I go to these functions, I come back feeling very thankful and very blessed that we get to live in the city we do, because it is managed very, very well. So it was a good time.
Would you like to make a motion to receive your report?
I'll make the motion to receive the report.
15A, 1 and 2.
15A1 and 2, find this action is not a project that's defined under the California Environment Quality Act.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
I'd like to ask Councilmember David Newman wanted to make a comment, and you have the floor, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note that we've talked about getting, as part of our crossing guard discussion, getting more kids to walk and ride their bikes to school. And toward that end, Councilmember Adam and I took part in National Walk and Ride to School Day on October 4th. Councilmember Adam was part of a big turnout at Westlake Elementary. I was at Lang Ranch with a member of the school board. There was also an event at Sycamore Canyon in Newbury Park. There are two more events, with more coming. There are two more events scheduled for not tomorrow, but for a week from on October 18th at two elementary schools in Newbury Park, Banyan and the Earth Magnet School. So we're hoping that parents, council members, members of the Rec and Park Board will continue to turn out and support this effort. So far, it's been really successful. The long-term goal, of course, is not to have a day or 2 days, but to have this be an ongoing effort where more kids are walking and riding to school every day. So I'm grateful to Councilmember Adam for helping to kick this off, and let's see what we can do to keep this going. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next meeting is 2 weeks from tonight. Right now, we're scheduled for our library master plan report. And then there's a council issues and recommendations follow up on the Mobility 21 conference. And that's what we have for the 24th, 2 weeks from tonight. Thanks so much.
I'd like to point out that, again, with the CPR class we had beforehand, we were all instructed to dress casual, but we had two renegades, Mr. Taylor and Mr. Engler, who decided to put on a tie. So that's why you'll see disparity here. So with that, we'll adjourn to our regular meeting, October 24.